Chapter 2036. The Six Hells Law was similar to the reincarnation law. However, one was the strongest law, while the other was the king law. In terms of power, the difference was too great. The Six Hells Law was a simplified version of the reincarnation law. 6 worlds enveloped Ji Tian, making him look like a demon god. "Watch me burn the Six Hells Law!" Long Yan roared, and flames soared into the sky. He was like a flaming war god. A flaming spear appeared in his hand, and he charged towards Ji Tian. The spear stabbed out, and a terrifying spear light pierced towards Ji Tian, wanting to pierce through his Six Hells Law. Six Hell Divine Fist. Ji Tian stepped forward and punched out with both fists. It was as if he was driving the 6 worlds. The 6 worlds turned into fist light and blasted towards Long Yan. Boom! The spear and fist light collided, and a violent explosion sounded. Long Yan's heavenly fire law could burn everything. It had the power of destruction, and it was incomparably terrifying. It was no weaker than the Six Hells Law. In the explosion, both of them retreated at the same time. But then, both of them rushed towards each other and fought again. Their combat strength was on par. A few years ago, the two of them fought for hundreds of moves before the victor was decided. This time, it was the same. In the blink of an eye, the two of them fought for dozens of moves, but it was still a draw. There's hope. The eyes of the Luo family's powerhouses lit up. If this continued, it was very likely that they would end up like Princess Yuning and Princess Luo Xian. In the past, they were afraid of encountering such a situation because they weren't a match for the Yu family. But now, they were looking forward to such a situation because they had Lu Ming. The Yu family's powerhouses were the opposite. This was extremely disadvantageous for the Yu family. The Yu family's powerhouses all had gloomy expressions. Ji Tian and Long Yan fought fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Boom! With a violent explosion, both of them retreated. "Ji Tian, I said that you won't be able to defeat me in a few years." Long Yan spoke. His voice was as loud as a bell. Terrifying flames rushed into the clouds. His eyes were bright as if he had vented the anger in his heart. "Hee, Long Yan, you are really naive." At this time, Ji Tian smiled faintly, and his voice was filled with sarcasm. "What do you mean?" Long Yan's eyes narrowed. He didn't know why, but when he saw Ji Tian smile, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that Ji Tian still hadn't used his full strength? "Then let me show you my true strength." Ji Tian sneered and took a step forward. Wang! A halo emanated from Ji Tian's body, encircling him like a god descending to the mortal world. Light of Law. You've cultivated the light of law. Long Yan's pupils rapidly shrank as he roared in disbelief. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the experts from the Luo family and the Yu family couldn't suppress the shock in their hearts. They stood up from their seats, and powerful auras began to emanate from their bodies. However, the feelings of the two families were completely different. Ha, the light of the law, it's the light of the King Dao law. There's no suspense in this battle. The experts of the Yu family laughed heartily. They were all overjoyed. As for the Luo family, they were all in disbelief. In the end, they slumped back into their seats. It was as if all the strength in their bodies had disappeared without a trace. The light of law. Since Ji Tian had cultivated the light of law, there was no suspense in this battle. Long Yan was definitely not Ji Tian's opponent. They both had the king body, but the difference between having the light of law and not having the light of law was too great. If Long Yan was defeated, Lu Ming would naturally be defeated. How could this be? Luo Xian said helplessly. Originally, she seemed to have seen the dawn of victory. Because Lu Ming also had the king body, they had a high chance of winning this battle. But she never would have thought that Ji Tian actually cultivated out the light of law. It was extremely difficult to cultivate the light of law with the king body, but once it was cultivated, it would far surpass other king bodies. Ji Tian really cultivated the light of law. At this moment, Yu Ning's face was full of smiles. She was secretly glad that she didn't offend the Ji family because of Lu Ming. Not only did the Ji family have the commander-in-chief, but Ji Tian's talent was even more shocking. Although Lu Ming's strength wasn't bad, compared to Ji Tian, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. At this moment, she was incomparably relaxed. The trace of regret she had for driving out Lu Ming disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming couldn't affect the overall situation. The Yu family will win for sure. The spectators sighed as well. It seemed that the Yu family would continue to rule the Yura kingdom. Boom! On the battle stage, Ji Tian displayed the light of law. His aura was even stronger as it pressed towards Long Yan. Long Yan, do you still want to fight? Ji Tian asked coldly, high and mighty. Fight! Long Yan gritted his teeth and charged towards Ji Tian with his flaming spear. You're overestimating yourself. Then I'll let you see the power of the light of law. I'll let you see the difference between not cultivating the light of law and cultivating the light of law. Ji Tian punched out, and the power of the light of law was added to his fist. Boom! This fist collided with Long Yan's spear. Buzz! Long Yan's long spear vibrated and buzzed. The destruction heavenly fire law on it trembled non-stop. In the next moment, Long Yan's destruction heavenly fire law was penetrated. The terrifying power caused Long Yan to retreat wildly. He retreated more than 10 steps before he could stabilize himself. Puff! Long Yan's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a trace of shock in his eyes. He wasn't a match for Ji Tian at all. He was injured in a single move. Boom! Boom! Ji Tian punched out consecutively, and another 2 punches blasted out. Although Long Yan did his best to resist, he was no match at all and was completely suppressed. After 2 more punches, Long Yan spat out another mouthful of blood. I've lost. Long Yan shook his head, and his expression was desolate. His figure moved, and he rushed out of the battle stage. He knew that it was useless to continue fighting. He wasn't a match for Ji Tian, and he would only be humiliating himself. We've lost again. The Luo family head and the other experts of the Luo family sighed helplessly. They had lost again. For the next 10,000 years, the Yu family would continue to rule the Yura kingdom. They had lost 3 times in a row, and they were somewhat unwilling. If this continued, their Luo family would fall, and it would be even harder for them to compete with the Yu family. As for the Yu family, they were naturally ecstatic. Brother Luo, do you still want to continue? The Yu family head looked at the Luo family head with a smile. He was naturally happy. With the Yu family's victory, he would continue to rule the Yura kingdom. In his opinion, the Luo family only had Lu Ming left, and there was no need to continue. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, could he fight against Ji Tian? Your Majesty, according to the rules, this competition will continue until one side is completely defeated. Ji Tian cupped his fists at the Yu family head. Chapter 2037. Ha, look at me being muddle-headed. That's true. The competition must continue. Continue. The patriarch of the Yu family laughed. Lu Ming also smiled. Even if the other party wanted to end the competition early, he wouldn't agree. Next, the competition continued. However, no one had the energy to pay attention to it. They all thought that the result was already decided. Continuing the competition was just a formality according to the rules. If Lu Ming is smart, he will deliberately rush down the stage to admit defeat. Otherwise, if he meets Ji Tian later, he won't have a chance. And, if I were Lu Ming, I would definitely do the same. Many people seem to have guessed the result. In a while, Lu Ming would definitely rush down the stage and admit defeat. The Doyen continued to draw numbers. Lu Ming against a skinny youth from the Yu family. The two of them stepped on the stage. Brat, let me deal with you. The skinny youth was smug. He also thought that Lu Ming would take the initiative to rush down the stage and admit defeat. Otherwise, if he met Ji Tian in the next round, wouldn't Lu Ming be finished? Therefore, he boldly rushed toward Lu Ming and pounced toward Lu Ming. Then, he saw a fist rapidly enlarging in front of his eyes. Following that, it heavily bombarded the bridge of his nose. Kacha! The skinny youth's nose was broken. With a miserable scream, his body flew out a few hundred meters and fell on the stage. Many people were stunned. They originally thought that Lu Ming would take the initiative to rush down the stage and admit defeat. They didn't expect that Lu Ming would directly make a move. Maybe he wants to save face and wants to win a round before admitting defeat. Hee, if his luck is bad and he meets Ji Tian in the next round, he will regret it. Some people sneered. Schwa! Lu Ming's figure moved and rushed to the skinny youth's side. With a kick, he directly kicked the skinny youth off the stage. Lu Ming won this round. However, the people from the Luo family only shook their heads. Whether he won or not, the final result wouldn't change. Like this, the Luo family only had Lu Ming left. As for the Yu family, they only had 6 people left. The competition continued. But now, they only needed to draw a number from the Yu family. Whoever drew a number would fight with Lu Ming. Yu family, number 47. A senior elder announced. A young woman from the Yu family stepped onto the stage. Many people began to guess again, guessing whether Lu Ming would admit defeat in this round, because the longer it went on, the higher the probability of him encountering Ji Tian. Many people thought that Lu Ming wanted to win the match and then admit defeat to save some face. However, Lu Ming directly attacked and blasted the young woman off the battle stage in 2 moves. Still not admitting defeat? You really want to save face? Let's see how he regrets it when we meet Ji Tian later. Some people sneered. The competition continued, and the next person was still not Ji Tian. Naturally, he was easily defeated by Lu Ming. It was unknown if it was luck, but the next few people weren't Ji Tian. They were all defeated by Lu Ming. On the Yu family's side, there were only 2 people left. They were Ji Tian and Ji Peng. Lu Ming still hasn't admitted defeat. Could it be that he really wants to fight with Ji Tian? At this point, some people had already changed their minds. Because Lu Ming didn't admit defeat, if this continued, he would definitely meet Ji Tian. How is this possible? If he fights with Ji Tian, he won't even have the chance to escape. He will definitely be killed. I don't know what he is thinking. He is really crazy. Everyone was discussing. As for Ji Peng, his expression turned ugly. If Lu Ming didn't admit defeat, he wouldn't meet him in the next round, right? He kept praying in his heart that Lu Ming would meet Ji Tian in the next round. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. Yu family, number 9, Ji Peng, come out. The senior elder took out a number and shouted. Damn it! Ji Peng roared in his heart. Why is it him? Why can't Lu Ming meet Ji Tian? Many people were speechless. Lu Ming's luck was too good. It was strange that he couldn't meet Ji Tian. Lu Ming stepped onto the stage, looked at Ji Peng, smiled faintly, and said, come down. Ji Peng's face was gloomy as he stepped onto the stage. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, I advise you to admit defeat. Otherwise, if you meet my big brother in the next round, you will die miserably. The current Ji Peng's heart was complicated. He naturally hoped that Lu Ming would meet Ji Tian and be killed by Ji Tian. However, if Lu Ming continued to fight, he would be miserable. You are actually thinking for me? I don't understand. Back then, I beat you up so badly. Lu Ming deliberately revealed a surprised expression. Ji Peng gritted his teeth and roared in his heart. If it wasn't for this round, would I be thinking for you? But now, he could only go against his heart and say, let bygones be bygones. I think you are still a talent. Quickly admit defeat. Admit defeat? Forget it. My plan is to beat you up, and then beat your elder brother up. Lu Ming smiled. He even extended his fist and gestured with it. Lunatic. Ji Peng roared, then suddenly turned around and rushed down the stage. However, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he caught up with him. He slapped his palm down and lightning flashed. It was like a huge net that shrouded Ji Peng. Ji Peng tried his best to resist, but when the lightning fell, all of his attacks collapsed. Buzz buzz, Ji Peng's body was covered in lightning, which looked like small black snakes swimming around. Slap. Lu Ming then slapped down on Ji Peng's face. Ji Peng screamed and spat out blood mixed with teeth. More lightning covered Ji Peng's body. His hair stood straight up and white smoke came out of his 7 orifices as if he was electrocuted. It was extremely miserable. In the stands, Yu Ning, Ji Tian, and Ji Tian's father, the commander-in-chief, had ugly expressions. In their view, Lu Ming humiliated Ji Peng like this, which was equivalent to slapping their faces. How did he treat Ji Peng? Wait a moment, I will return it 10 times. Ji Tian gritted his teeth. Lu Ming grabbed Ji Peng's neck and walked to the edge of the stage step by step. Then, he threw Ji Peng down the stage. He casually stretched out a finger, pointed at Ji Tian, hooked his finger, and said, "Come, King Physique." Swish. Ji Tian couldn't bear it anymore and rushed up the stage. Anyway, he was the only one left from the Yu family. There was no need to draw a number. This Lu Ming really wants to fight with Ji Tian. Where did he get the courage? It's strange. Could it be that Lu Ming still has a trump card? This is a fair battle. He is not allowed to use his emperor weapon. He doesn't have a king body. How can he have a trump card? Many people were discussing. They couldn't guess what Lu Ming was planning. With Ji Tian's combat strength, Lu Ming would definitely die if he went against Ji Tian. Why didn't he admit defeat earlier? Why did he persist until now? Could it be that he wanted to humiliate Ji Peng? But there was no need to put his life on the line. Chapter 2038. Ji Tian's eyes were extremely cold. 6 worlds appeared and a terrifying aura charged toward Lu Ming continuously like a gale. Now, you won't have the chance to admit defeat. Ji Tian said coldly. Who said I'm going to admit defeat? How ridiculous. I didn't say I was going to admit defeat from the beginning. Can you stop making wild guesses? Lu Ming curled his lips. That's great. I'll make you kneel on the battle stage and beg for mercy. Ji Tian said coldly. He stepped forward, and the 6 worlds moved with him. He didn't seem to be fast, but in fact, he was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lu Ming. Boom! With a punch, one of the blood prison worlds blasted out with Ji Tian's fist. It was like a sea of blood enveloping Lu Ming. The smell of blood filled the air. Asterisk sizzle, asterisk Lu Ming's fist sizzled, and a black lightning cauldron spread out. He also punched out. Boom! The 2 fists collided, and the sky was like a huge drum, shaking violently. Circles of lightning and a sea of blood burst out in all directions. A figure swayed, stepping on the battle stage and retreating. The person who retreated was actually Ji Tian. The scene suddenly quieted down. Countless people were dumbfounded, and some looked at the battle stage in disbelief. Lu Ming actually pushed Ji Tian back in a head-on confrontation. How was this possible? What was going on? Lu Ming's cultivation was obviously at the peak of the absolute saint realm, which was weaker than Ji Tian. Moreover, he didn't have a king body. How could he push Ji Tian back? This was simply unbelievable. Ji Tian, don't be careless. Use more strength. At this moment, the Yu family head's voice resounded throughout the entire place. He meant that Ji Tian was too careless and didn't use his full strength. That was why he was pushed back by Lu Ming. Many people nodded. That should be the case. Otherwise, how could Lu Ming push Ji Tian back? However, Ji Tian's eyes were incomparably dignified, and his heart was in turmoil. Others thought that he was careless, but only he knew how strong Lu Ming's punch was. His saint energy was endless and was not any weaker than his. Furthermore, the power of Lu Ming's spiritual body was even more terrifying. He had indeed not used his full strength just now, but Lu Ming's strength had indeed shaken him. 6 held demonic fist. Ji Tian let out a long howl. The 6 worlds burst forth with different auras, transforming into a terrifying fist force that soared towards Lu Ming in an overwhelming manner. His aura was indeed much stronger than before. Good timing. Lu Ming didn't retreat at all. He took a step forward and punched out again. Every punch was filled with lightning, wrapping around Lu Ming's fists. His fists were like lightning. Bang! Bang! The two of them fought speed with speed. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Qi energy shot out and rumbled continuously. However, Lu Ming did not show the slightest sign of weakness. Instead, he vaguely had the upper hand. This time, everyone was stunned. Even the people from the Yu and Luo families were shocked. Even the patriarchs of the two families and some true emperors were extremely shocked. He didn't have a king body and his cultivation was one level lower. However, he could actually fight against Ji Tian. This kind of combat strength was unheard of even for them. So strong. Luo Xian, Wu Shi, and the others were dumbfounded at first. However, their eyes soon lit up. They knew that Lu Ming had a king body and could control the King Dao Law. Now that he could fight against Ji Tian without using the King Dao Law, he could really win if he used the King Dao Law. They originally thought that there was no hope, but now, they saw a glimmer of hope. Yu Ning's expression was extremely ugly. She was unhappy because Lu Ming was one of her people at the beginning. However, he was kicked out by her later on. It's useless no matter how strong he is. What I want is the final victory. Ji Tian still hasn't used the light of law. He will definitely win. I chose Ji Tian. I'm right. Yu Ning warned herself in her heart. Boom. Lu Ming and Ji Tian exchanged another blow. Both of them retreated. The difference was that Lu Ming retreated 5 steps while Ji Tian retreated 7 steps. Ji Tian's face was especially gloomy. He had a king body, but he actually fought with Lu Ming like this. Today, he had lost a lot of face. Today, he must use Lu Ming's blood to wash away his shame. Lu Ming, your combat strength is indeed beyond my expectations. However, you will still lose. Shouted Ji Tian. The light of the heavenly laws spread out and surrounded him, making his aura even stronger. Boom. With the support of the light of law, Ji Tian's momentum increased greatly. He punched out and 6 worlds moved with his fist, pressing down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming swung his fist, colliding with Ji Tian's attack once again. Bang! Lu Ming seemed to be hit by a terrifying force, his figure drifting back. What a pity! The Luo family's experts sighed. If Ji Tian did not cultivate the light of law, their Luo family's chances of winning this battle were very high. However, Ji Tian cultivated the light of law. Unless the Son of Heaven appeared, or someone from the younger generation stepped into the quasi-emperor realm, no one would be Ji Tian's opponent. However, how many Son of Heaven were there in the entire land of infinite demons? There were no quasi-emperors below the age of 50 in their Yura kingdom. The others also shook their heads slightly, thinking that Lu Ming would lose for sure. Kneel down. Ji Tian gained the upper hand in one move. His momentum was like a rainbow as he continued to press down on Lu Ming. He wanted to defeat Lu Ming in one go. The light of law is indeed powerful. Lu Ming curled his lips, his expression was still very calm. At this moment, he raised his hand and pointed out a finger. There was no black lightning in this finger. Instead, it was replaced by endless runes. Roar! The endless runes formed a true dragon. The true dragon roared and pounced toward Ji Tian. Boom! The true dragon's dragon claw tore apart Ji Tian's fist force. The dense runes spread toward Ji Tian. Ji Tian roared in shock. The 6 worlds kept shaking. All kinds of auras erupted, blocking the endless runes. Monarch Dao Law, you have the monarch body. Ji Tian's roar resounded throughout the entire place. Silence. The scene fell into dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded and in disbelief. Monarch body, Lu Ming actually has the monarch body. Then why did he use the demonic thunder law just now? One person controlled 2 types of laws. How was that possible? He was not a martial emperor. Many people found that their brains were a little short-circuited. However, looking at the dense runes surrounding Lu Ming's body, they clearly realized that Lu Ming really controlled the monarch Dao law and really had the monarch body. The array Dao law of the monarch Dao law, haha. The Luo family head suddenly laughed loudly. Everything that happened today was really beyond his expectations. Lu Ming actually had the monarch body. Just now, he was already so strong without using the monarch Dao law. Now that he used the monarch Dao law, how strong would he be? Xian, you already knew that Lu Ming has the monarch body, right? The Lu family head looked at Luo Xian. Luo Xian nodded and said, although I already knew that he has the monarch body, I didn't know that his combat strength is so strong. Chapter 2039. Crack. Yuning crushed the white jade golden cup in her hand, her eyes cold. Lu Ming was actually an imperial body. She did not expect this at all. If she knew that Lu Ming was an imperial body and had such strong combat strength, she would have thought twice. Ji Tian will definitely win. Yuning roared in her heart, admonishing herself. However, her clenched fists showed how nervous she was. At this moment, Ji Peng had woken up and was also shocked. King body, there's nothing great about it. Lu Ming said lightly. Lu Ming, don't think that you can defeat me just because you have mastered the law of kings. Without the law of light, everything is in vain. Kill. Ji Tian roared and attacked Lu Ming with all his might. The law of 6 hells, the law of light, and the divine arts were all activated to the extreme by Ji Tian. Let's end this. Lu Ming whispered and pointed out another finger. Runes filled the air and another true dragon was formed, pouncing towards Ji Tian. This true dragon contained 3 scrolls of the 9 scrolls of Array Dao. Lu Ming only used the illusory spirit scroll and the seal scroll in the previous attack. Lu Ming used the destruction scroll, illusory spirit scroll, and seal scroll in this attack. The power of this attack was close to that of the chaotic calamity finger. Boom! When the true dragon collided with Ji Tian, a terrifying force tore Ji Tian's fist radiance apart. Endless runes rushed towards Ji Tian. Ji Tian's body shook violently and he was thrown back. He vomited blood in the air. He tried his best to resist the seal of the runes. However, Lu Ming was already close to him. Then, he pointed out another finger. This time, it was not a true dragon but a giant elephant. The giant elephant's body was like a small mountain. Its legs were like heavenly pillars as it stomped towards Ji Tian. Bam! An elephant leg stepped on Ji Tian's face. Ji Tian was instantly stunned. His body was like a huge rock, heavily smashing into the fighting ring, causing the entire fighting ring to rumble. Ji Tian was lying on the fighting ring, his body twitching and blood gushing out of his mouth. Ji Tian was defeated, beaten into a dead dog. Everyone at the scene widened their eyes, unable to react for a moment. Ji Tian used to be known as the #1 expert in the Yura kingdom. Now that he had cultivated the light of law, he was even more powerful. However, such strength had been defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's cultivation was even lower. His cultivation was even lower, and he had yet to cultivate the light of law, yet he was able to defeat Ji Tian. It was truly inconceivable. Lu Ming stepped out, coming to Ji Tian's side. Although Ji Tian was seriously injured, he still glared at Lu Ming fiercely, wishing he could tear Lu Ming into pieces. "What are you looking at? I've already said that there's nothing great about a king body, and there's nothing great about the light of law." Lu Ming sneered, revealing a faint disdain. Then, he kicked Ji Tian's face, sending him flying off the fighting ring. Lu Ming did not kill Ji Tian. After all, this was the Yura kingdom, and Ji Tian's father and many experts of the Yu family were present. If Lu Ming killed Ji Tian, they would not let him go. Now that Tiandi's physical body did not have enough energy, and his goal was to go to the ancient devil nation, there was no need to cause more trouble. Good, good. Ha ha ha. The head of the Luo family and many experts of the Luo family stood up, laughing heartily. The Luo family had won. For the next 10,000 years, the Luo family would be in charge of the Yura kingdom. Previously, when Ji Tian had displayed the light of law, they had thought that the Luo family would lose for sure. They were already in despair, and they had planned to wait for another 10,000 years before making a comeback. However, they had never expected that Lu Ming would suddenly erupt. First, he displayed a powerful strength, then he displayed the King Dao Law, defeating Ji Tian in one fell swoop. How could they not be happy with such an unexpected result? How could they not laugh heartily? Luo Xian, Wu Shi, and the others were also full of smiles. On the other hand, the people of the Yu family were the complete opposite. They had thought that they would win, but in the end, they had lost in the hands of a single person. That kid. Some experts of the Yu family, as well as Ji Tian's father, looked coldly at Lu Ming. It was all because of Lu Ming that they had lost. Where did this kid come from? I have never heard of such a person before. Someone said unwillingly. Everyone fell silent. Bang! Princess Yuning's jade-like hands were as white as jade. At this moment, the veins on her jade-like hands were bulging. She had even crushed the handle of her chair. She was furious. Lu Ming was originally her guest, but she had personally chased him out of the princess residence. Sister Yuning, I really have to thank you. At this moment, Luo Xian looked at Yuning, and his crisp voice rang out. Many people were stunned, not knowing what Luo Xian meant. Luo Xian, shut up! Yuning shouted. Why? Are you afraid that I will lose face if I say it? But I have to say it. The corners of Luo Xian's lips curled up slightly. I heard that Lu Ming used to be Sister Yuning's guest. However, he was personally chased out of the eldest princess mansion. Therefore, he came to seek refuge with me. What? At the scene, everyone who didn't know what was going on was stunned. Lu Ming was originally the princess guest, but he had been chased out of the princess residence by the princess. Only then did Lu Ming seek refuge with the little princess. Yuning, this was tantamount to giving up the victory on a silver platter. If Lu Ming was in the princess residence, there would be no suspense in this competition. The Yu family would definitely win. Yuning's face turned even uglier. As for the Yu family, their faces also turned ugly. There was actually such a thing. Moreover, I heard that it was because Lu Ming offended the Ji family. In order to stabilize the Ji family, you chased Lu Ming out of the princess residence. Perhaps in your eyes, the Ji family, or Ji Tian, is more important than Lu Ming. Am I right, Sister Yuning? Luo Xian continued to speak, revealing her two canine teeth. She was full of cunning. Yuning's expression made her very happy. So that's how it was. Everyone was enlightened. It turned out that Lu Ming had offended the Ji family. In order to stabilize the Ji family, the princess had chased Lu Ming out. After all, at that time, the princess needed Ji Tian's help to win the competition. At that time, in the eyes of the princess, Ji Tian's value was far above Lu Ming's. But what was the truth? It was Yu Ning who had personally given the victory to the Luo family. As for Ji Tian, who she valued, he had been beaten to a pulp by Lu Ming. How ironic was this? The Yu family's experts, Ji Tian's father, and Ji Tian's uncle all had ugly expressions. Sister Yu Ning, I wonder what you are thinking now. Do you feel any regret? Luo Xian's voice rang out again. Enough! Yu Ning shouted. She suddenly stood up and coldly glanced at Lu Ming. Then, she soared into the sky. This caused Luo Xian to laugh. Chapter 2040. The Luo family is the winner of this competition. For the next 10,000 years, the Luo family will rule over the Yura kingdom. Following that, the elder of the Yura kingdom announced. The Yu family head's face was extremely gloomy. He was extremely unwilling. However, this was a tradition that had been passed down for countless years in the Yura kingdom. Even if he did not dare to do so, he still had to hand over the throne. Unless his Yu family's strength was enough to suppress the other factions in the Yura kingdom, he could break this tradition. However, it was clear that the Yu family was unable to do so. In the end, he could only hand over the scepter that represented the king. After that, Lu Ming did not have anything to do with it. He sat on the spectator's stand and watched calmly. Next, the Luo family had received the scepter. After that, a series of ceremonies were held, and he began to rule over the Yura kingdom. After the ceremony, there was a banquet. When everything was over, it was already the next day. After a few days, Luo Xian brought a pile of treasures, saying that it was a reward for Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not hesitate to accept it. The following days were peaceful again. Lu Ming stayed in the little princess residence and cultivated quietly. However, Luo Xian would often look for Lu Ming to spar with him. Of course, Luo Xian would return in defeat every time. Time passed, and 1.5 months passed. On this day, Luo Xian found Lu Ming and informed him that they were going to the ancient devil nation. In half a month, the king of the ancient devil nation would hold a banquet to celebrate his passing of the great calamity and being able to live for another 300,000 years. At that time, all the countries that were subordinate to the ancient devil nation would send people to congratulate him. The Yura kingdom was a subordinate of the ancient devil nation. Are we finally going to the ancient devil nation? Lu Ming muttered. This way, he would be one step closer to the ancient devil coffin. Yu Ning and the others have already gone to the ancient devil nation a few days ago. Luo Xian said. Lu Ming nodded and followed Luo Xian to a teleportation array. The Luo family had personally led a group of a few hundred people. There were also some young geniuses as they stepped into the teleportation array. First, they arrived at the citadel outside the capital of the ancient devil nation. Then, they flew towards the capital. Ancient Devil Nation, one of the 2 super devil nations in the land of 10,000 devils. It was truly a giant. Its capital was exceptionally majestic. It was not inferior to the celestial city in the primordial mountains. In the land of myriad devils, there were a total of 2 super devil nations and 10 high-grade devil nations. Naturally, they were divided into 2 camps. The 2 super devil nations were enemies of each other. Each of the super devil nations ruled over a large number of low-level and mid-level devil nations. There were also 5 high-grade devil kingdoms under their control. The Yura kingdom was one of the 5 high-grade devil kingdoms under the ancient devil kingdom. Naturally, it was highly valued. When they arrived, someone received them and arranged accommodations for them. In the blink of an eye, they had been in the capital of the ancient devil nation for 3 days. Lu Ming, the little prince of the Blue Demon King's residence, has set up a banquet today and invited the prodigies of various countries. Shall we go and take a look? Luo Xian found Lu Ming and asked. The little prince of the Blue Demon King's residence? Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. The ancient devil nation is one of the 2 super devil nations in the land of myriad devils. It rules over countless smaller countries. Many of the smaller countries are inextricably linked to some of the influential families in the ancient Devil Nation. The Blue Demon King's residence is a powerful force in the ancient Devil Nation. Our Luo family has a good relationship with the Blue Demon King's residence. The little prince of the Azure Demon Nation invited the prodigies of various countries to a banquet to strengthen our relationship. Luo Xian explained. Lu Ming nodded. As long as there were benefits to be gained, there would naturally be benefits to be gained. Moreover, every time the ancient Devil Nation overcomes a great calamity and holds a banquet, the young prodigies of various countries will compete with each other. Those who perform well will be rewarded handsomely. Therefore, it's normal for the prodigies of various countries to meet and understand each other's strength. Luo Xian added. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The ancient Devil Nation's lord would allow the prodigies of various countries to compete with each other. This was an opportunity for Lu Ming. If he performed well and caught the attention of the ancient Devil Nation's lord, he might be one step closer to borrowing the ancient Devil Coffin. Alright, let's go take a look. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming and Luo Xian immediately met up with the other prodigies of the Yura Kingdom, such as Wu Shi and the others, and headed towards the Blue Demon King's residence. Of course, Yu Ning, Ji Tian, and the others did not follow them. Yu Ning, Ji Tian, and the others had arrived at the ancient Devil Nation's capital earlier than them. They had different connections. Soon, they arrived at a vast mansion. Someone received them and led them to a spacious courtyard. There were many tables and chairs in the courtyard. At this moment, many people had already arrived. They were all from the younger generation. Greetings, Princess Luo Xian. When Luo Xian arrived, many young men bowed to her. The Yura Kingdom was a high-tier devil nation. Moreover, it was one of the top 5 high-tier devil nations under the ancient Devil Nation. These young men were from middle-tier or low-tier devil nations. Their statuses were far lower than Luo Xian's. Naturally, they had to bow to her when they saw her. Luo Xian smiled and nodded. After greeting everyone, she sat down at a table. Lu Ming, sit here. Princess Luo Xian smiled and pointed to a stool beside her. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and sat down beside Luo Xian. As for Wu Shi and the others, they sat behind Luo Xian and Lu Ming. Many young men looked at Lu Ming curiously. Who was this person that could sit beside Princess Luo Xian? Ha ha ha, Luo Xian, long time no see. A hearty laugh sounded as a purple-robed young man strode over. He was quite handsome and had an extraordinary aura. There were a few young men behind him. Greetings, little prince. Seeing this young man, the young men quickly stood up and bowed. Lu Ming and Luo Xian also stood up and cupped their fists. This young man was the little prince of the Blue Demon King's residence. The Blue Demon King was an extremely terrifying existence. It was said that he was of the same generation as the ancient Devil Nation's ruler. The two of them had an extraordinary relationship. Therefore, the Blue Demon King had a lot of power in the ancient Devil Nation. As the grandson of the Blue Demon King, the little prince's status was naturally noble. Naturally, he was also a terrifying genius. Everyone, there's no need for formalities. Please take a seat. The little prince waved his hand and looked at Luo Xian. He smiled and said, Princess Luo Xian, I haven't seen you for a few years. Your cultivation has become even more profound. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be your match in a few years. You're too polite, little prince. Who in the ancient Devil Nation doesn't know about your talent? How can Luo Xian be your match? Luo Xian said humbly. And this is, the little prince looked at Lu Ming. He was naturally curious about the fact that he could sit with Luo Xian. However, when he looked at Lu Ming carefully, his face darkened. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Just a moment ago, he felt a murderous intent from the other party. Chapter 2041. His name is Lu Ming, Luo Xian introduced Lu Ming. Princess Luo Xian, what's your relationship with this person? The young prince asked. He's my guest elder. Young prince, do you know Lu Ming? Luo Xian also felt that something was amiss and asked. So he's just a guest elder. Princess Luo Xian, can you hand him over to me? The young prince's eyes flickered and the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Young prince, he's my guest elder. I have to be responsible for him. Why do you want me to hand him over to you? Luo Xian frowned and asked. The other young men also seemed to feel that something was wrong. They all held their breaths and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Kill. The young prince said coldly. He didn't hide his murderous intent and said, this person must die. Young prince, is there a misunderstanding here? Luo Xian asked. She secretly sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming and asked, Lu Ming, when did you offend Sang Yan? Sang Yan was the young prince's name. This is the first time I've seen him. Lu Ming frowned and sent a voice transmission to Princess Luo Xian. He was also confused. He had never seen Sang Yan before. He really didn't understand why Sang Yan wanted to kill him as soon as he saw him. Misunderstanding. All the direct descendants of the Blue Demon King's residence have a kind of mark on them. When they are killed, this mark will attach to the person who killed them. I felt the mark of the Blue Demon King's residence on him. Is this a misunderstanding? Sang Yan said coldly. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat and understood. Lu Ming had killed a direct descendant of the Blue Demon King's residence. Sang Yan had sensed the mark on him. No wonder Sang Yan wanted to kill Lu Ming the moment he saw him. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He suddenly recalled that not long after he had arrived in the land of myriad devils, he had been cultivating in a certain place when a group of people had tried to steal the devil origin fruit. In the end, they had all been killed by him. One of the young men had shouted that he was from the ancient devil kingdom. Could it be that he was a direct descendant of the Blue Demon King's residence? This was too much of a coincidence. Furthermore, he had encountered such a mark in the Blue Demon King's residence before. The Thousand Slayer Manor was a terrifying assassin organization. As long as you killed someone from the Thousand Slayer Manor, there would be a slaughter mark on your body. Back then, Lu Ming had even asked the palace master of the Phoenix Palace to remove it. The mark on the Blue Demon King mansion was very similar to the mark on the Thousand Slayer mansion. Luo Xian also frowned and said, Little prince, could there be a mistake somewhere? Definitely not. A few months ago, a cousin of mine was training outside and was killed by someone. It should be this person who killed him. Luo Xian, this person is just a guest elder of yours. You don't have to care about this matter. Sang Yan said and waved his hand. Swoosh. A young man rushed out from behind Sang Yan. A sword light bloomed and attacked Lu Ming. The sword light was cold. It was going to slice Lu Ming's throat. Adjudication. Luo Xian said softly and struck out with the power of adjudication, destroying the sword light. Princess Luo Xian, are you going to protect this person? Do you think it's worth it to fall out with the Blue Demon King mansion for a guest elder? Sang Yan's face darkened as he said in a threatening tone. A few months ago, I did kill someone. However, that person wanted to snatch a treasure and attacked me without any explanation. How could I not retaliate? At that moment, Lu Ming spoke. I see. Little prince, in the land of all demons, no matter who it is, it's normal to be killed while training outside and fighting for treasures. In the land of all demons, strength is everything. If you're weaker than others, you'll be a laughingstock if you take revenge now. Luo Xian did not back down and said coldly. In the land of all demons, the strong preyed on the weak. No matter who it was, they had to be prepared to be killed while training outside. This was the rule of the land of all demons. My cousin has several quasi-emperors by his side. How many quasi-emperors can he deal with? He probably used some despicable method to kill my cousin. How about this, let him fight with me. If he can last 10 moves without being defeated, I'll acknowledge his strength. Sang Yan said coldly. In his opinion, Lu Ming was just a guest elder of Luo Xian. How strong could he be? Some of the youths behind Song Yen sneered. Song Yen was one of the top geniuses in the ancient devil nation. Not only did he have a king body, but his cultivation had also reached the great circle of the absolute saint realm. How could Lu Ming last 10 moves against Song Yen? He would probably be killed by Song Yen as soon as they fought. This was Song Yan's goal. As long as he fought with Lu Ming, he would be able to kill Lu Ming legitimately. Luo Xian's eyes flashed. Although Song Yen was strong, Lu Ming could even defeat Ji Tian. He was definitely not weaker than Song Yen. Wouldn't it be easy for him to last 10 moves? Alright, I agree. Lu Ming stepped forward and said indifferently. He actually agreed. It seems like this kid doesn't know how strong Song Yen is. Many people had the same thought in their minds. However, some of them were just waiting to watch the show. This kid is really courting death. Some of the youths behind Song Yen smiled playfully. Song Yan's eyes flashed coldly. Princess Luo Xian, since he has agreed, please don't interfere. I won't interfere. I hope the young prince will keep his word. After saying that, Luo Xian returned to the table. Keep my word. This girl, does she think that this kid can take 10 moves from me? Where did she get that confidence from? The young prince sneered. Then, he looked at Lu Ming with even colder killing intent. Anyone who dared to kill someone from the Blue Demon King's residence would die. The young prince wanted to make an example of him in front of the people from the small nations so that they would be more afraid of him. Let's fight in the sky. Lu Ming said. There's no need to fight in the sky to deal with you. One move is enough. Song Yen sneered and pointed with his finger. Whoosh! The finger was like a long spear that pierced through the void and made a terrible whistling sound. The finger was highly condensed. However, Lu Ming didn't even look at it. He pointed with his finger and runes shone on his finger. Bang! When the two fingers collided, an explosion sounded out. The terrifying energy caused many tables and chairs to flip over. Many people retreated in fear, avoiding the energy that was scattered in all directions. On the other hand, Song Yan's figure was forced back 2 steps, falling into a disadvantageous position. The law of array Dao. You have a king body. Song Yan roared. So it's the law of penetration. Lu Ming's heart moved. He was familiar with this law. Luo Pokong of the Daoyuo Heaven sect also mastered this law, but he had been killed by him. I've said that we'll fight in the sky. Lu Ming said lightly. Song Yan's face became gloomy and his killing intent was extremely cold. Just now, he was confident that he could kill Lu Ming in one move without the need to fight in the sky. However, the reality was a slap to his face. Let's fight in the sky. Chapter 2042. Kill. Song Yen attacked Lu Ming as soon as he was in the air. His fingers were like a spear as he attacked continuously. With the help of the law of penetration, his attacks were powerful and could penetrate everything. Beams of spear gleams pierced toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and pointed continuously. Countless runes spread and condensed into many lightning birds. They pounced on the spear gleams at an astonishing speed and blocked them. He's so powerful. He also has a king body. No wonder he can sit side by side with Princess Luo Xian. Some of the geniuses from small countries exclaimed. 2 moves. In the sky, Lu Ming spoke calmly. Kill. Song Yen attacked for the 3rd time. His cultivation of the great sage realm was fully unleashed. An even more powerful finger radiance shot toward Lu Ming. Song Yan's attack style was similar to Luo Pokong's, but his super skills were different. However, Song Yan's combat strength was much stronger than Luo Pokong's. The terrifying chi whizzed toward Lu Ming, but it was blocked by Lu Ming's finger. 3 moves. Lu Ming continued to speak calmly and nonchalantly. Die. Song Yan's eyes became colder and colder. A halo was emitted from his body and circled around him. The law of light. Many people gasped. Song Yan's combat strength was indeed terrifying. As the top genius of the ancient demonic nation, he was stronger than the other king bodies. It was said that no one in the ancient demonic nation was a match for Song Yan except for the Son of Heaven. Kill. A long spear appeared in Song Yan's hand. Together with the law of light, its power reached a shocking level. 3 scrolls as one. Lu Ming pointed his finger. A true dragon roared and charged toward Song Yan. The true dragon contained the scroll of annihilation, the scroll of illusionary spirits, and the scroll of sealing. Boom! With a loud explosion, the long spear in Song Yan's hand trembled unceasingly. His body trembled violently as he was pushed back by a terrifying force. Song Yan was actually at a disadvantage. Below, other than the people from the Yura kingdom, everyone else was dumbfounded. Some people even rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things. Song Yan suppressed the other king physiques and almost stood at the peak. If the Elysian child didn't appear, he was almost invincible. But now, he was being suppressed by Lu Ming. Who was this Lu Ming? How could a random person be so terrifying? They were speechless. Is that all you've got? You want to defeat me in 10 moves? What a joke. It's my turn now. Lu Ming said calmly and took a step forward. Countless runes soared into the sky and transformed into 9 dragons. This time, it was not a true dragon, but 9 dragons. The 9 dragons soared into the sky and charged toward Song Yan. To be honest, Song Yan was very strong. He was even stronger than Ji Tian. Song Yan was almost at the peak of the absolute saint realm. His mastery of the laws had reached 99%. He was only one step away from becoming a quasi-emperor. But compared to Lu Ming, even if Lu Ming didn't use the law of chaos, he was still a little weaker. The 9 dragons pounced. Song Yan's expression changed drastically. He unleashed all his strength and stabbed out with his spear. The 9 dragons roared and clawed out continuously, crushing Song Yan's attack. The terrifying power of destruction and countless runes surged toward Song Yan. Song Yan was pushed back for 10,000 meters before he could stabilize himself. Puff! His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You've lost. Lu Ming said calmly. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a heavy blow to Song Yan's body, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. Lu Ming's words were so sarcastic. Just a moment ago, Song Yan was still arrogant and said that he would defeat Lu Ming in 10 moves. In fact, 10 moves was just a casual remark. In his opinion, 1 move was enough to defeat Lu Ming and even kill Lu Ming. But now, he was defeated by Lu Ming in less than 10 moves. Kill! Song Yan roared. Boom! Boom! 2 figures rushed out from the depths of the palace. Their terrifying aura made everyone's expression change. They were 2 martial emperors. Song Yan wanted to send martial emperors to kill Lu Ming. Song Yan, you're going back on your words. Luo Xian rushed to the sky and came in front of Lu Ming, glaring at Song Yan. Get out of the way. Song Yan's expression was somewhat ferocious. Today, Lu Ming made him lose face in front of so many people from small countries. He wished he could cut Lu Ming into pieces. As for this, he had brought it on himself. But of course, he wouldn't think about it. Everything was Lu Ming's fault. How could it be his fault? Song Yan, you sent martial emperors because you couldn't win. If this matter were to spread, I'm afraid it would tarnish your reputation. Even the reputation of the Blue Demon King's residence would be damaged. Luo Xian stood firmly in front of Lu Ming and continued, moreover, even if you must take action today, you'll have to do it over my dead body. Lu Ming is my guest. I can't watch him get killed. Song Yan's expression turned even uglier. Luo Xian's words did make him hesitate. One was his reputation, and the other was Luo Xian's identity. Luo Xian was the princess of the Yura kingdom. The Yura kingdom wasn't an ordinary small country. It was one of the top 5 high-grade countries under the ancient devil nation. He was also very apprehensive. Sang Yen hesitated. Lu Ming, let's go. Luo Xian transmitted her voice to Lu Ming, then turned around and walked out of the Blue Demon King's residence. Wu Shi and the others quickly followed. Sang Yan's expression changed a few times, but he didn't give the order to take action. Lu Ming and the others left the Blue Demon King's residence and returned to their residence. I didn't expect that person to be from the Sang Yan residence. Lu Ming was also speechless. He came here with the intention of getting to know the ancient devil nation's royal family through Luo Xian's recommendation. He didn't expect to offend the Blue Demon King's residence's little prince. It seems like I can only wait for the ancient devil nation's king's banquet to find an opportunity when all the sky prides compete. Lu Ming thought to himself. Lu Ming, don't think too much. The Blue Demon King's residence isn't the only sky prides in the ancient devil nation's royal family. I'll introduce you to the others in a few days. Luo Xian comforted Lu Ming. Thank you. Lu Ming looked at Luo Xian and smiled. He was quite touched when Luo Xian stood in front of him unwaveringly. Luo Xian was a straightforward person. Compared to Yu Ning, she was much better. In the next few days, Luo Xian introduced a few members of the royal family to Lu Ming. Although they were talented, they were still lacking compared to the Sang Yan. There were a few times when Lu Ming tried to find out more about the ancient demonic coffin. However, the other party did not know much about the ancient demonic coffin. He only knew that it was the treasure of the ancient demonic nation and only the king could control it. Lu Ming frowned, his heart heavy. The ancient demonic coffin was so important that only the king could control it. Could he really borrow it for a month? Needless to say, the king of the ancient devil nation was an emperor. Chapter 2043. 10 days later, the king's banquet officially began. At the center of the ancient devil nation's capital, a majestic palace suddenly appeared in the sky. The palace shone brightly, and it could be seen from far away. The palace had 9 floors, and it looked like a divine palace. There was a jade staircase in each of the 4 directions of the palace, extending from the top of the palace to the bottom. The guests who went to congratulate the king climbed up the jade staircase to the 9th floor of the palace. Lu Ming and the people of the Yura kingdom went up the jade staircase on the east side. What a majestic palace! Lu Ming was shocked. This 9-floor palace was too huge. It was 100,000 feet tall, and it pierced through the sky. Even the jade staircase was incomparably huge. A person on it was like an ant. There were people coming from this direction, climbing up the jade staircase to congratulate the king. The ancient devil nation was one of the 2 super devil nations in the land of infinite demons. Almost half of the devil nations came to congratulate the king, so the number of people was naturally shocking. Lu Ming and the others climbed up the jade staircase, and it took them half an hour to reach the 9th floor of the palace. The 9th floor of the palace was open air, and it was incomparably spacious. There were all kinds of sacred herbs and strange flowers everywhere, and their fragrance assailed the nostrils. This area was filled with tables and chairs. The Yura kingdom was one of the 5 great devil nations. As soon as they arrived, they were led to the top. The location of this area was also very particular. The height was different, and the level was different. The lowest level was where the people of the low-tier devil nations sat. The lower level was where the middle-tier devil nations sat. Above them were where the 5 high-tier devil nations sat. At the top were the experts of the ancient devil nation and the nobles. Brother Luo. Brother Luo. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, there were already some people there. When they saw the head of the Luo family, they greeted him. These people were the kings of the other high-tier devil nations, and they had prominent statuses. Now that the Luo family was in charge of the Yura kingdom, they naturally greeted the head of the Luo family. At the side, the head of the Yu family snorted coldly and led Yu Ning, Ji Tian, and the others to find a seat. Following that, more and more people arrived, and the vast space was almost full. The king has arrived. A voice resounded throughout the entire place, causing everyone to fall silent. The monarch here was none other than the monarch of the ancient devil nation. A group of people flew through the air and landed at the highest point. The person in the lead was a burly old man. He wore a purple gold robe and had a smile on his face. Although he did not reveal any aura, he had a supreme dignity. Greetings to the ancient great emperor. Everyone bowed respectfully. Every ruler of the ancient devil kingdom was known as the ancient great emperor. Everyone, please have a seat. The ancient great emperor waved his hand and everyone took their seats. Lu Ming glanced around and discovered that there were many people beside the ancient great emperor. Some were old, and some were young. Many of their auras were powerful and incomparably terrifying. There was no doubt that there were great emperors among them. The eternal devil nation definitely had more than one great emperor. Zhang Yan. Lu Ming saw Zhang Yan in the crowd behind the ancient great emperor. At this moment, Zhang Yan also looked at the Yura kingdom. When he saw Lu Ming, a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Yan, the person you are talking about is that kid? Beside the ancient great emperor, a skinny old man with snow-white hair asked Zhang Yan through telepathy. This old man was Zhang Yan's grandfather, the Blue Demon King. Grandfather, that's him. Zhang Yan nodded. Alright, I understand. Demon King Zhang nodded and did not continue speaking. His face was calm, and no one could guess what he was thinking. The Sky Domain Devil Nation congratulates the ancient great emperor on overcoming the great calamity and achieving immortality. At this moment, the king of the Sky Domain Devil Nation stood up and congratulated the ancient great emperor. He also presented a congratulatory gift. The Yura kingdom congratulates the ancient great emperor on overcoming the great calamity and achieving immortality in the future. The head of the Luo family also presented a congratulatory gift. Following that, the kings of the various devil nations came forward to congratulate the ancient great emperor and presented their gifts. Starting from the 5 high-class devil nations, it was the low-class devil nation's turn. Thank you for coming today. Please take a seat. The ancient great emperor's voice was heard. Following that, maids served various delicacies and wine. Then, a peerlessly enchanting female demon came forward to perform the heavenly demon dance. The atmosphere became lively. Great Emperor, there are so many geniuses in the world today. Why don't we let the younger generation compete with each other to liven up the atmosphere? Someone suggested. Every time the ancient great emperor overcame a great calamity, this would happen. Some people were looking forward to it. I also want to see how outstanding the geniuses of this generation are. I heard that there is more than one son of heaven in this generation, and there are even more king physiques. The ancient great emperor said with a smile. That's right. This generation is indeed filled with geniuses, more so than any previous generation. The Blue Demon King said. Oh, in that case, I will also change the rewards this time. Those in the top 3 can make a request of me. If it is something that I can do, I will try my best to satisfy it. Those in the top 10 can also receive a reward. The ancient great emperor's voice spread in all directions. Many people's eyes lit up. Those in the top 3 could make a request of the great emperor. This was too tempting. Moreover, the rewards for those in the top 10 were definitely not trivial. The rewards this time were also beyond the past. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Those in the top 3 could make a request of the ancient great emperor. If he was in the top 3, wouldn't he be able to borrow the eternal demonic coffin from the ancient great emperor? Since the great emperor said it himself, he shouldn't reject it. Moreover, it was only for a month. I must be in the top 3. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. Although he didn't know how strong the Son of Heaven was, Lu Ming believed that as long as he used his full strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to be in the top 3. Alright, then I will let the Blue Demon King host this time. The ancient great emperor smiled. He didn't need to host this matter personally. He could leave it to others. Thank you, Great Emperor. The Blue Demon King stood up and stepped into the air outside the palace. With a wave of his hand, a platform floated out. Then, the platform rapidly expanded into a 100-mile-wide battle platform. The height of the battle platform was slightly lower than the palace. Sitting on it, one could clearly see the situation on the battle platform. Young people who want to participate can sign up and leave their names. The Blue Demon King said and then called a few people to register their names. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately, young people flew up and signed up. There were too many people. In an instant, hundreds of people went up. Who do you think will be in the top 3 this time? Is there a need to ask? The 2 sons of heaven will definitely be in the top 3. That's right. The 2 sons of heaven will definitely be in the top 3. The key is who will get the other slot. Tsang Yen and Lu Su are both likely to get it. Chapter 2044. The registration process was quick. All they had to do was to register their names. Hence, it did not take long. Soon, Lu Ming, Luo Xian, and the rest also went to register. Stop right there. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. A figure stood in front of Lu Ming. Tsang Yen. Lu Ming frowned. What is Tsang Yen trying to do? Lu Ming, you are not qualified to take part in the competition. Step down. Tsang Yen looked down at Lu Ming from above. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Many people looked over curiously, including the older generation cultivators in their seats. Tsang Yen, what do you mean? How is Lu Ming not qualified to take part in the competition? If he is not qualified, then you are not qualified either. Don't forget that you were defeated by Lu Ming a few days ago. Luo Xian stepped forward and stared at Tsang Yen. What? Tsang Yen was defeated. Is that true? Is that the young man? It looks mediocre. Many people were shocked. They looked at Lu Ming in bewilderment. In the ancient devil nation and the other devil nations under its rule, Tsang Yen was the most outstanding genius, except for the Son of Heaven. Almost no one could defeat him. How could this person defeat Tsang Yen? What is his background? After all, the geniuses invited by Tsang Yen were only a small part of the people present. Many people did not know about the battle between Lu Ming and Tsang Yen. Those geniuses present were afraid of offending Tsang Yen. When they returned, they did not spread the news. Therefore, not many people knew that Lu Ming had defeated Tsang Yen. Now that Luo Xian said it, everyone was shocked. Many people even suspected that Luo Xian was telling the truth. Even many of the older generation looked at Lu Ming curiously. Being able to defeat Tsang Yen was no small matter. Such a genius would have great achievements in the future. Naturally, he was worth paying attention to. Tsang Yan's face was extremely dark. Luo Xian was not giving him any face at all. He had actually revealed the matter of his defeat in front of everyone. During this time, I sent people to investigate this person, but they didn't find any clues. They couldn't find out his origin at all. This person's origin is unknown, so he is not qualified to participate in the competition. Tsang Yen shouted. The purpose of this competition is to congratulate the great emperor. As for the background of the participants, what does it matter? Luo Xian argued strongly. His origin is unknown. Who knows what he is plotting? Tsang Yen sneered. Great emperor, what should we do? Up above, the Blue Demon King asked the ancient great emperor for instructions. I have already handed this matter over to you. You have full authority to handle it. The ancient great emperor waved his hand. He had no interest in the conflict between the younger generation. From his height, he only had the mentality of watching a good show. Only the Son of Heaven would be worthy of his attention. Yes, great emperor. The Blue Demon King bowed and then moved, appearing above Lu Ming and the others. What's going on? The Blue Demon King said in a dignified manner. It's like this, Luo Xian took the initiative to explain the situation. The great emperor has just passed a great tribulation. This is a grand event that only happens once every 300,000 years. There cannot be any mistakes. You, withdraw. The Blue Demon King looked at Lu Ming and waved his hand. Lu Ming frowned. Luo Xian's face turned ugly. The Blue Demon King was not allowing Lu Ming to participate in the competition. A cold smile appeared on Song Yan's face. Not far away, Yuning, Ji Tian, and the others also revealed gloating smiles. Your Highness, I did defeat Song Yan, but you can't shield him because of this. Lu Ming said. His voice was very loud and spread in all directions. His meaning was clear. The Blue Demon King was deliberately making things difficult for him because of Song Yan. Impudent. What kind of attitude is this? How dare you doubt this king? The Blue Demon King shouted. A terrifying aura spread out from his body. He stared at Lu Ming and said, Your origin is unknown. I am already merciful for not taking you down on the spot. How dare you speak so much? If you don't withdraw, don't blame this king for being impolite. The scene was silent. No one said anything. The Luo family head felt that the Blue Demon King had gone too far. He, the Blue Demon King, had great power in the ancient devil nation. It was not worthwhile for him to offend the Blue Demon King because of this matter. It was just that he could not participate in the competition. In his opinion, it was a small matter. However, this was a big matter for Lu Ming. It was related to the ancient devil coffin. But it was clear that the Blue Demon King would not give him this opportunity. The ancient great emperor looked on indifferently. Although he also felt that the Blue Demon King had gone too far, since he had let the Blue Demon King host, he would not say anything. Why aren't you withdrawing? The Azure Demon King bellowed again. His terrifying aura was like a tidal wave, pressing on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body retreated continuously. He was under immense pressure. Lu Ming clenched his fists. He was extremely unwilling. But in the end, Lu Ming retreated. The Blue Demon King's strength was shocking. Even if he wasn't a great emperor, he was still a peak true emperor. It was impossible to fight him head-on. He had to think of another way. Song Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. The reason why he did not let Lu Ming participate was to take revenge on Lu Ming. The second reason was that Lu Ming's strength was too shocking. If Lu Ming participated, he would have no hope of getting into the top 3. The registration continued. It took half a day for the registration to end. After the registration, the competition began. It was very intense. However, all of this had nothing to do with Lu Ming. He sat in his seat, drinking while thinking about his next step. How could he borrow the ancient devil coffin for a month? For martial experts, even those who had reached the sage realm, it was normal for them to sit in the coffin for a few months. Therefore, the competition continued. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. After a few days of competition, most of the people were eliminated. Only a few dozen people were left. These dozens of people were all extremely talented, and many of them even had king bodies. The land of myriad demons is indeed a warlike place. There is endless killing. The overall level of the prodigies is stronger than that of Yuan Mountain. Towards the end, Lu Ming also perked up and observed. He found that the number of geniuses in the land of myriad demons was about the same as that of Yuan Mountain, but the quality was higher. For example, the average cultivation of the geniuses in the land of myriad demons was higher than that of Yuan Mountain. Many of them had reached the absolute saint realm. There were even some who had reached the peak of the absolute saint realm. For example, Luo Xian had a monarch body at the peak of the absolute saint realm. However, she did not have the slightest advantage among these geniuses. There were at least 20 or 30 people who were not weaker than her. This was not all the geniuses in the land of myriad demons. It was only half of them. There were so many powerful geniuses who had reached the peak of the absolute saint realm. It was shocking. However, in the past few years, after the cultivation in the Origin Mountain's sacred courtyard, the competition, and the battle with the evil god tribe, many people's cultivation base had increased. Chapter 2045. The competition continued. Among them, two young men caught Lu Ming's attention. Because these two people were exceptionally powerful. They were two Elysian children. Children of the void, children of death. Lu Ming whispered. One of the two Elysian children controlled the law of nothingness, which was also one of the 10 strongest laws. It was extremely terrifying and could turn everything into nothingness. The other person actually controlled the law of death, just like Death Blade. Today was indeed a golden era. In the past, it was already very impressive for an Elysian child to appear. But now, Elysian children were appearing frequently. Even the same law had different people who had successfully cultivated it. This was only the land of Yuan Mountain and the land of infinite demons. One had to know that the Yuan realm had 10 lands. It was conceivable that there would be more than one Elysian child. It was conceivable that if Death Blade encountered this person, a great battle would probably break out. In addition to these two people, Sang Yan's strength was indeed very strong. He was invincible and was a popular candidate for the top 3. After a few days of fierce battles, all the rankings were out. Luo Xian and Yu Ning were both ranked 22nd. They didn't even squeeze into the top 20. As for Ji Tian, he had cultivated the law of light and was indeed powerful. He had surged all the way to the top 10 and was ranked 6th. After all, there were very few people who could cultivate the law of light in the monarch body. And Sang Yan, after a series of battles, finally defeated his competitors and obtained 3rd place. The 1st and 2nd place were naturally the two Elysian children. The two Elysian children's cultivation had reached the great circle of the Absolute Saint realm and were very close to the Quasi-Emperor realm. Moreover, they had cultivated the law of light. Their combat strength was too strong. The most exciting battle was the battle between the two Elysian children, which pushed the atmosphere to the peak. The law of nothingness and the law of death collided. These two laws were extremely overbearing. The two's cultivation was also similar. The battle took 1,000 moves to determine the winner. In the end, the child of death narrowly won because of his mastery of the law of light. He was very close to the Quasi-Emperor realm. Amazing, amazing. Is this the battle strength of the Elysian children? It's really terrifying. Luo Xian blinked her big eyes in amazement. The Elysian child is indeed powerful. Below the martial emperor realm, ordinary martial artists are no match for the Elysian child. No matter how strong they are, it's useless. Yu Ning also sighed and glanced at Lu Ming intentionally or unintentionally. This meant that if one wasn't an Elysian child, no matter how strong one was, they wouldn't be a match for an Elysian child. Lu Ming smiled faintly and sighed inwardly. If he made a move, he would definitely be able to enter the top 3. Although the two Elysian children were strong, he was not afraid. What a pity. Lu Ming sighed, picked up a cup of wine, and drank it in one gulp. Yu Ning thought that Lu Ming had realized the difference between him and the Elysian child, which was why he was acting like this. She sneered. Those ranked in the top 3 can make a request to me. Come forward. At this moment, the ancient great emperor's voice sounded. The two Elysian children and Sang Yan stepped forward. At this moment, Sang Yan was extremely excited. If he made a request to the great emperor, he had to make sure that this request was of the greatest value to him, the most beneficial value to him. Should I ask for an ancient scripture or take the opportunity to become the great emperor's disciple? Sang Yan's mind spun rapidly, and his body trembled with excitement. Ha ha ha, since it's so lively today, I'll join in the fun. At this moment, a loud laugh resounded through the sky. Rumble. 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 The sky rumbled as if a huge monster was about to break through the void. Many experts' faces darkened as they looked at the void in the distance. Rip. In the next moment, the void cracked open, and an incomparably huge battleship sailed out of the dark void. The battleship was 10,000 meters long, and it was pitch black. It gave off a terrifying pressure. "That's the Undying Demon Kingdom's undying battleship," someone exclaimed. Many people were shocked. The Undying Demon Kingdom was another super demon kingdom that was as famous as the ancient Demon Kingdom. Two tigers could not live on one mountain. The two super demon kingdoms were naturally hostile, and there would often be conflicts and wars. The undying battleship of the Undying Demon Kingdom had broken through the void and arrived. A group of people stood on the deck of the battleship. The person in the lead was a middle-aged burly man. He was wearing a long robe and had a domineering aura. "Undying, what are you doing here?" The ancient great emperor looked at the burly man and said coldly. Many people were shocked. In the Undying Demon Kingdom, only one person dared to use this title, and that was the ruler of the Undying Demon Kingdom, the Undying Emperor. Just like the ancient great emperor, every ruler of the Undying Demon Kingdom used the title of Undying Emperor. "Ha, ancient immortal, you've finally survived the calamity. Of course I'm here to congratulate you." "Why? Don't you welcome me?" The Undying Emperor laughed. "You're a guest. Come and sit down," the ancient great emperor said, and then ordered people to prepare seats. "Let's go," the Undying Emperor said. Many people followed him and jumped down from the battleship. Those who followed the Undying Emperor were experts of the older generation, and there were also experts of the younger generation. The Undying Emperor glanced around, and his gaze fell on the young sky prides on the battle stage. At this moment, the top 30 sky prides were still standing on the battle stage. The top 3 could make a request to the ancient great emperor. The top 10 would be rewarded handsomely, and the top 30 would also be rewarded. That was why they were waiting there. The ancient demon kingdom is indeed full of geniuses. The sky prides of my Undying Demon Kingdom are also tempted. They want to spar with the sky prides of the ancient demon kingdom. "Ancient immortal, what do you think?" The Undying Emperor laughed. "They're here." Many people felt their hearts trembling. Indeed, the people from the Undying Devil Empire didn't come here with good intentions. They wouldn't be here just to congratulate the ancient emperor. "Alright, I have the same idea. Let the two sky prides spar. It's good for them too," the ancient great emperor said. He could not refuse. Otherwise, people would think that the ancient demon kingdom was afraid of the Undying Demon Kingdom. "Alright, ha!" The Undying Emperor laughed. He then looked at the young men behind him and said, "Have fun with the sky prides of the ancient demon kingdom. Remember, don't embarrass me." "Yes, Great Emperor." The sky prides cupped their fists. "I'll go first." Then, a young man from the Undying Demon Kingdom leaped onto the battle stage. He looked arrogant as he scanned the sky prides of the ancient demon kingdom and said, "My name is Yuan Tua. I have the king body. I've just reached the great circle of the Saint Realm. Who wants to spar with me?" The sky prides of the ancient demon kingdom fell silent. Many of them looked around, but no one stepped forward. The Undying Demon Kingdom did not have good intentions. Their sky prides would not be weak. They did not know how strong their opponent was, so they did not dare to act rashly. If they lost, it would be embarrassing. Chapter 2046. "What? You don't dare to fight me?" Yuan Tua sneered. "Let me fight you." Someone shouted and stepped out. It was Luo Xian. "What a beautiful woman." "Ha, don't worry. I'm a person who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. I'll be merciful later." Yuan Tua laughed. "Shameless boasting," Luo Xian said coldly. She was unhappy with Yuan Tua. The two of them stood facing each other, and their auras spread out. The geniuses in the fighting ring flew down and stood outside the fighting ring. "Pretty lady, I'm rank 25 in the Immortal Demon Nation. I wonder what your rank is in the Ancient Demon Nation." Yuan Tuo laughed. 22. Luo Xian replied coldly. 22. Ha, I can defeat you. Yuan Tuo laughed, and his aura became stronger. He then rushed toward Luo Xian. Judgment. Luo Xian said softly and used her judgment law to fight against Yuan Tuo. Boom. There was a loud explosion, and the two of them were forced back. They were evenly matched. Yuan Tuo's face turned serious, and he charged toward Luo Xian. Luo Xian fought back. The two of them fought fiercely. Yuan Tuo was strong. He had a king body, and he was not weaker than Luo Xian. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows, but they were still evenly matched. However, the faces of many people from the ancient devil nation turned grim. Yuan Tuo said that he was only ranked 25 in the immortal demon nation, while Luo Xian was ranked 22. If they were evenly matched, wouldn't it mean that the ancient demon nation was weaker? Boom. Boom. In the fighting ring, the two of them exchanged dozens of blows, but they were still evenly matched. At this moment, Yuan Tuo's eyes turned cold. He was the first one to fight, and a draw was not the result he wanted. Swoosh. Swoosh. Yuan Tuo suddenly changed his moves. His claws were like lightning, and he grabbed at Luo Xian's chest and other private areas. Luo Xian's face turned ugly. She was flustered, and she was at a disadvantage. Despicable. How dare you use such a despicable method? Someone from the ancient demon nation shouted. What a joke. In a battle of life and death, any method can be used. If you don't know this, how can you cultivate the demon nation? Someone from the immortal demon nation sneered, and the people from the ancient demon nation were unhappy. Bang! Luo Xian was at a disadvantage. Finally, he was no match for his opponent. After receiving a blow from his opponent, he was forced to retreat as blood spilled from his mouth. Whoosh! Yuan Tuo continued his frenzied attacks. Luo Xian was injured and was at a complete disadvantage. A beauty like jade, let me have a taste of a beauty's touch. Yuan Tuo sneered coldly as he approached Luo Xian and secretly transmitted his voice to him. Luo Xian gritted his teeth in anger, but he was indeed no match for his opponent. After a few moves, he was sent flying again. Luo Xian gritted his teeth and rushed down the fighting ring. She understood that she had already lost this battle. If she continued to fight, she would only be humiliated by her opponent. Where are you going? Yuan Tuo's figure was extremely fast. He quickly approached Luo Xian and blasted a palm towards Luo Xian. Luo Xian could not avoid this attack. In his seat, Lu Ming had been paying close attention to the situation on the fighting stage. At this moment, his eyes turned cold, and his body shot out explosively. Even from a distance, he blasted out a palm strike. A palm print formed and blasted towards Yuan Tuo. Those above Martial Emperor would not be able to make a move. However, as a member of the younger generation, he could. Yuan Tuo's expression changed. He blasted out a blow with all his might and collided with Lu Ming's palm print. Then, his body shook violently, and he could not help but take a few steps back. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed forward, grabbed Luo Xian's slender waist, and returned to the fighting ring. Boy, you interfered in our battle. Are you trying to break the rules? Yuan Tuo said with a gloomy face. Luo Xian's body has already flown out of the fighting ring, which is equivalent to admitting defeat. If you continue to attack, you are the one who broke the rules first. Lu Ming said lightly. Luo Xian's body had indeed flown out of the fighting ring. Once her body flew out of the fighting ring, it was equivalent to admitting defeat. Since Yuan Tuo was still attacking, Lu Ming could naturally help. Humph, boy, you want to be the hero who saves the beauty? I'd like to see what you're capable of. A wisp of killing intent flashed in Yuan Tuo's eyes. His powerful aura locked onto Lu Ming. Lu Ming let go of Luo Xian and was about to attack. However, at this moment, a voice sounded. Lu Ming, what are you doing? This has nothing to do with you. Get out of the fighting ring. Song Yan landed on the fighting ring and looked coldly at Lu Ming. He scolded, since when is it your turn to interfere with someone who isn't even qualified to participate in the battle? Of course, we will be the ones to fight with the geniuses of the immortal devil kingdom. Get out. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. Finally, he sneered, oh, I'll leave it to you. Luo Xian, let's go. Lu Ming and Luo Xian moved and returned to their seats. Do you want to continue the battle? Song Yan looked at Yuan Tuo. What's your ranking in the ancient devil kingdom? Yuan Tuo asked. Third. Song Yan replied arrogantly, revealing a hint of pride. You want to fight me, who is ranked 25th in the immortal devil kingdom? Yuan Tuo revealed a mocking expression. If you want to fight, I will send someone else to fight with you. Song Yan said. He used the word, send, as if everyone had to listen to his orders. I won one battle. I won't fight. Yuan Tuo smiled and left the fighting ring. Then, another young man from the immortal devil kingdom appeared. I'm Ao Xian, ranked 15th in the immortal devil kingdom. Who wants to fight me? Ao Xian's voice rang out. I'll fight you. A young man from the ancient devil kingdom stepped onto the fighting ring. He was also ranked 15th in the ancient devil kingdom. The battle broke out, but the result made the people from the ancient devil kingdom pale. In just a few dozen moves, the genius from the ancient devil kingdom was defeated. They were both ranked 15th, but the genius from the ancient devil kingdom was no match for Ao Xian. Didn't this mean that the ancient devil kingdom was inferior to Ao Xian? Who wants to fight me? After Ao Xian won, he did not retreat. He wanted to continue the battle. Then, the genius from the ancient devil kingdom who was ranked 13th went up to fight Ao Xian. The two of them exchanged a few hundred moves, but the result was still Ao Xian coming out on top. Then, the sparring continued. However, the genius from the ancient devil kingdom was at a disadvantage. The two countries were ranked the same. In fact, the geniuses from the ancient devil kingdom who were ranked slightly higher were no match for the geniuses from the immortal devil kingdom. Only those who were ranked 3 or even 4 places higher than the geniuses from the ancient devil kingdom could fight or even defeat them. A day later, the genius from the ancient devil kingdom who was ranked 6th defeated the genius from the ancient devil kingdom who was ranked 4th. Swoosh! Then, another young man from the immortal devil kingdom stepped onto the fighting ring. This person was ranked 4th in the immortal devil kingdom. I heard that the top 3 geniuses from the ancient devil kingdom are all incredible geniuses. Who is ranked 3rd? Come out and fight. This person said. Song Yan stepped out with a pale face. Boom! The two of them started the fight, and an intense battle broke out. Chapter 2047. That's the law of 10,000 magic. Someone exclaimed as they recognized the law. The law of 10,000 magic was also the law of kings, and it was extremely terrifying. It was most suitable for demonic cultivators. Once the law of 10,000 magic was used, it was as if it could summon the will of an ancient demon and attack the enemy with it. It was very terrifying. Although their cultivation levels were similar, Song Yan was at a disadvantage as soon as they started fighting. He roared and tried his best to fight with his opponent, but after dozens of moves, he was still no match for him. He was sent flying out of the fighting ring and vomited blood. He was defeated after dozens of moves, and his opponent was only ranked 4th in the undying demonic kingdom. Didn't that mean that there were 3 more geniuses who were stronger than him? Could it be that his opponent had 3 sons of heaven? Impossible. I've always heard that the undying demonic kingdom only has 2 sons of heaven. How is that possible? This person cultivates the law of 10,000 magic and has the light of the law. His combat strength is amazing. Other than the sons of heaven, who else is stronger than him? Everyone was talking about it. The experts of the ancient demonic kingdom had ugly looks on their faces. The ancient great emperor's face was ugly as well. Today was the day to celebrate his passing of the tribulation, but the undying demonic kingdom had come and challenged him with a younger generation. This was equivalent to slapping his face. However, the ancient demonic kingdom was still at a disadvantage. Whoosh! At this time, another figure rushed into the fighting ring. The Son of the Void. Many people were shocked. It was the Son of the Void of the ancient demonic kingdom, who was ranked second. The Son of the Void stepped toward the expert of the undying demonic kingdom. His powerful aura made his opponent's face extremely serious. Your opponent is me. At this time, a young man from the undying demonic kingdom also rushed into the fighting ring, and his aura rushed toward the Son of the Void. Boom! The Son of the Void's figure was blocked. It's the law of void again. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed. The genius of the undying demonic kingdom also mastered the law of void, which was the same as the Son of the Void of the ancient demonic kingdom. Two Sons of the Void. In the land of myriad devils, there are two Sons of the Void. Two super devil nations each have one. These two are fated rivals. When they first rose to prominence, they often fought each other. Almost every year, they would fight. Even now, it's difficult to determine a victor. Luo Xian's voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears as he explained to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. Different people grasping the same ultimate law. They were indeed fated rivals. Everyone wanted to be the strongest. Only by stepping on their opponents could they truly climb to the top. This was much more meaningful than defeating the other Elysian children. Thus, if two Elysian children of the same level were to meet, a battle would definitely erupt. Unless the difference in cultivation level between the two sides was too great. If that was the case, there would be no point in fighting. Boom! The two fated opponents understood each other too well. Without any superfluous words, they started fighting. The terrifying law of nothingness continued to collide. It was as if everything was about to turn into nothingness. At the same time, the Son of Death, who was ranked first in the ancient devil nation, soared through the air, surrounded by the law of death. His gaze landed on a genius from the undying devil nation. Whoosh! That genius also soared into the sky and stood opposite the Son of Death. A terrifying aura burst out from his body, and a mysterious law burst out at the same time. It's the law of primordial chaos. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He finally saw a new law of primordial chaos. Among the 10 ultimate laws, the law of primordial chaos was the most similar to the law of primordial chaos. He still had 3 strands of primordial chaos in his hands. The two Elysian children stood opposite each other. Their auras clashed, forming a terrifying storm. The two of us have fought more than once. It's hard to determine the winner. The Son of Primordial Chaos said. As the top genius of the land of myriad devils, they naturally knew each other. Moreover, they had fought more than once. You don't have the confidence to defeat me. It's meaningless for you to come here today. The Son of Death said coldly. Although the other geniuses from the undying devil nation had the upper hand, they couldn't defeat the Elysian children. Even if they had the upper hand before, it was meaningless. The ones fighting you today are not us. The Son of Primordial Chaos said. What did he mean? Many people were shocked. If they weren't the ones fighting the Son of Death, who else could it be? Could it be that there were other Elysian children in the undying devil nation? I can tell you that in the past, I was ranked first in the undying devil nation. But now, I'm ranked second. The Son of Primordial Chaos said. The people from the ancient devil nation were shocked. The Son of Primordial Chaos was ranked second? Could it be that he had been defeated by the Son of the Void? However, the Son of the Void's cultivation had not reached the peak of the Great Circle of the Absolute Saint Realm. Moreover, even if he had reached the peak of the Great Circle of the Absolute Saint Realm, he might not be able to defeat the Son of Primordial Chaos. Apart from the Son of the Void, the undying devil nation had someone stronger than the Son of Primordial Chaos? Everyone couldn't calm down. Bang! Bang! At this time, a young man stepped out from the undying Devil Nation's side. Every step he took caused the void to rumble. He was an ordinary-looking young man. He wore a black short-sleeved shirt with his arms exposed. His arms were pitch black like demonic iron and seemed to be filled with explosive power. His eyes were pitch black, but they shone with ambition. Everyone from the ancient Devil Nation turned to look at this person. Could he be the #1 genius of the undying Devil Nation? Stronger than the son of primordial chaos? Impossible. His cultivation seems to be at the great circle of the absolute saint realm. How can he be stronger than the son of primordial chaos? That's right. It's said that the son of primordial chaos's cultivation has reached the peak of the great circle of the absolute saint realm. He's only a step away from entering the boundary emperor realm. He's on par with the son of death. Many people from the ancient Devil Nation discussed among themselves. They couldn't figure it out. Even the ancient great emperor and other experts looked at the young man curiously. Lu Ming also looked at the young man. He could vaguely feel that the young man gave him a strong pressure. It was as if the young man's body contained a terrifying power. He didn't feel this kind of pressure even when facing Heng Xinghe or the son of primordial chaos. My name is Ancient Devil. The young man said calmly. His voice reverberated throughout the area. After he finished speaking, he looked at the son of death and said, "Today, your opponent is me." Boom! At this moment, the two sons of the void exchanged a blow and retreated simultaneously. The son of the void from the ancient Devil Nation looked at Ancient Devil coldly. You want to fight us? Then let's see what you're capable of. The son of the void from the ancient Devil Nation was extremely domineering. With a wave of his hand, a ray of void light shot towards Ancient Devil. This void light was extremely terrifying. As long as it swept past, everything would turn into nothingness. Boom! Ancient Devil attacked. Chapter 2048. The ancient devil punched out. His fist was covered with a layer of black light. Boom! The punch seemed to tear the space apart as it collided with the law of nothingness. What was shocking was that when the punch landed on the law of nothingness shook violently as if it was about to be torn apart by the ancient devil's punch. What a terrifying attack! But why can't I feel the fluctuation of the law from him? I don't feel it either. What's going on? Some people were discussing in shock. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He was surprised. He did not feel the power of the law from the ancient devil either. He only felt the extremely condensed explosive power and attack that seemed to be able to tear apart all the laws. Could it be, some of the older generation figures seemed to have realized something and were shocked? Kill! The son of the void of the ancient Devil Nation roared. A ray of light of nothingness spread out and enveloped his body. He exploded with all his strength. The law of nothingness and saint power combined to form a demonic blade. Blades of nothingness, turn into nothingness. The son of the void's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. He waved his arms, and the blades of nothingness shot toward the ancient devil. As long as one was hit by the blades of nothingness, everything would turn into nothingness. Not even the most basic particles would be left behind. This was the terror of the law of nothingness. However, the ancient devil was not afraid at all. His body was covered in a layer of black demonic light. He kept punching with his fists. Dong! Dong! His fists kept colliding with the blades of nothingness. A deafening roar sounded in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than a dozen blows. Bam! Bam! After more than a dozen blows, the blades of nothingness were shattered by the ancient devil and exploded. The ancient devil stepped into the air. Demonic light shrouded him. He was extremely domineering. It was as if a real ancient demon god had awakened. Boom! The ancient devil launched a storm-like attack, suppressing the son of the void and forcing him to retreat. At the scene, The ancient devil nation, whether it was the emperor-level experts or the younger generation figures, were shocked beyond words. The son of the void was suppressed in just a dozen blows. This was something that even the son of death, who was ranked first, could not do. Furthermore, they did not sense any law fluctuations from the ancient devil's body. How can he be so terrifying? I can feel that his cultivation is at the peak of the absolute saint realm, but why is his battle prowess so terrifying? He's even stronger than the Elysian child. What law does he control? I can't sense the power of laws. Voices rang out one after another. Their voices were filled with disbelief. Could it be an archaic devil cultivator? It must be. It must be an immemorial demonic cultivator. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such terrifying power. I didn't expect that immemorial demonic cultivators would appear in the Yuan realm. At this moment, several white-haired old men spoke. Their voices were filled with shock and seriousness. Primordial devil cultivator. Many people were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had heard of this term. The history of cultivation in the heaven realm far exceeds that of the primordial realm. Legend has it that in the primordial age of the heaven realm, the cultivation system was completely different from the current cultivation system. At that time, the path of cultivation did not cultivate the power of laws. Instead, it focused more on one's own body. Those who succeeded in cultivation would have extremely terrifying offensive power. There was a saying that one's strength could break through all techniques. The primordial cultivation system was divided into many types. The primordial demonic cultivators of that time were the true demonic cultivators. Their demonic origin was shocking, and their offensive power was unparalleled. An old man muttered and said a bunch of things. Everyone was shocked. The primordial cultivation system. Could it be that the ancient devil cultivated the primordial cultivation system? The ancient devil should have cultivated the primordial demonic path. However, the primordial cultivation system is extremely difficult to cultivate. It's even more difficult to cultivate it successfully. Later on, after the rise of the law system, the primordial cultivation system slowly disappeared. There are very few in the heaven realm. I didn't expect the primordial cultivation system to appear in the Yuan realm. Beside Lu Ming and the others, Patriarch Luo sighed. He had also heard some rumors. Some old men sighed. In fact, the current demonic cultivators could no longer be considered true demonic cultivators. Luo Xian, Wu Shi, and the others were shocked. At this moment, the ancient devil had completely gained the upper hand. The son of the void kept retreating. In the end, the ancient devil punched through the law of nothingness. The law of nothingness was said to be able to turn everything into nothingness. However, it couldn't break the layer of demonic light on the ancient devil's body. Instead, the demonic light pierced through the law of nothingness. At the same time, the demonic light whistled and almost tore the son of the void's law light apart. The son of the void frantically retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. You've lost. The ancient devil stood in the air and said indifferently. He looked ordinary, but he had an invincible belief. The son of the void's face was pale. He had been defeated in just a few moves. Moreover, his opponent's cultivation wasn't higher than his. They were at the same level. This was a huge blow to him. Every son of the heavens had an invincible belief. They believed that they could defeat all strong opponents and reach the peak. The reason he had lost to the son of death was that the son of death had broken through to the great circle of the saint realm longer than him. His mastery of the law was stronger than his. When he caught up in this aspect, he wouldn't lose. But now, he had lost to the ancient devil. The son of the void's expression changed. In the end, he shook his head and sighed. He landed on a seat and circulated his energy to heal his injuries. At this moment, the ancient devil looked at the son of death. Do you still want to fight? The ancient devil asked indifferently. The son of death of the ancient devil nation was called Golong. His expression was solemn. The ancient devil's meaning was obvious. Gulong was only slightly stronger than the Son of the Void. However, the ancient devil could easily crush the Son of the Void. It was obvious who was stronger. Was there a need to fight again? Let's fight. Gulong was very straightforward. He stepped out and the light of death surrounded his body. Let's decide this in one move. If I can't defeat you in one move, I'll admit defeat. Gulong stared at the ancient devil. Up to you. The ancient devil said indifferently, showing his strong confidence. Many people from the ancient devil nation were nervous. Gulong was their last hope. If even Gulong was defeated, then the ancient devil nation would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. The ancient great emperor's face was gloomy. He knew that the undying emperor was here to slap him in the face. Just when he had passed the great tribulation and the nation was celebrating, the undying emperor came to slap him in the face. On the battle stage, Gulong and the ancient devil faced each other. Their auras were getting stronger and stronger. When it reached its peak, Gulong made his move. Abyss of Death. Gulong waved his hands. As he waved his hands, a huge abyss appeared out of thin air. This abyss was huge and as black as ink. It was filled with the aura of death, as if it wanted to bury everything under the abyss. Although Gulong and the Undying Blade both controlled the law of death, the way they used it was very different. Chapter 2049. The death abyss was as dark as ink and unfathomable. The moment it appeared, it pressed down on the ancient devil, suppressing him within the abyss. Success. Some of the people from the ancient devil nation were overjoyed. Previously, Gulong had used this move to defeat the Son of the Void. Even the law of the void could not break the death abyss. All living beings will die if they fall into the death abyss. Gulong said as he exploded. The death chi in the death abyss was extremely dense. But in the next moment, Gulong's face changed. Dong! A deafening explosion could be heard from the death abyss. Dong! Dong! Following that, the explosion in the death abyss became more intense. In the end, the entire death abyss shook violently. After a series of explosions, the abyss of death suddenly exploded as a figure covered in a demonic glow appeared in the sky like a peerless demon. As for Gulong, the moment the death abyss was broken, he retreated with blood flowing out of his mouth. Defeated. The son of death, Gulong, was defeated. At this moment, many of the people from the ancient devil nation turned pale. The strongest person from the ancient devil nation had been defeated. This time, the ancient devil nation had suffered a crushing defeat. Just the ancient devil alone was enough to wipe out all of them. How could the Son of Heaven be defeated? Some of the young people found it even more unbelievable. The Son of Heaven was almost invincible among those of the same level. But now, the Son of Heaven was defeated. Many of the young people felt their confidence crumbling. Ha, ancient devil nation, the geniuses of your ancient devil nation aren't that great. Is there anyone else who wants to give it a try? The Undying Emperor laughed heartily. The Undying Devil Nation and the Ancient Devil Nation were two super devil nations in the land of infinite devils. They had been competing with each other for a long time. The Undying Emperor was naturally happy to be able to slap the Ancient Great Emperor in the face. The other people from the Ancient Devil Nation did not look too good. Slapping the Ancient Great Emperor in the face was equivalent to humiliating them. To think that the Undying Devil Nation has someone who has cultivated the primordial demon Tao to such a level. This is rare. The Ancient Great Emperor spoke. Ha, this person is a legendary genius of my Undying Devil Kingdom. He hasn't been able to awaken his bloodline since he was a child, much less comprehend concepts or control laws. But, this boy has his own lucky chance. He accidentally obtained a cultivation method of the ancient demon path. I never imagined that he would be a peerless genius that cultivates the ancient demon path. After cultivating the ancient demon path, his strength has soared by leaps and bounds. Undead Emperor was very proud, and he introduced Ancient Devil. Many people were shocked. They had not expected that the ancient devil could not cultivate the martial way of the present, nor could he comprehend the concepts and laws. However, he was incomparably suited for the ancient demon path. He was a peerless genius who cultivated the ancient demon path. The ancient cultivation system was extremely difficult to cultivate, and it was many times more difficult than the current cultivation system. Otherwise, it would not have been gradually lost. Furthermore, it didn't mean that just by cultivating the primeval demon path, one would be able to crush the current cultivation system and even defeat the Elysian child. Only the most exceptional of geniuses could reach the level of the ancient devil. Primordial cultivation system, primordial demonic Tao. Lu Ming muttered, and his eyes were filled with a strong battle intent. This was the first time Lu Ming had encountered and heard of the primordial cultivation system. The primordial era of the heavenly world was an era even earlier than the ancient era. At that time, the evil god tribe had not yet started their invasion. Lu Ming was really excited to see the ancient devil, and he wondered if he should take action and fight with him. "Kid, you, come up." Just as Lu Ming was thinking, a voice rang out. A young man from the undead devil kingdom stepped onto the battle stage and looked at Lu Ming. That's right, he was looking at Lu Ming. This young man was the one who had defeated Luo Xian, and Lu Ming had saved Luo Xian, and he was called Yuan Tua. Previously, he had been careless and had been pushed back by Lu Ming. He felt that he had lost face, and he was in a bad mood. He had been thinking about how to ruthlessly beat up Lu Ming to regain his face. Now that the battle had ended, he finally found an opportunity to step onto the battle stage. You. Aren't you very strong? Didn't you want to be the hero who saved the beauty? Come up and fight with me. Let's see what you're capable of. Yuan Tua stared at Lu Ming and shouted again. Lu Ming laughed. He really laughed. He had been looking for an opportunity to show off. Firstly, he wanted to attract the attention of the ancient great emperor. Secondly, he did want to fight with the ancient devil. Therefore, Lu Ming did not hesitate and stepped onto the battle stage. On the ancient devil kingdom's side, some people looked at Lu Ming curiously. This was because Luo Xian had said that Lu Ming had defeated Sang Yan. They did not know if it was true or not. Make your move. I'll give you a chance to make your move. With one hand behind his back, Lu Ming spoke nonchalantly with a contemptuous look on his face. Of course, he did it on purpose. As expected, Yuan Tua was angry. You're courting death. Yuan Tua shouted. He channeled all his strength and rushed towards Lu Ming with a swoosh, throwing out a punch. This punch was like a demonic bull galloping. It was like a sharp horn piercing toward Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming's move was simple. He threw out a punch. However, he did not use the law of array. Instead, he used the suppressing hell skill. The power of the suppressing hell skill was completely contained in his fist. It clashed with Yuan Tuo's fist. Dong! Like a drum, the sky buzzed. Then, a figure flew back and fell a few hundred meters away. This figure was naturally Yuan Tua. Initially, many people from the ancient devil kingdom were dispirited because of the defeat of the two Elysian children. But now, their eyes lit up. To be able to defeat Yuan Tua in one move, his combat strength was not weak. Could it be that what Luo Xian said was true? Lu Ming had defeated Sang Yan. Yuan Tua struggled to get up. His face was flushed red. He had challenged Lu Ming to defeat Lu Ming to regain his face. He did not expect to be defeated by Lu Ming in one move. He was sent flying a few hundred meters away. Not only did he not regain his face, he was even more embarrassed. He regretted it and was so angry that he almost vomited blood. What's your rank in the ancient devil kingdom? Yuan Tua gritted his teeth and asked. If Lu Ming was ranked high in the ancient devil kingdom, he would not be so embarrassed after being defeated. Nameless. Lu Ming said calmly. He did not participate in the ancient devil kingdom's battle, so he was indeed nameless. However, when the sky prides of the ancient devil kingdom heard this, they felt that Lu Ming was humiliating them on purpose. How could a nameless person defeat Yuan Tuo? Humph, you're trying to humiliate us in this way, aren't you? Let me fight you. A young man from the ancient devil kingdom snorted. He took a step forward and appeared in the fighting ring, facing Lu Ming. Chapter 2050. Make your move. Lu Ming said calmly. That person moved and slashed out a vast demonic blade. Its power was indeed stronger than Yuan Tuo's. However, Lu Ming threw a punch, directly crushing the other party's saber gleam and sending the other party flying. One move, another move. His opponent had a king body at the peak of the absolute saint realm, so his combat power was definitely strong. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the absolute saint realm, but he was able to defeat his opponent with one move, which shocked many people. What a strong combat power. One punch and he's able to destroy everything. His fighting style is a bit like the ancient devils. There are no law fluctuations. Someone was puzzled. I heard that he defeated Song Yan before. I was skeptical, but now it seems that it might be true. Someone thought of Luo Xian's words. Song Yan's face was extremely pale. Some people might not have taken Luo Xian's words seriously, but Lu Ming's real strength confirmed Luo Xian's words. He had been defeated by Lu Ming before. Lu Ming, get off the fighting ring. You're just a nobody. You're not qualified to fight on the fighting ring. Song Yan shouted, asking Lu Ming to get off the fighting ring. Lu Ming glanced coldly at Song Yan and scolded, "This is between me and the elites of the immortal demon kingdom." "Shut up, you piece of trash." What did you say?" Song Yan was furious after being called a piece of trash by Lu Ming in public. He glared at Lu Ming. "You've been defeated by me, and you've been defeated by the people of the immortal demon kingdom. How dare you talk nonsense here? If you're not a piece of trash, what are you? If I were you, I would destroy my own cultivation. What's the point of practicing martial arts?" Lu Ming shouted. "You!" Song Yan's body trembled, and his face turned red. "How dare you? You're so young, yet you're so vicious. You want to ruin my mental state. You deserve to die." The Blue Demon King coldly shouted, his eyes filled with ice-cold killing intent. A powerful aura enveloped Lu Ming. "Song Mo, it's best that you don't interfere in the matters of the younger generation." At this moment, the ancient great emperor spoke indifferently. With a slight wave of his hand, the Blue Demon King's aura disappeared without a trace. Previously, in the contest between the ancient devil nation, he had given the authority to the Blue Demon King. Since the other party did not allow Lu Ming to participate, he could not be bothered to interfere. But now, the ancient devil nation had been defeated time and time again, and they had lost all face. On the other hand, Lu Ming had just defeated 2 people in a row, and he had regained some face. Naturally, he would not allow the Blue Demon King to act recklessly. When the ancient great emperor spoke, the Blue Demon King's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly bowed and sat down. However, his icy gaze still swept over Lu Ming from time to time. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, more sky prides from the undying devil nation flashed and landed on the battle stage. They wanted to challenge Lu Ming. "You're not my match." Lu Ming shook his head. He did not look at these people anymore. Instead, he stepped into the air and walked toward the ancient devil. What is he doing? Many people were stunned. Lu Ming was walking toward the ancient devil. Even the Elysian children were flabbergasted. Lu Ming came to the front of the ancient devil, his eyes filled with intense battle intent. "This is the first time I've encountered the ancient devil path. Fight with me," Lu Ming said. His voice was clear and calm. However, it was like a gust of wind that swept in all directions. Everyone was stunned. Lu Ming was going to challenge the ancient devil. I didn't hear wrongly, right? He's going to challenge the ancient devil. It's true. I heard it too. He's going to challenge the ancient devil. He's crazy. He's crazy. Many people shouted loudly. To them, this was simply inconceivable. Lu Ming was going to challenge the ancient devil. Just now, the ancient devil had displayed his terrifying strength and defeated 2 Elysian children in a row. His battle strength was shocking. But now, Lu Ming was going to challenge the ancient devil? Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the absolute saint realm. Although he had shown strong battle strength and had easily defeated Yuan Tua and the others, and it was rumored that he had defeated Sang Yen. But so what? They were not on the same level at all. Someone like Sang Yen would probably be crushed by the ancient devil in one move. Many people thought that Lu Ming was crazy. Luo Xian, Wu Shi, and the Luo family head were also dumbfounded. Although Lu Ming was powerful, he could not be compared to the ancient demon, who was a rare genius in this world. You overestimate yourself. You think you can be arrogant just because you have some strength? Yu Ning mocked coldly. He's just playing to the gallery. He's just playing to the gallery. Sang Yen mocked loudly. He thought that Lu Ming was just playing to the gallery. The ancient great emperor, the undying emperor, and the other top experts were all curious. Knowing the ancient devil's battle strength, he still dared to challenge him in public. Was he really playing to the gallery? Just as everyone was having various thoughts or discussing fervently, Lu Ming's aura suddenly erupted. Boom! Saint power surged out of Lu Ming's body like a mighty river. It turned into a pillar of saint power and shot into the sky. What a strong saint power! What a condensed saint power. This saint power fluctuation is no weaker than a complete absolute saint. Even at the peak of the absolute saint realm, he has such strong saint power. No wonder his battle strength is so strong. Feeling Lu Ming's saint power, some people were shocked and disgusted. But the next moment, the crowd quieted down. In the void, a gray light flashed and intertwined with Lu Ming's saint power, making Lu Ming's aura stronger. The law. The law of chaos. Everyone could tell at a glance that this was the law of chaos. But this was not the end. In the next moment, a halo surrounded Lu Ming, making Lu Ming look like a god of war. This was the light of chaos. At this moment, many people's expressions were extremely interesting. For example, Yu Ning, Ji Tian, Sang Yen, and the others opened their mouths so wide that they could swallow a dead mouse. And their expressions were full of shock, disbelief as if they had really swallowed a dead mouse. Luo Xian's mouth was slightly open, and her face was full of surprise. The son of chaos, it's the son of chaos. At this moment, someone finally yelled. The crowd was in an uproar. The son of chaos, so Lu Ming was the son of chaos. No wonder Lu Ming's battle strength was so strong and he was so confident. He said that the other sky prides of the undying empire were no match for him and challenged the ancient devil directly. The son of chaos, who had cultivated the law of chaos, was indeed qualified to challenge the ancient devil. Those who thought Lu Ming was playing to the gallery and that Lu Ming was overestimating himself, or that he was crazy, all shut up. The ancient great emperor's eyes flashed with surprise. He did not expect that in the ancient devil nation, there was another son of chaos besides the son of death and the son of nothingness. Ancient devil nation, such a sky pride, is not famous in the ancient devil nation? Ha ha ha. Is this how the eternal devil kingdom treats an Elysian child? You've really impressed me. The undying emperor laughed loudly. The ancient great emperor's face darkened slightly. Chapter 2051. This has nothing to do with the great emperor. It's just that some people don't think he's qualified, so I didn't participate in the competition. Lu Ming replied. He still needed to borrow the immemorial demonic coffin from the ancient great emperor, so he naturally had to speak up for the ancient great emperor. Oh, some people are really blind. The undying emperor said with a smile. The blue demon king and Sang Yan's faces darkened. Lu Ming deserves to die. The two of them roared in their hearts. The undying heavenly emperor was referring to them when he said that they were blind. However, they did not dare to be hostile to the undying heavenly emperor. They could only blame everything on Lu Ming. The ancient devil looked at Lu Ming in surprise, then shook his head and said, "You're no match for me." His voice was calm, but it was filled with confidence. Even Gulong, who had reached the peak of the absolute saint realm, wasn't his match. How could Lu Ming be his match? How would we know if we don't fight? Lu Ming followed suit and spoke confidently. The ancient devil was surprised. Lu Ming knew his combat strength, but he was still so confident. Could it be that he was really confident? Then let's fight. The ancient devil said, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. A dark demonic light enveloped him. Boom! Lu Ming made the first move. He was still using the hell-suppressing heaven skill. However, this time, the suppressing hell skill was supported by the law of chaos and the chaotic light. Boom! The sky shook, and the space rippled like water. A terrifying power surged toward the ancient devil. The ancient devil's body shook, and a demonic light burst out. He threw out a punch and collided with Lu Ming. Dong! A deafening explosion sounded, and a terrifying power swept out in all directions. Some of the power landed on the fighting ring, causing it to shake violently. Boom! 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 A figure took 3 steps back, and the space around him exploded. It was Lu Ming. In this collision, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage and was forced to retreat. On the other hand, the ancient demon did not move. Lu Ming was defeated in the end. Some people sighed inwardly. In the first move, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. After all, he was no match for ancient devil. Ha, he's overestimating himself. The ancient devil is best off killing him. Cripple him. Sang Yen laughed in his heart. He hoped ancient devil would go crazy and destroy Lu Ming. What terrifying power! At this moment, Lu Ming was also a little shocked. When he had just clashed with ancient devil, he realized that ancient devil's body was not only strong, but his demonic light was also shockingly powerful. That demonic light was extremely condensed and possessed unparalleled offensive power. Even Lu Ming's law of primal chaos was about to be torn apart by it. It was Lu Ming's first time encountering such astonishing power. Again! Lu Ming roared. He circulated the suppressing hell heaven skill to the extreme and continued to attack ancient devil. Ancient devil was like a demonic god as he charged at Lu Ming. Dong! Dong! The two of them clashed in the void, causing the sky to tremble. However, Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage. Every time they clashed, his body would be pushed back. After exchanging more than 10 moves, he had already retreated a few hundred meters. Dong! After the 15th move, Lu Ming retreated 1,000 meters. He felt a stinging pain in his palm and arm. Amazing, amazing. Is this the power of the primordial demon path? Lu Ming exclaimed. This was a cultivation system that was completely different from the current cultivation system. However, the degree of its profoundness was not inferior to the current cultivation system. You overestimate yourself. How dare you challenge a genius of the primordial demon path? You're just asking to be humiliated. Sang Yen could not help but mock. However, when he saw the ancient great emperor glancing at him coldly, he trembled and almost wet himself. His expression changed and he did not dare to say a word. Whoosh! After the ancient devil repelled Lu Ming, he did not stop and continued to attack Lu Ming. Chaotic Calamity Finger. At this time, Lu Ming did not continue to use the suppressing hell heaven skill. Instead, he used the chaotic calamity finger. With a point of his finger, a huge chaotic ring formed and blasted towards ancient devil. Boom! Ancient devil's fist bombarded the chaotic ring. The chaotic calamity finger shook violently and broke inch by inch. However, this time, ancient devil's attack was also blocked. His body stagnated and came to a stop. At this time, Lu Ming's left hand was filled with endless runes. With a slap, the runes condensed into 9 dragons that rushed towards Ancient Devil. This is the law of Array Dao. He has mastered 2 types of law. How can this be? A sage state can actually control 2 types of law. Many people exclaimed in disbelief. Some even stood up from their seats in excitement. A sage state could actually control 2 types of law. This was unheard of. This guy, he didn't use much of his strength in Yura Kingdom. Luo Xian exclaimed. He finally understood why Lu Ming used the law of Devil Thunder in the beginning. It was formed by the law of chaos. Beside him, Yu Ning, Ji Tian, and Ji Peng naturally heard Luo Xian's words. They were tongue-tied, but in the end, they sighed. They understood that Lu Ming did not use his true strength in Yura Kingdom. He was just playing with them. He probably did not take them seriously at all. Yu Ning, especially, had mixed feelings. In the beginning, Lu Ming had become her guest, but later on, she had personally chased Lu Ming out of the eldest princess mansion. She actually expelled a son of chaos from the eldest princess residence. The undead emperor said that the Blue Demon King and Song Yen were blind. Wasn't she the same? The 9 dragons roared and pounced toward the elder devil. At the same time, Lu Ming pointed with his right hand. A chaotic finger of calamity was formed and blasted toward the elder devil. The 2 types of law attacked at the same time. Finally, the elder devil's expression turned serious. The demonic light on his body gathered and finally turned into a demonic blade that he held in his hand. Whoosh! A blade light slashed toward the 9 dragons. The terrifying power instantly tore the 9 dragons' bodies apart. However, after the 9 dragons were torn apart, they turned into endless runes and spread toward the elder devil, trying to seal him. Break! The elder devil roared. Demonic light burst out with shocking power and directly tore apart the law of Array Dao. Then, he slashed out again and collided with the chaotic finger of calamity. This slash tore apart the chaotic finger of calamity, but his own attack also slowed down and was not smooth. Then, Lu Ming's hands moved at the same time. He used the law of chaos and the law of Array Dao at the same time to fight the elder devil. The 2 fought fiercely. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed, but the outcome was still undecided. The eyes of many people from the ancient demonic nation lit up. Lu Ming could really fight the elder devil. His battle strength was shocking and beyond everyone's expectations. The faces of the people from the undead demonic nation also turned ugly. The 4 Elysian children of the 2 nations looked extremely serious. Chapter 2052. This ancient devil is even stronger than Xing He in the Lotus World. During the battle, Lu Ming analyzed the abilities of the ancient demons. Back in the Lotus World, Xing He's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Absolute Saint realm. He was only 1 step away from becoming a quasi-emperor, the same as Gulong. At that time, Lu Ming needed to borrow the power of his 3rd bloodline to fight against Xing He. However, after such a long time, Lu Ming was no longer the same as before. At that time, he was only in the Absolute Saint realm. Now, he was at the peak of the Absolute Saint realm. He was only 1 step away from reaching the peak of the Absolute Saint realm. And now, whether it was the chaotic tribulation finger or the maturity of the Array Dao laws, they were incomparable to before. They had improved greatly. He could even fuse the law of chaos and the law of formation. Lu Ming's combat strength was much stronger than when he was in the Lotus World and Xing He. Now, Lu Ming could suppress Xing He even without using his 3rd bloodline. Of course, that was if Xing He hadn't broken through yet. The battle was still going on. However, Lu Ming had the law of chaos and the law of formation. With them working together, he wasn't any weaker than his opponent. The law of formation gathered 9 dragons to attack. It had the power to destroy and seal. Although the seal would be torn apart by the ancient devil's power every time, it would still disturb him a little. Then, he used the chaotic finger of calamity as the main attack. Although the ancient devil was strong, he was still blocked by Lu Ming. Lu Ming and the ancient devil exchanged dozens of blows, but it was still difficult to determine the winner. Annihilation Chaotic Finger of Calamity. Lu Ming suddenly used the Annihilation Chaotic Finger of Calamity. Endless runes covered the chaotic finger of calamity, but they were covered by chaotic light. If one didn't pay attention, one wouldn't be able to see them. The ancient devil also thought that it was the same as the chaotic finger of calamity. He gathered demonic light and slashed at the chaotic finger of calamity. However, when he hit the chaotic finger of calamity, his expression changed. The power of the chaotic finger of calamity was beyond his expectations. Roar! He roared and demonic light burst out of his body to resist the power of the chaotic finger of calamity. However, he was still a little too late. A terrifying power surged out and sent the ancient devil flying. Ancient devil retreated a few thousand meters. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. I lost. The ancient demon took a careful look at Lu Ming before speaking. Then, he stepped back and flew to the battleship in the air. I was just lucky. Lu Ming thought to himself. The skill he had just used was a trick. Ancient devil had been careless, which was why he had been hurt. If he was prepared, Lu Ming might have been able to gain the upper hand, but he might not have been able to beat ancient devil. He won. Lu Ming won. Those from the ancient devil nation were overjoyed. Indeed, there was a silver lining at the end of the tunnel. Previously, they had been completely suppressed by the undying devil kingdom. Even the two Elysian children had been defeated by the ancient devil. He did not expect Lu Ming to appear at the critical moment and defeat ancient devil. There was no doubt that the ancient devil was the #1 genius of the undying devil kingdom. If even the ancient devil had been defeated, then there was no one in the undying devil kingdom that was a match for Lu Ming. Ha ha ha. Great. Someone from the ancient devil nation laughed, feeling that they had finally gotten their revenge. Lu Ming. Luo Xian murmured. Her eyes were filled with splendor. Those from the undying devil nation looked gloomy. This time around, they had come prepared. They wanted to make use of the fact that the ancient times emperor was celebrating the passing of his calamity to make use of the younger generation to humiliate the ancient devil nation, causing the ancient times emperor to lose face. Everything was going as planned. They had successfully defeated the geniuses of the ancient devil nation. However, they did not expect Lu Ming to appear and turn the situation around. If Lu Ming had continued to challenge them, wouldn't he have been able to defeat them? The one who regretted it the most was Yuan Tuo. He wished he could slap himself. He had challenged Lu Ming first. He had not expected to provoke such a calamity. He did not expect to provoke Lu Ming. The ancient devil nation is indeed full of geniuses. It's a pity that someone is blind. Such a genius is unknown. What a joke. The undying emperor laughed. He then stepped out and returned to the battleship. The rest of the people from the undying devil nation followed suit. Rumble. The battleship was activated. It broke through the void and disappeared. The people from the undying devil nation had left. However, the Blue Demon King and Sung Yen looked terrible. The undying emperor's words were like a slap to their faces. They're finally gone. This time, it's all thanks to Lu Ming. Otherwise, we would have been humiliated by the undying devil nation. That's right. The undying devil nation has a genius who cultivates the immemorial demon path. That's amazing. No matter how amazing they are, they were defeated by Lu Ming in the end. Someone said that Lu Ming is not qualified to take part in the competition. What a joke. After the people from the undying devil nation left, the crowd started to discuss. Some of them were even secretly mocking Yi Futian. A genius like Lu Ming was not allowed to take part in the competition. If Lu Ming was not qualified, who was? Damn it! The Blue Demon King roared in his heart. He could not wait to chop Lu Ming into pieces. As for Tsang Yen, his face was extremely gloomy. The ancient great emperor looked at the Blue Demon King with dissatisfaction. He then looked at Lu Ming and said with a smile, "Lu Ming, I heard that you're from the Yura kingdom." Naturally, the ancient demon emperor had heard the discussions earlier on. "That's right," Lu Ming said. Good. The Yura kingdom actually has a genius like you. You defeated a genius from the immemorial demon path when you're at the peak of the sage realm. That's a rare sight. I hereby announce that the ranking of this competition will be changed. You're the first, and the rest will move back by one place. The ancient great emperor announced. Tsang Yan's face changed drastically. Lu Ming was the first, and the rest would move back by one place. Tsang Yan was the third, and he could make a request to the ancient great emperor. But now, he was the fourth, and he was not qualified to make a request. Tsang Yan almost vomited blood. He had thought of a request that would be very useful to him. But now, everything was in vain. It's all Lu Ming's fault. Tsang Yan was furious. In his opinion, why did Lu Ming have to fight and defeat the ancient devil? Everything was Lu Ming's fault. As for whether he would be humiliated by the undying demon nation, it had nothing to do with him. How could it be more important than him making a request to the ancient great emperor? Do any of you have any objections? The ancient great emperor's gaze swept across the crowd, and it paused on the Blue Demon King and Tsang Yan. They had 100 or 1,000 objections in their hearts, but none of them dared to say it out loud. Obviously, Lu Ming had defeated the ancient devil and saved the ancient devil nation's face. The ancient great emperor was very satisfied with Lu Ming's performance. They could only smile against their will and say that they had no objections. Alright, in that case, Lu Ming is the first. According to my promise, the top 3 can make a request to me. Lu Ming, what do you want? Just say it. Chapter 2053. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The reason why he had challenged the ancient devil emperor was partly because he wanted to spar with him, but more importantly, he wanted to show off his strength and attract the attention of the ancient great emperor. From there, he would have the chance to make a request. Now, Lu Ming had achieved his goal. Great Emperor, Lu Ming wishes to borrow the ancient devil coffin for a month. I hope the great emperor can grant my request. Lu Ming clasped his fists at the ancient great emperor and stated his request. The moment he said that, the crowd fell silent. Many people looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming actually made such a request. The ancient devil coffin was the ancient devil nation's national treasure. Only the ancient great emperor had the qualifications to control it. Lu Ming was really bold. He actually wanted to borrow the ancient devil coffin for a month. Luo Xian's heart couldn't help but tighten. He was worried for Lu Ming. Impudent. Lu Ming, don't think that you can take a mile after getting an inch just because you have some talent. The ancient devil coffin is a treasure that you can borrow. The Blue Demon King took the opportunity to stand out and reprimand Luo Xian. However, Lu Ming didn't even look at him. His gaze was fixed on the ancient great emperor. The ancient great emperor frowned. Lu Ming, change your request. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. Lu Ming's heart sank. The ancient great emperor also didn't agree. Great Emperor, this junior wants to borrow the ancient devil coffin to save someone. This junior has a relative whose soul is injured and needs the ancient devil coffin to heal. I hope the great emperor can grant my request. Lu Ming said again. The ancient great emperor's frown deepened. After a while, he said, Lu Ming, after the banquet, come and find this great emperor. Yes. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It seemed like there was hope. Then, it was time for the others to make their requests. The requests of the 2 sons of chaos were naturally related to cultivation. The ancient great emperor agreed to them one by one, causing the others to be filled with envy. The Battle of the 10 Earths will begin in less than 3 years. At that time, there will be great opportunities. Therefore, During this period of time, you must cultivate well and raise your cultivation and battle strength. Seize the opportunities in the Battle of the 10 Earths. The ancient great emperor's voice resounded throughout the entire area. Many youths could not help but clench their fists. They had heard of the Battle of 10 Lands and were all looking forward to it. That was a gathering of all the geniuses of the entire primordial realm. How exciting would it be? The banquet continued until the next day, when it finally ended. Everyone left one by one. Princess, I won't return to the Yura kingdom. Lu Ming bid farewell to Luo Xian, the Luo family patriarch, and the others. Luo Xian sighed in her heart. Ever since she saw Lu Ming's strength, she knew that Lu Ming wouldn't stay in the Yura kingdom. The waters of the Yura kingdom were too shallow. They couldn't keep a true dragon. Take care. If there's a chance, come to the Yura kingdom to look for me. Luo Xian bared her teeth, revealing a pair of canine teeth. She was quite cute. Of course, with such a beautiful princess around, I will definitely think about you. If there's a chance, I will definitely look for you. Lu Ming smiled and joked. Finally, the people of the Yura kingdom left. The banquet was over, and they were going to return to the Yura kingdom. Young Master Lu Ming, please follow me. A middle-aged man came in front of Lu Ming. This person was sent by the ancient great emperor. Lu Ming nodded and followed the middle-aged man to a side hall. The ancient great emperor was sitting at the top of the hall. After arriving, the middle-aged man left. Lu Ming, must you borrow the ancient demon coffin? The ancient great emperor didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Yes, ancient great emperor. Without the ancient demon coffin, I'm afraid that my family won't be able to wake up. Lu Ming spoke with a determined expression. The ancient great emperor pondered for a while and said, Lu Ming, if the ancient demon coffin is still with me, I can lend it to you for a month, but, the ancient great emperor paused. Lu Ming was shocked. What did the ancient great emperor mean? Could it be that the ancient demon coffin wasn't with the ancient great emperor? To tell you the truth, the ancient demon coffin was stolen a year ago. The ancient demon emperor paused for a while before continuing. What? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The ancient demon coffin was stolen? How was that possible? Who would be able to steal the ancient demon coffin from the ancient great emperor? However, he didn't think that the ancient great emperor was lying to him. With the ancient great emperor's status, there was no need for him to lie to him. If the ancient great emperor didn't want to lend it to him, Lu Ming couldn't do anything about it. I didn't bring the ancient demon coffin with me. It was hidden in a secret place in the palace. A year ago, it was stolen. After that person stole the ancient demon coffin, he escaped into the demon sea. At that time, I was preparing for my tribulation, so I didn't chase after him. The ancient great emperor said. It's the demon sea. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He had stayed in the Yura kingdom for a while, so he knew some of the scary places in the land of infinite demons. The demon sea was known as one of the 3 forbidden places in the land of infinite demons. It was extremely scary. Since ancient times, countless people had entered it, and countless people had died there. It was said that even great emperors would be in danger if they entered. However, there were also rumors that the demon sea contained great opportunities. If one could obtain it, they would be able to break through. Entering the demon sea was purely based on luck. If one was lucky, even if their cultivation base was low, they would be fine after entering. However, if one was unlucky, even great emperors would be in danger after entering. There was once a great emperor who entered and left with serious injuries, shocking the entire land of infinite demons. Someone stole the ancient demon coffin and escaped into the demon sea. The ancient demon coffin can't be lost. It must be recovered. Now that I've passed my tribulation, I'm preparing to gather a group of people to enter the demon sea and take back the ancient demon coffin. If you want to borrow the ancient demon coffin, you can come with me. However, the situation in the demon sea is unpredictable. I can't guarantee your safety. The ancient great emperor said. Yes, great emperor. I'll go with you. Lu Ming agreed without hesitation. No matter what, he had to get the ancient demon coffin and save Autumn Moon. No matter how dangerous it was, he had to give it a try. I didn't expect you to be such a loyal little fellow. Alright, you can stay in the palace first. I'll send someone to call you when the time comes. The ancient great emperor said. Then, he asked someone to arrange a place for Lu Ming to stay. Lu Ming stayed in the palace and waited. Lu Ming didn't have to wait for long before the ancient great emperor sent someone to find him. The person brought Lu Ming to a spacious area. Blue Demon King. Many people had already gathered here. Lu Ming immediately saw the Blue Demon King. The Blue Demon King's gaze swept past Lu Ming, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming discovered that there were several hundred people gathered here. However, they all had one thing in common. They were all very old. There were martial emperors and quasi-emperors. Lu Ming asked someone to find out. Only then did he know that these people were going to enter the Demon Sea. There were several hundred quasi-emperors and dozens of martial emperors here. Chapter 2054. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Hundreds of quasi-emperors near the end of their lifespans. This was a super demonic nation in the land of infinite demons. However, after thinking about it, Lu Ming understood. Sage realm cultivators could live for 100,000 to 200,000 years. As for quasi-emperors, it was too difficult to break through and reach martial emperor. After so many years, the number of quasi-emperors was definitely shocking. It was not just the ancient demonic nation. It was the same for other places and factions. These people did not have much lifespan left. If they did not find opportunities to break through, they would die of exhaustion sooner or later. As for those martial emperors, they were not at the end of their lifespans. Instead, they were about to face the next tribulation. The tribulation of martial emperors would get stronger with each tribulation. If they did not continue to break through, they would die under the tribulation sooner or later. Since ancient times, countless martial emperors had been born. However, only a few of them were truly immortal. Most of them died under the tribulation. Actually, martial emperors could feel the probability of them surviving the tribulation. For example, these people were not confident of surviving the tribulation. Hence, they wanted to enter the demonic sea to try their luck and see if they could break through. It was the same for the Blue Demon King. He was still a few thousand years away from the next tribulation. A few thousand years might seem long, but to these ancient martial emperors, it was just a blink of an eye. At this moment, space flashed, and the ancient great emperor appeared. Everyone bowed. This time, the main mission of entering the demonic sea is to take back the ancient demonic coffin. At the same time, we can try our luck. The ancient great emperor instructed. Then, he waved his hand, and many black jade tokens appeared in the air. Carry these jade tokens with you and you can roughly sense each other's location. If we get separated in the demonic sea, we can meet up according to the location shown on the jade tokens. The ancient great emperor introduced. Then, he waved his hand, and the jade tokens flew to everyone, one for each person. Lu Ming also received one and kept it. Let's go. You guys enter my small world first. I'll bring you there. The ancient great emperor said. Then, he waved his hand. Lu Ming felt a force enveloping him. In the next moment, he appeared in an unfamiliar place. This is the great emperor's small world. Lu Ming soared into the sky and looked around, exclaiming in amazement. What came into view were vast mountains that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were still living creatures living in the mountains, but Lu Ming realized that these living creatures were different from those in the outside world. It was very likely that this was a creature that had been born in the ancient Great Emperor's small world. Great Emperors controlled the Great Tao. However, there were 3,000 Great Taos. Different Great Taos controlled different Great Taos, so the small worlds would naturally be different. The living beings that were born would also be different. It was truly miraculous. Lu Ming sized up the surroundings, feeling extremely curious. Not far away, the Blue Demon King's gaze swept over Lu Ming from time to time, killing intent flashing through his eyes. About half a day later, a force acted on them, and they left this place. Lu Ming discovered that they were standing at the peak of a mountain. We are already at the edge of the Demon Sea. The ancient Great Emperor's voice rang out. Lu Ming looked ahead. In front of him, there seemed to be a layer of dark clouds, as if it was an ocean of clouds. That place was boundless, with no end in sight. This was the Demon Sea. The Demon Sea was not a real sea, but a sea of demonic aura. The Demon Sea was filled with endless demonic aura, and the area was vast and boundless. It was like a vast ocean, so it was called the Demon Sea. Once we enter the Demon Sea, everything will become unpredictable. You must follow me closely. The ancient Great Emperor said, and then rushed into the Demon Sea. Everyone followed closely behind the ancient Great Emperor. Chi. Lu Ming discovered that the moment they rushed into the Demon Sea, the black fog adhered to Lu Ming's body and had a strong corrosive effect. Lu Ming hurriedly circulated his saint power to resist. Fortunately, the corrosion was not very strong. A quasi-emperor was enough to resist it. They flew forward for a while, and then flew down in a straight line. The terrain of the Demon Sea seemed to be very low. They kept descending for tens of thousands of meters. However, the lower they went, the fainter the demonic aura seemed to be. Towards the end, they only needed to circulate their saint power to resist it. Only then did they see the ground. It was a boundless land, a land of gray. The entire land was gray and deathly still, devoid of any life force. After they landed, they were highly focused. This was the Demon Sea, one of the 3 most terrifying forbidden lands in the land of infinite demons. If they were unlucky, even a great emperor would be injured. Naturally, they did not dare to be careless and were on full alert. The ancient Great Emperor spread out his spiritual consciousness, as if he was sensing something, and then flew into the depths of the Demon Sea. The ancient Great Emperor's speed was very slow, and everyone could still keep up. This area was really dead, and there was no vitality. They flew for an entire day, and no one knew how long they had flown, but they did not encounter a single living thing, nor did they encounter any danger. Look, an ancient city. At this moment, someone shouted. Everyone looked to the side and saw an ancient city in the middle of a huge mountain. However, it was only a ruined city. It had completely collapsed, as if it had fallen from the sky. They went to take a look, but they did not find anything. In the past, some people speculated that the Demon Sea was an ancient battlefield. However, some people said that the things in the Demon Sea fell from the sky, which was why the Demon Sea was formed. Judging from this ancient city alone, it really seemed to have fallen from the sky. At this moment, the ancient Great Emperor suddenly turned around and looked behind him. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly looked behind them, but there was nothing behind them. They didn't find anything. Some people felt their hair stand on end. Could there really be something behind them? Otherwise, why would the Great Emperor be so vigilant? Great Emperor, what did you find? Someone asked. The ancient Great Emperor frowned and shook his head. Let's leave this place. After saying that, he flew forward. Everyone followed, but many of them had solemn expressions. Even the Great Emperor seemed to be wary of something. That made their hair stand on end. They could not be so unlucky as to encounter something that even the Great Emperor was wary of, right? If that was the case, the situation would not be good. Very soon, they had flown a very long distance. At this moment, the ancient Great Emperor suddenly stopped. He looked at the void beside him and shouted, "Get out here!" Boom! Following that, the ancient Great Emperor struck out with his palm. The strength of the Great Emperor was earth-shattering and extremely terrifying. The entire void was shattered by his palm. Rumble! The void exploded. At this moment, everyone saw a figure wrapped in a black robe. His appearance could not be seen clearly at all. However, the strength of this figure was extremely shocking. His body kept flickering and was extremely fast. None of the ancient great emperor's palm hit him. A great emperor powerhouse. Everyone's expressions changed and became incomparably ugly. Chapter 2055. That figure kept flickering at an extremely fast speed. Swoosh. Suddenly, that figure waved his hand and slashed out a terrifying demonic light towards the ancient great emperor. This demonic light was like a peerless demonic blade with boundless power. It even split the sky open. Boom! The ancient great emperor rushed up and blasted out a shocking palm print. It collided with the demonic light, causing the sky to rumble. So it's you. Hand over the ancient demonic coffin. The ancient great emperor roared. His figure flashed and rushed towards the other party, launching a terrifying attack. The other party was not afraid at all. His body was covered in demonic light as he fought with the ancient great emperor. Retreat! Someone shouted. They frantically retreated. That black figure was definitely a great emperor. The aftermath of a battle between great emperors was too terrifying. If one was caught in it, only death would await them. In an instant, they retreated thousands of miles. Boom! Boom! In that area, the void was completely destroyed. One could see how intense the battle was. Many people's faces turned pale. They did not expect to meet such a terrifying expert as soon as they entered. At the same time, they also thought of the ancient great emperor's words. Could it be that the ancient demonic coffin was stolen by this figure? Lu Ming clenched his fists. He hoped that the ancient great emperor could defeat the other party and take back the ancient demonic coffin. If the ancient great emperor could not take it back, he would have even less hope. What is that? Suddenly, someone exclaimed in a trembling voice. There was no need for him to shout. Everyone saw it. In front of them, a pitch-black gust of wind swept towards them. The gust of wind covered a very wide area. It was as if it covered the sky and earth. No, it was not a gust of wind. It was a type of insect. A type of pitch-black insect. There was an endless number of them. They gathered together and flapped their wings, bringing about an endless gust of wind that swept towards Lu Ming and the others. From afar, it was a pitch-black gust of wind. Those are demonic armor insects. Gosh, why are there so many of them? An old man whose hair was almost falling out exclaimed. He was a boundary emperor and his face was extremely ugly at this moment. The demon armor insect was a very scary type of demon insect. Alone, it might not be strong, but in a group, it was very scary. Furthermore, there were endless demon armor insects here. It was unknown how many there were. Those above Martial Emperor, block the demon armor insects. Those below Martial Emperor, run. In the distance, the ancient great emperor's voice could be heard. They didn't dare to disobey the great emperor's orders. Immediately, the Martial Emperors charged at the demon armor insects, including the Blue Demon King. Boom! Boom! Dozens of Martial Emperors attacked at the same time, including True Emperors and Void Emperors. Large numbers of demonic armor insects were killed, falling to the ground like raindrops. Many of them even turned into ashes under the horrifying power of the Martial Emperor. However, there were too many demon armor insects. They were a black mass, seemingly endless. Many of them still managed to break through the encirclement of the Martial Emperors and charged towards Lu Ming and the others. Go! Someone shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several hundred quasi-emperors fled in all directions, flying into the distance. Lu Ming also rushed in the same direction. Hoo! Hoo! A strong wind blew, and the countless demon armor insects formed an arc, trying to surround them. Charge! Lu Ming unleashed his full power. His speed was faster than many quasi-emperors as he rushed towards an opening. There were no demon armor insects there. However, when Lu Ming was about to charge out of the encirclement of the demon armor insects, his expression changed slightly. This was because demon armor insects had appeared in front of him. However, there weren't many of them. They couldn't be compared to the endless demon armor insects. Charge over. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and charged over. Whoosh! Whoosh! Each demon armor insect was the size of a fist. They were pitch black, as if they were made of black iron. They were like pitch-black cannonballs as they charged at Lu Ming. A battle sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This battle sword was an emperor weapon. A battle sword was the best weapon to deal with such demon armor insects. It was better than a spear. Whoosh! With a swing of the battle sword, dozens of demon armor insects were cut in half by Lu Ming. However, compared to the densely packed demon armor insects, dozens of them were nothing. There were still many demon armor insects charging at Lu Ming. Lu Ming activated his saint power and combined it with the law of primal chaos to form a protective shield around his body. Boom! Boom! The demon armor insects crashed into the protective shield. There were continuous rumbles, and the protective shield shook violently. However, they couldn't break through Lu Ming's defense for the time being. Kill! Lu Ming wielded the emperor weapon battle sword and slashed continuously. A large number of demon armor insects were killed. In a few breaths, hundreds of demon armor insects fell to the ground. These demon armor insects weren't very strong individually. However, there were too many of them. They charged at Lu Ming fearlessly, crashing into Lu Ming's protective shield. If this continued, Lu Ming's saint power would be depleted quickly. Once his saint power was depleted, he would be in danger. At this moment, the other boundary emperors were also surrounded by the demon armor insects. They were constantly being attacked by the demon armor insects. They also charged forward with all their might, killing the demon armor insects and charging forward. Kill! 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 Lu Ming kept slashing with his battle sword. With each slash, a large number of demon armor insects were killed. He charged forward quickly. Everywhere he passed, the demon armor insects fell like raindrops. Fortunately, this wasn't the place where the demon armor insects gathered. It was just the border area where there were fewer demon armor insects. Soon, Lu Ming broke through the encirclement and flew forward quickly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, behind him, the wind howled. Countless demon armor insects chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming lowered his head and flew madly. After flying for at least a few hours, the demon armor insects behind him finally disappeared without a trace. However, Lu Ming was completely separated from the others. Look at the map. Lu Ming took out the map given by the ancient Great Emperor. He poured his saint power into it. The jade tablet glowed and a picture floated in the air. However, there was nothing unusual on the map. There was only a dot of light shining. Lu Ming compared it. The position of this dot of light was where he was. This dot of light was him. It seems that only by activating this jade tablet will there be a dot of light floating on it. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Now that everyone was fighting, there was naturally no dot of light floating. Then, Lu Ming realized that he was lost. He had been flying around randomly and constantly changing directions. At this moment, he didn't know where he was. In the end, Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and flew forward. In the next few days, Lu Ming didn't meet anyone or any living creatures. It was as if he was the only one left in this world. He didn't know how much distance he had flown in these few days. Kill! 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 Suddenly, Lu Ming heard faint battle cries coming from ahead. Lu Ming was shocked. This was because the battle cries didn't come from one or two people or dozens of people. It sounded like thousands of soldiers and horses were roaring. Why would there be thousands of soldiers and horses here? Lu Ming was curious. Chapter 2056. The closer Lu Ming got to the source of the sound, the louder the battle cries became. Kill! 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 The battle cries pierced through the clouds. Lu Ming climbed up a mountain peak that was dead silent. He stood at the peak of the mountain and looked ahead. His pupils suddenly constricted. There was a huge ancient city in front of him. This ancient city was different from the ones he had seen before. The ancient cities he had seen before had almost collapsed, but this one was still intact. It was very majestic and huge. From afar, it looked like a giant beast lying there. Outside the ancient city, there was a black mass of figures. These figures were wearing iron armor and holding all kinds of weapons. These are not living beings. Lu Ming looked at these figures carefully. These figures were completely black, and their bodies under the armor seemed to be formed by energy. They were not living beings. Demonic spirits. Lu Ming muttered. These should be demonic spirits formed by the indestructible demonic thoughts of the demonic Tao experts after they died in battle. There were at least tens of thousands of demonic spirits. When they gathered together, they would occasionally let out battle cries that shook the heavens and earth. However, the demonic spirits had been lingering outside the ancient city. They did not leave or enter the ancient city. This ancient city is intact. I'm afraid there will be opportunities. Lu Ming thought. However, he had no intention of going in to explore. Not to mention whether there were dangers in the ancient city, the demonic spirits alone were not easy to deal with. After observing for a while, Lu Ming shook his head. He moved and left the place. This time, Lu Ming did not fly far before he saw a few rays of light flash and a few old men appeared not far away. They were the boundary emperors of the ancient demonic nation. Obviously, they were attracted by the battle cries. Lu Ming. The boundary emperors saw Lu Ming and smiled as they flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming, what's in front? Why are there such intense battle cries? It sounds like thousands of soldiers and horses. An elder asked. His face carried a gentle smile, and his expression was kind and amiable. It's an ancient city. There are at least tens of thousands of demonic spirits outside the ancient city. The battle cries are coming from the demonic spirits. Lu Ming replied. An ancient city. The eyes of the old men lit up. They had come here in search of opportunities because their lifespans were about to be exhausted. If they could not make a breakthrough, they would die sooner or later. They bitterly cultivated for more than 100,000 years, yet in the end, they turned to dust. They were unwilling to accept this and wanted to stake it all. When they heard that there was an ancient city, they were naturally moved. They speculated that the demonic sea was most likely formed by falling from the heavenly realm. It definitely contained a fortuitous encounter. Lu Ming, aren't you going to explore the ancient city? The kind-looking old man asked. I'm not going. Lu Ming shook his head. His main objective in entering the Devil's Sea was to obtain the ancient demonic coffin. As for opportunities and whatnot, he wasn't too interested in them. Then let's go in. The kind-looking old man smiled. There were 4 of them in total. They flew towards the ancient city and just happened to pass by Lu Ming. Just as the two sides clashed, a sword light suddenly blossomed from the kind-looking old man's hand and slashed towards Lu Ming's neck. The sword light tore through the void, bringing with it a terrifying whistling sound. It was incomparably sharp. At the same time, the other 3 quasi-emperors also made their moves. All sorts of terrifying attacks were aimed at Lu Ming's vital points. However, when the 4's attacks landed on Lu Ming's body, the primal chaos light burst out from Lu Ming's body and blocked all the attacks. Moreover, the primal chaos light trembled and a powerful force surged out. The 4 quasi-emperors' bodies trembled and they all retreated. You are all courting death. Lu Ming said coldly as his cold gaze swept across the 4. You have been guarding against us. The kind-looking old man said with an unsightly expression. Earlier, when they were so close to each other, their attacks were extremely fast. If Lu Ming hadn't been guarding against them, he wouldn't have been able to react in such a short time. Furthermore, he wouldn't have been able to defend and counterattack. The only explanation was that Lu Ming had been guarding against them and had already prepared his defenses. The Blue Demon King, that old fellow, has been showing killing intent towards me along the way. Moreover, I have heard that he has great authority in the ancient devil nation. If he wants to order people around, many people would be willing to be his lackeys. Naturally, I have to guard against him. Lu Ming said indifferently. It could be said that among the people who entered the Devil's Sea this time, Lu Ming was wary of everyone except the ancient great emperor. That old fellow, the Blue Demon King, had lost face because of Lu Ming previously. Clearly, he harbored a grudge against him and had always wanted to kill him. With the Blue Demon King's authority, it was normal for him to bribe some people to kill Lu Ming. Let's go. The kind-looking old man roared and turned to run. They were all too clear about Lu Ming's combat strength. He wasn't someone they could fight against. Since their sneak attack failed, they could only run. Do you think you can escape? Kill. Lu Ming was the first to chase after the kind-looking old man. His speed was astonishing. In just a few breaths, he had caught up with the kind-looking old man. The kind-looking old man was almost scared to death. He roared, "Lu Ming, you can't kill me. This is the ancient devil nation. If you kill me, you will die too. You still dare to threaten me at this time? What a joke. Kill." Lu Ming shouted coldly. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He pointed his finger and an extremely condensed finger force burst out. Although the kind-looking old man tried his best to resist, it was useless. The finger force directly pierced through his forehead and destroyed his soul. Whoosh! After killing the old man, Lu Ming didn't stop and chased after the other three. Split up and run. One of them roared. The three of them ran in three different directions. However, Lu Ming caught up with one of them and killed him in one move. Then, Lu Ming chased after the third person. "No, spare my life," the quasi-emperor yelled. However, Lu Ming was indifferent. He had to kill these people. "How dare you? You are courting death." At this moment, an angry roar was heard. In the distance, a terrifying demonic light slashed toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Before the voice died away, the demonic light was already about to slash Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and he felt a sense of danger. At this moment, he burst out with all his strength. The light of primal chaos surrounded his body. He controlled two types of laws and executed his strongest move, the Annihilation Chaos Finger of Calamity. Boom! A gray chaos finger of calamity pointed at the beam of demonic light, and a shocking rumble erupted. The demonic light buzzed and was eventually blocked by Lu Ming. However, the chaos finger of calamity was also slashed apart by the demonic light. Lu Ming felt an extremely powerful force surging toward him. He couldn't help but retreat a few thousand meters. He felt the blood in his body churning. What a terrifying force! Lu Ming was shocked. It was definitely a martial emperor. Whoosh! There was a flash of light in front and a black-robed middle-aged man appeared. This person exuded a terrifying aura. It was an emperor's aura. This person is definitely not a one-star void emperor. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Chapter 2057. The black-robed middle-aged man looked coldly at Lu Ming and said, "Lu Ming, the great emperor has treated you well. He even brought you here to look for the ancient demonic coffin. Who would have thought that you would secretly kill the experts of the devil nation? You are heartless. You deserve to die. What a joke. You don't have to be so righteous if you want to kill me. You must have been sent by the Blue Demon King to kill me. You are just a lackey." Lu Ming sneered. At the same time, he was thinking of a way to escape. Die. The black-robed middle-aged man did not say anything else. He immediately attacked. The power of the heavens burst forth and turned into a saber light, slashing towards Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. Two-star illusionary emperor. Lu Ming judged that this person should be a 2-star illusionary emperor. He was stronger than a 1-star illusionary emperor but not ridiculously strong. However, a 2-star illusionary emperor was not someone that Lu Ming could withstand. Swoosh! Lu Ming turned and left. He turned into a beam of light and flew towards the ancient city. If he wanted to shake off the black-robed middle-aged man, he could only rely on the ancient city. Trying to leave? No way. The black-robed middle-aged man shouted coldly. He turned into a beam of black light and chased after Lu Ming. At the same time, he slashed out a beam of black demonic light. Lu Ming's body glowed. Dozens of absolute sacred weapons and 2 emperor weapons floated out. The dozens of weapons gathered together. The combat weapon Qi gathered and formed a huge defensive weapon. At the same time, the law of primal chaos and the light of primal chaos were added to the combat weapon. Lu Ming did not care and moved forward rapidly. Clang! The black-robed middle-aged man's demonic light slashed at the combat weapon behind Lu Ming. The combat weapon shook and the dozens of weapons were almost shattered. If it were not for the 2 emperor weapons, the combat weapon Qi, and the light of primal chaos and the law of primal chaos, an ordinary absolute sacred weapon would have been shattered by this attack. The terrifying power kept surging toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt his blood and Qi churning and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he still managed to block it in the end. Furthermore, that power became his driving force, allowing him to fly forward even faster. The black-robed middle-aged man's face turned cold. Lu Ming's strength was truly terrifying. Even with the combat strength of a 2-star empty emperor, he was actually blocked. However, when he thought of the reward that the Blue Demon King had promised, his heart burned with passion, and he quickly chased after Lu Ming. Kill! In front of the ancient city, there were tens of thousands of demonic spirits. They were a black mass, wearing armor and holding weapons. Their battle cries shook the sky. Lu Ming quickly approached the ancient city. Clang! At this time, the black-robed middle-aged man launched another attack. A devilish light slashed at the battle weapon behind Lu Ming, causing it to shake violently. This time, Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. With his current combat strength, he could still contend against an ordinary 1-star empty emperor. However, the gap between him and a 2-star empty emperor was too great. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and endured, rushing headlong into the dark mass of devil spirits. Kill! Some devil spirits discovered Lu Ming, and their murderous intent swept towards Lu Ming. At the same time, all kinds of weapons were launched towards Lu Ming. It's equivalent to the Great Saint realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he judged the strength of the devil spirit that attacked him. Therefore, he did not stop at all. With the light of chaos protecting his body, he directly rushed over. Bang! Bang! The demonic spirit that attacked Lu Ming directly exploded into pieces. In an instant, Lu Ming rushed a few hundred meters forward. However, immediately, more devil spirits charged towards Lu Ming. Moreover, their combat strength was stronger than before, reaching the absolute saint realm. Lu Ming ignored them and continued to rush forward. Behind him, the black-robed middle-aged man stopped. He did not dare to rush over rashly like Lu Ming. He just wanted to observe for a while. Behind him, there was the sound of air being torn apart, and more than 10 figures rushed over. They were all old men of the Boundary Emperor realm. Obviously, most of them had rushed over from behind. Just the few of you. The black-robed middle-aged man looked around and said coldly. The 2 martial emperors will be here soon. A white-haired old man said. Yes. This time, the Azure Demon King has entrusted us with the task of killing Lu Ming. We must not make any mistakes. One of you will stay here and wait for the other martial emperors to arrive. The rest of you follow me and prepare to charge into this ancient city. The black-robed middle-aged man ordered. At this moment, Lu Ming had rushed all the way and was already halfway through the journey. Although there were many devil spirits, they were too scattered. Moreover, there were not many experts in the first section. The strongest was only a perfected absolute saint. They could not stop Lu Ming at all. However, the closer they got to the ancient city, the stronger the devil spirits became. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several rusty iron swords slashed at Lu Ming. The swords whistled, wanting to tear Lu Ming apart. This attack had the offensive strength of a boundary emperor. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He punched out, and the image of the suppressing prison steel appeared and smashed forward. Bang! Bang! The suppressing prison steel knocked away a few devil spirits, turning them into ashes in midair. The suppressing prison heavenly art is indeed effective against these devil spirits. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He continuously punched out with both fists, knocking away the boundary emperor realm devil spirits one by one. Even when facing the boundary emperor devil spirits, Lu Ming did not slow down. He quickly approached the ancient city. The black-robed middle-aged man finally could not hold back. He roared, "Charge with me!" Whoosh! Whoosh! The black-robed middle-aged man took the lead and charged out. 10 odd boundary emperors followed him like a long spear, stabbing at the devil spirit army. Only one boundary emperor remained to receive the others. After all, the black-robed middle-aged man was a 2-star foe emperor. He led the 10 odd boundary emperors and pierced through the devil spirit army like a long spear, quickly chasing after Lu Ming. Ordinary devil spirits could not stop them at all. When the black-robed middle-aged man was halfway through, Lu Ming was already about to break through the devil spirit's defense. However, at this moment, Lu Ming ran into trouble. There were 2 terrifying devil spirits attacking Lu Ming. These 2 devil spirits were wearing rusty armor. One held a sword and the other a long spear. Their strength was extremely shocking. These 2 devil spirits were equivalent to 1-star foe emperors. The iron sword and long spear attacked Lu Ming. In an instant, they scattered Lu Ming's suppressing prison steel and blocked Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's heart sank slightly. Indeed, there were martial emperors in the devil spirit army. Fortunately, they were not too terrifying. The 2 devil spirits were only equivalent to 1-star foe emperors. Lu Ming is blocked. Charge over. The black-robed middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He charged at Lu Ming at an even faster speed. With the 2 devil spirits blocking Lu Ming and him, Lu Ming would definitely die. Suppressing prison steel. At this moment, Lu Ming's mind stirred. The suppressing prison steel floated out and rapidly grew in size. It emitted a bright light and suppressed the 2 devil spirits. Boom! Boom! The suppressing prison steel's bloodline restrained the devil spirits even more. The bodies of the 2 devil spirits were directly sent flying by the suppressing prison steel. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming's figure flashed and charged through the encirclement of the devil spirit army, rushing toward the ancient city. The strange thing was that when Lu Ming approached the ancient city, the devil spirits stopped in their tracks and did not chase after Lu Ming. Chapter 2058. The ancient city's gates were open. However, the light in the city seemed very dim. Looking from the outside, the buildings in the city looked hazy, unable to be seen clearly. Boom! Boom! Behind, the black-robed, middle-aged man continuously sent the demonic spirits flying as he gave chase. Lu Ming did not stop, directly charging into the ancient city. However, the moment Lu Ming charged into the ancient city, his expression changed. This was because he could not fly in the ancient city. The ancient city forbade flying. There was a mysterious power that prevented him from flying. Furthermore, the light in the city was indeed very dim. Visibility was not high. Even with Lu Ming's eyesight, he could not see far. There were many huge palaces and all sorts of ancient buildings in the city. They were tall and majestic, like huge monsters standing tall in the ancient city. Lu Ming directly charged into a small alley, running wildly in it. Then, he turned into another small alley. There were countless streets and alleys in the ancient city. After a few turns, Lu Ming was already far away from the city gates. Just at this moment, the black-robed, middle-aged man led his men into the ancient city. The moment they entered the ancient city, their expressions changed as well. They felt that they could not fly. There might be fortuitous encounters in this ancient city. Let's search for that brat Lu Ming while searching for fortuitous encounters. A look of greed flashed in the black-robed, middle-aged man's eyes. Following that, he got two quasi-emperors to stand guard near the city gates. If they discovered Lu Ming, they were to report immediately. Then, he led the remaining quasi-emperors down a random street and ran. Just at this moment, two more people arrived outside the ancient city. These two old men had exceptionally strong auras. They were clearly faux emperor experts. After the quasi-emperor who stayed outside to provide support gave a simple explanation of the situation, the two faux emperors charged into the ancient city as well. Although there were martial emperor demonic spirits among the demonic spirits, the two were focused on charging in, not fighting. The faux emperor demonic spirits could not stop them. After fighting for a while, they charged into the ancient city as well. Lu Ming wandered around the ancient city, circling around many strange ancient buildings. The city was eerily quiet. It was empty, without any signs of life. What is in these buildings? Lu Ming was curious. He rushed to the wall of a building and looked inside. The interior of the building was similarly empty. There was nothing inside. This was an empty city. Lu Ming looked at a few buildings in a row. They were all empty. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes flickered, because he saw the door of a palace in front of him, which was slightly ajar. The doors of the other buildings were all closed, except for this palace. Could it have been opened by the ancient devil nation? Lu Ming pondered. Those from the ancient devil nation must have entered as well, so it wasn't surprising that they were the ones who opened the door. Lu Ming retracted his aura, approached the door, and looked inside. With a glance, his pupils suddenly constricted. Inside the palace was a small courtyard. In the courtyard, there was a figure. That figure was seated cross-legged. It was wearing armor. However, within the armor was a skeleton. The armor was rusty and stained with dark red blood. It seemed that it was an ancient person who had died a long time ago. Lu Ming observed for a while, then left the place and continued to walk through the ancient city. He wondered if he should return to the city gate and leave this ancient city. For some reason, he had a bad feeling in his heart. He felt that this ancient city was very strange. After a while, a figure flashed at the entrance of the street in front of him. 7 to 8 figures appeared. It was the black-robed middle-aged man and the quasi-emperors. They also saw Lu Ming at a glance. Lu Ming, where are you going now? The black-robed middle-aged man said coldly and chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned and ran toward another street. The black-robed middle-aged man chased after him. They had explored a few ancient buildings in a row, but they didn't find anything. There was no opportunity at all, so Lu Ming couldn't let it go. At the very least, if they killed Lu Ming, they could still obtain a generous reward from the Blue Demon King. Soon, Lu Ming turned 2 streets. However, at this moment, 2 more figures appeared in front of him. When Lu Ming saw these 2 people, his expression changed. These 2 people's auras were extremely terrifying. They were also martial emperors. Lu Ming. When the 2 saw Lu Ming, murderous intent flashed in their eyes. Then, they charged at Lu Ming. Ha! Stop Lu Ming! The black-robed middle-aged man guffawed. Lu Ming's expression turned sullen. It looked like the Blue Demon King really wanted to kill him. He actually worked with so many people in secret. Naturally, Lu Ming could not stop and fight with the other party. The other party had 3 Void Emperors. If he got entangled, he would die for sure. Lu Ming's figure changed, and he charged down another street on the right. Ah! Just at this moment, a miserable shriek rang out in the silent ancient city, sounding extremely mournful. Lu Ming turned around and took a quick glance. Immediately, he felt a chill run down his spine. Xiao Qin saw that one of the quasi-emperors chasing him had fallen behind. At this moment, that quasi-emperor was completely encased in armor. That armor was mottled with rust and had pitch-black bloodstains on it. At this moment, the armor encased that quasi-emperor. That quasi-emperor's body quickly shriveled up as if the armor had drained all his essence blood. What the hell is this? Scram! The black-robed middle-aged man shouted angrily. He swung his hand, and a pitch-black demonic saber struck the armor. Clang! A melodious sound rang out as the demonic saber struck the armor. However, there was not a single mark on the armor. As for that quasi-emperor, he had already stopped screaming and turned into a withered skeleton. Attack together! The black-robed middle-aged man was enraged. He launched all sorts of attacks at the armor. However, the armor flickered and charged into a building. By the time the black-robed middle-aged man rushed into the building, there was no trace of the armor. The black-robed middle-aged man and the others showed somewhat sullen expressions. Continue chasing Lu Ming. The black-robed middle-aged man shouted angrily. The black-robed middle-aged burly man bellowed angrily. They continued to chase after Lu Ming. However, not long after, another miserable scream rang out. That armor came out of nowhere and entangled another quasi-emperor. The black-robed middle-aged man and the others launched a torrential barrage of attacks. When the various attacks landed on the armor gave off clanging sounds. In the end, it charged into another building with a flash. The armor ate people. Everyone's hair stood on end. What was going on? It was just a piece of armor. To think that it repeatedly charged out and consumed a quasi-emperor's essence blood. A quasi-emperor could not resist at all. This was too horrifying. The remaining quasi-emperors paled somewhat. The quasi-emperor should walk in the middle. The three of us will guard the periphery. The black-robed middle-aged man said. Then, he got the quasi-emperor to walk in the middle and the three faux emperors to guard the periphery. Not far away, Lu Ming also heard the miserable scream and felt somewhat scared. To think that a piece of armor actually ate people. Most importantly, Lu Ming felt that this armor was very familiar. It was exactly the same as the armor on a corpse that he had seen in a courtyard previously. Chapter 2059. Lu Ming was running when all of a sudden, his hair stood on end. He felt a sense of impending danger. He turned around abruptly and pointed behind him. Chi! The finger force of the chaotic calamity finger shot out and struck a piece of armor. Clang! That armor shook a little, but nothing happened to it. It did not leave any traces behind. It swayed a little in the air and pounced toward Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lu Ming continued to attack the armor with the chaotic calamity finger, but it was useless. The armor only shook a few times and continued to charge at Lu Ming. Lu Ming saw that there was blood flowing on the armor. They were like tentacles that stretched toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the law of chaos and the chaotic light to resist. But when the tentacles came into contact with the law of chaos and the chaotic light, the law of chaos and the chaotic light shook violently. In a breath's time, the tentacles tore them apart. Lu Ming retreated quickly and his hair stood on end. This armor was extremely terrifying. Even the chaotic light could not block it. Prison suppression. Lu Ming's heart moved. The prison suppression steel bloodline appeared behind him and emitted a bright light that suppressed the armor. Chi chi chi, the blood-red tentacles on the armor made a sizzling sound when they came into contact with the energy of the prison suppression steel. It was like ice being thrown into a fire and quickly melted. Those blood-red tentacles stretched back, and the armor disappeared in a flash. That was close. Lu Ming put away the prison suppression steel and let out a long breath. That armor was extremely evil. It seemed to have a spirit and was indestructible. It was very terrifying. Lu Ming is over there. Not far away, there was a loud roar. The black-robed middle-aged man and the others chased after Lu Ming. Obviously, Lu Ming had used the prison suppression steel. The light was too strong and they had discovered him. They really don't give up. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he rushed in a certain direction. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived in front of a palace. The door of this palace was ajar. Lu Ming retracted his aura to the extreme, approached the door, and looked inside. Previously, there was a skeleton in the courtyard. That skeleton was wearing armor. Now, there was another skeleton. However, the armor it wore was gone. It really is this armor, Lu Ming murmured. After which, the purgatory-suppressing monument floated above his head. Lu Ming then rushed towards the skeleton. Without any abnormalities, Lu Ming arrived at Dry Bone's side. Whoosh! At this time, the door flashed, and the armor appeared. It twisted in a very human-like way, as if it was very nervous. Don't come over. Otherwise, I'll destroy this skeleton. Lu Ming condensed a big hand with his sacred power and grabbed the skeleton in his hand. As expected, the armor stopped, not daring to approach. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It seemed that his guess was right. The armor and the skeleton were one. In other words, the owner of the armor was the skeleton. Perhaps the skeleton was very powerful when it was alive. After its death, the powerful energy nourished the armor, causing the armor to develop spiritual intelligence. However, the armor was still under the control of the skeleton. As long as the skeleton was destroyed, the armor would also be affected. Back off. Lu Ming said coldly. The armor twisted a few times, but in the end, it retreated. Lu Ming revealed a smile and said, "Follow behind me. It's best that you don't mess around. I can destroy this skeleton with just a thought." After saying that, Lu Ming left the courtyard and headed in a certain direction. The armor could only obediently follow behind Lu Ming. Come. Lu Ming sneered. The purgatory-suppressing monument rapidly enlarged, emitting a dazzling light that could be seen from afar. Then, Xiaoqin put away the purgatory-suppressing monument and got the armor to hide in a building. Then, he waited quietly. Xiaoqin did not have to wait for long before a figure flashed in front. The black-robed, middle-aged man quickly arrived with a group of people. However, the other two martial emperors were nowhere to be seen. Lu Ming smiled and looked behind him. Two figures quickly rushed over from behind. They were the two martial emperors chasing after Xiaoqin. Clearly, the other party feared that Lu Ming would run away, so they attacked him from two sides. Two one-star foe emperors. Lu Ming revealed a cold smile as he stood there without moving. Whoosh! Whoosh! The black-robed, middle-aged man's figure flashed, and he led 7 or 8 quasi-emperors and the two foe emperors to surround Lu Ming. It looks like that old fellow Blue Demon King really spent a lot of money to kill me. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, although you are a genius, you do not know how to conduct yourself. You even dared to offend the Blue Demon King. Only death awaits you. The black-robed, middle-aged man said coldly. Lu Ming was rendered speechless. Speaking of which, from the start to the end, Xiaoqin had not taken the initiative to provoke the Blue Demon King. It was the other party who had been targeting him. First, Lu Ming did not let Xiaoqin participate in the competition. Then, Lu Ming defeated the ancient demon, slapping Xiaoqin's face. Was that not what Xiaoqin asked for? Such people could only be described as narrow-minded. If you want to kill me, be careful not to lose your insignificant lives here. Lu Ming smiled coldly. Boom! Lu Ming moved, executing the destruction primal chaos tribulation finger. He pointed at the black-robed, middle-aged man. You overestimate yourself. The black-robed, middle-aged man also moved. His palm was like a saber as he chopped down. A demonic saber light chopped at Lu Ming. Boom! The destruction primal chaos tribulation finger could not resist for long before it shattered. Lu Ming quickly retreated. However, at this moment, that armor charged out of a building and entangled a quasi-emperor. That quasi-emperor let out a miserable shriek as his body rapidly shriveled. Kill Lu Ming first. The black-robed, middle-aged man roared as he charged at Lu Ming. Whoosh! Lu Ming directly charged into a hall at the side. The black-robed, middle-aged man and two other martial emperors also charged into the hall, chasing after Lu Ming. Of course, the quasi-emperors were included as well. The hall was very large, but it was empty. There were no signs of life at all. Lu Ming rushed into the hall and dashed toward the depths of the hall. Ah! Behind him, another miserable shriek rang out. After the armor devoured a quasi-emperor, it entangled another quasi-emperor. Moreover, as the armor devoured quasi-emperors, it seemed to become stronger. At first, it needed a few breaths to devour a quasi-emperor. Now, it only needed one breath. Damn it! The black-robed, middle-aged man roared. If this continued, all the quasi-emperors would be devoured. The two of you continue chasing. I will block that armor. The black-robed, middle-aged man roared as he turned around and charged at that armor. By the time he arrived, another quasi-emperor had been devoured by the armor. In just a short while, the armor had already devoured 3 quasi-emperors and killed them. Enraged, the black-robed, middle-aged man sent out a move with his full strength. However, the armor did not attack him at all. It flickered a few times and directly fled. The remaining 5 quasi-emperors paled, their faces drained of blood. Now, follow me closely. Chapter 2060. The black-robed middle-aged man led the remaining 5 boundary emperors and chased after Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming and the 2 void emperors had already rushed out of the palace and were quite a distance away. Lu Ming, prepare to die. We'll give you a quick death. You've offended the Blue Demon King. Your fate is already sealed. The 2 void emperors constantly shouted coldly, provoking Lu Ming. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He wandered around the winding streets. After running for a while, Lu Ming suddenly stopped and sneered, "You want to kill me? Come on." Bam! Bam! Lu Ming took a few steps and charged towards the 2 void emperors. The 2 void emperors were stunned. They did not understand why Lu Ming suddenly stopped running. However, Lu Ming stopping was exactly what they wanted. Kill! The 2 void emperors charged towards Lu Ming. However, at this moment, the armor rushed out from a building at the side and pounced towards one of the void emperors. The void emperor was shocked and quickly changed the direction of his attack towards the armor. However, the armor was sturdy and indestructible. It only shook slightly and continued to charge towards the void emperor. Tentacles appeared on the armor and wrapped around the opponent. Primal Chaos Calamity Finger. Lu Ming used the Primal Chaos Calamity Finger with all his strength and charged towards the other void emperor. With Lu Ming's current strength, the void emperor did not dare to be careless. He also used all his strength to attack Lu Ming. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming and the void emperor exchanged 2 moves. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, he managed to block them. Lu Ming had fought the void emperor of the He clan before. However, the void emperor of the He clan had just broken through to the 1-star void emperor. His strength was not as strong as the person in front of him, but it was not much weaker. Although Lu Ming was not a match for him, he was still a threat to the other party. Lu Ming's back glowed as his 3rd bloodline appeared. Lu Ming had borrowed part of his 3rd bloodline's power. However, Lu Ming was very careful and did not dare to borrow too much. He only borrowed the portion that he could control. Even so, Lu Ming's strength had greatly increased. Whoosh whoosh. Lu Ming continued to unleash Chaotic Tribulation Finger. After borrowing the power of his 3rd bloodline, Lu Ming's power had greatly increased. Finally, he was able to fight his opponent head-on and not be at a disadvantage. Lu Ming entangled one of them, but the other void emperor was in danger. After devouring a few quasi-emperors, the armor's might had indeed increased greatly. That armor was very terrifying to begin with. Even Lu Ming's light of primal chaos could not block it. But now, the armor's power had increased greatly. Coupled with Lu Ming's threat, it could unleash even more terrifying power. The quasi-emperor's attacks continued to bombard the armor, but it was useless. The armor kept getting closer to the quasi-emperor. The blood-red tentacles extended towards the quasi-emperor and directly broke his defense. The blood-red tentacles wrapped around the quasi-emperor and began to devour him. Get lost! The quasi-emperor roared in horror as he struggled with all his might. However, it was useless. The armor wrapped tighter around him like an octopus and began to devour him. Ah! Save me! Save me! The quasi-emperor screamed in agony as he frantically twisted his body. However, it was all in vain. He felt that everything in his body was being devoured by the armor. His body was rapidly shriveling. The other quasi-emperor was horrified and wanted to save him, but he was firmly entangled by Lu Ming. At this moment, the black-robed middle-aged man finally arrived with his men. However, when he arrived, the quasi-emperor who was entangled by the armor was already beyond saving. His body had completely shriveled up and turned into a skeleton. The essence, qi, and spirit in his body had disappeared without a trace. A layer of bright red light spread out from the armor as if there was blood surging on it. Swoosh! The armor moved and charged towards the quasi-emperor who was fighting with Lu Ming. Get lost! The quasi-emperor exploded with an attack, wanting to blast open the armor and escape. However, Lu Ming would not give him the chance. He pointed a finger at the quasi-emperor's chest, causing the quasi-emperor to vomit blood and be severely injured. The armor wrapped around the quasi-emperor and its tentacles wrapped around him and began to devour him. Help! The quasi-emperor screamed in horror. The black-robed middle-aged man who was chasing after the quasi-emperor turned pale and revealed a terrified expression. If a one-star quasi-emperor could not resist, then a two-star quasi-emperor like him would be in danger. Let's go! The black-robed middle-aged man did not hesitate and turned to leave. This ancient city was too strange. If he stayed any longer, he might not even be able to keep his life. The 5 quasi-emperors followed the black-robed middle-aged man and rushed towards the city's gate. They did not want to stay in this ancient city for a moment longer. The quasi-emperor who was entangled by the armor let out a desperate roar. Not long after, he was devoured by the armor and turned into a skeleton. After devouring 2 quasi-emperors in a row, the armor emitted a dazzling blood-red light. It was incomparably horrifying. The armor seemed to be staring at Lu Ming and circling around Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. The prison-suppressing steel floated in the air. At the same time, he grabbed the skeleton and stared at the armor. The armor flew a few rounds, as if it was still afraid that Lu Ming would destroy the skeleton. Moreover, it was also very afraid of the prison-suppressing steel. In the end, it retreated a little and kept a distance from Lu Ming. Chase! Lu Ming whispered and chased after the black-robed middle-aged man and the others. The armor followed behind him. However, when Lu Ming rushed to the ancient city's gate, he found that the black-robed middle-aged man and the others had already rushed out of the city and into the demonic spirit army. They were breaking out of the encirclement. Whoosh! Lu Ming also rushed out of the city. However, the armor remained in the city. It seemed like it could not leave the city. No matter how Lu Ming threatened it, it was useless. Lu Ming sighed in regret. He could only return to the city. Soon, the black-robed middle-aged man broke out of the encirclement of the demonic spirits. However, he did not go far. Instead, he stood guard there. The black-robed middle-aged man showed an extremely unsightly expression. This time, the losses were disastrous. After entering the ancient city, not only did 4 quasi-emperors die, but 2 faux emperors also died. Faux emperors were not people that quasi-emperors could compare to. They were already martial emperors. Only 1 out of 100 quasi-emperors could break through to martial emperor. Send a message to the Blue Demon King. We will wait here. That armor seems to be unable to come out. The black-robed middle-aged man said coldly. Without that armor, Lu Ming did not care about it at all. Lu Ming observed the city for a while. When he discovered that the black-robed middle-aged man stood guard outside the city, he could not help frowning. That black-robed middle-aged man was a 2-star foe emperor. Even if Shao Chen borrowed the power of his third bloodline, he would not be able to charge out. Let's take a look at this ancient city first. See if there are any other powers that we can borrow. Perhaps there are other city gates that lead outside. Lu Ming thought for a while. Then, he turned around and headed into the ancient city. This ancient city was too big. It was vast and boundless. Furthermore, there was a restricted airspace, preventing flight. Traveling like this would take a lot of time. Lu Ming searched 10-odd buildings in the city but did not discover anything. There were also no other strange places. Chapter 2061. To Lu Ming's disappointment, he came to the left and right sides of the ancient city but did not see any city gates. There were only tall and majestic city walls. Moreover, there seemed to be a force on the city walls that prevented him from going up. In other words, it was impossible to leave through the walls. This ancient city can't only have one city gate, right? Lu Ming was speechless. Normally, a big city would not only have one city gate. Even if there were fewer, there would at least be 2. Normally, there would be 4, 8, or even more. Perhaps, in the depths of the ancient city, there will be a city gate in the direction opposite to the city gate. Lu Ming pondered and decided to enter the depths of the ancient city and pass through it. Just as Lu Ming was about to leave and enter the depths of the ancient city, a few more figures arrived outside the ancient city. One of them had 8 people, 4 of whom were martial emperors. The leading old man was the Blue Demon King. The Blue Demon King had a lot of power in the ancient Devil Kingdom. He was of the same generation as the ancient Great Emperor. His cultivation had reached the peak of the true Emperor realm and he was highly regarded by the ancient Great Emperor. Therefore, many people in the ancient Devil Kingdom would give him face. Moreover, the Blue Demon King had promised a generous reward for killing Lu Ming. Naturally, many people would follow the Blue Demon King to kill Lu Ming. What's going on? The Blue Demon King arrived and glanced coldly at the black-robed middle-aged man. It's like this, the black-robed middle-aged man explained the situation in the ancient city in a trembling voice. A piece of armor. The Azure Demon King's eyes flashed, followed by a cold murderous intent. They had lost so many experts because of Lu Ming. Lu Ming deserved to die. Those above Martial Emperor, follow me. The rest stay outside. The Blue Demon King ordered and flew into the ancient city. The Blue Demon King was a peak true Emperor realm expert. He was too strong. The devil spirits were like ants in front of the Blue Demon King. With a single slap, a large number of devil spirits were destroyed. They easily charged through the devil spirit army and rushed into the ancient city. 2 people in a group. Split up and look for Lu Ming. If you find him, inform us immediately. The Blue Demon King said. The people following the Blue Demon King this time were not to be underestimated. There were 3 of them, 1 true emperor and 2 void emperors. All of them were 5-star void emperors and above, much stronger than the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man followed the true emperor to the right. At this moment, Lu Ming had already passed through the center of the ancient city and was heading toward the depths. Compared to the direction of the city gate, this was indeed the depths of the ancient city. When Lu Ming arrived at the depths of the ancient city, he felt his hair stand on end. He felt a sense of danger. The buildings here are even more majestic. They look like small castles. Lu Ming looked around. The buildings here were indeed more majestic. They were pitch black and filled with the aura of time. Lu Ming moved forward cautiously. Behind him, the armor continued to follow him. Dong! Suddenly, a building in front of him shook. Lu Ming was startled and stopped. Dong! Then, the building shook again. It was as if a giant beast was attacking the castle from inside the building. After a few more tremors, the sound disappeared. Lu Ming frowned. He used his divine breath technique to restrain his aura to the extreme and continued forward. Roar! When Lu Ming passed by the building, an explosive roar came from the building. Then, the sound of iron chains colliding could be heard. In the next moment, Lu Ming saw a claw reaching out from the building. This claw was like a beast's claw. It was covered in black scales and wrapped around the claw were black chains. The claw was as big as a house. It grabbed at Lu Ming and emitted a terrifying aura. Lu Ming was shocked and quickly retreated. However, that hand claw actually expanded rapidly, becoming longer and bigger at an extremely fast speed. It grabbed toward Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Lu Ming was about to be grabbed. At this moment, Lu Ming controlled the prison-suppressing steel. The prison-suppressing steel shone and blasted at the claw. Chi chi chi, the claw was enveloped by the light of the prison-suppressing steel. It let out a sizzling sound and black smoke spread out. Roar! Another loud roar came from the building. The claw reached back. Lu Ming kept retreating. After retreating a distance, he let out a long breath. There were living creatures in the building. It looked like they were locked up. This shocked Lu Ming. This ancient city looked like it had been here for countless years. Why were there still living creatures? Could it be that the living creatures in the building were locked up by the original owner of this ancient city? However, to be able to survive for so long, it must be extremely powerful. Let's change directions. Lu Ming left the place and walked to the right for a while before continuing forward. In front of him, there were still many huge buildings. Lu Ming carefully passed through some buildings but did not find anything unusual. It seemed that not every building had living creatures. Even if there were, they might have died after so many years. Not many could survive. However, Lu Ming's good luck did not last for long. Roar! With a roar, a claw reached out from one of the buildings. This claw was bigger than the previous one. It was covered in black scales and its nails were very long, like the claws of a demon. Lu Ming blocked it with the prison-suppressing steel and retreated quickly. Fortunately, the prison-suppressing steel had a strong restraining effect on this kind of claw. The moment the claw came in contact with the light of the prison-suppressing steel, it quickly retreated into the building. Lu Ming retreated a distance and wandered around the area. It seemed that there were terrifying living creatures in the buildings in this area. He did not know which ones were and which were not. It was not safe to barge in like this even with the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. Lu Ming pondered. At this moment, a few figures were rushing in Lu Ming's direction at high speed. Just now, the light of the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline was discovered even from a distance. The Blue Demon King and the others were rushing towards Lu Ming. Among them, the Blue Demon King was the fastest. Although he was a peak true emperor and was forbidden to fly in this ancient city, his cultivation was still there. Even if he could not fly, his speed was still astonishing. Lu Ming was hesitating whether he should barge in. However, at this moment, he suddenly had an ominous feeling. He looked behind him and saw a figure dashing toward him at lightning speed. In an instant, it appeared not far away from Lu Ming. The Blue Demon King. Lu Ming's pupils shrank. Lu Ming, die. The Blue Demon King directly attacked Lu Ming. Block it! Lu Ming shouted. The armor rushed towards the Blue Demon King. Boom! The Blue Demon King was so strong that he directly sent the armor flying. Chapter 2062. Facing an expert like the Blue Demon King, rushing outside would only lead to death. Only by rushing inside would there be a chance of survival. Kill! The Blue Demon King shouted as he chased after Lu Ming. However, that armor once again entangled the Blue Demon King. The armor was covered in rust, but at this moment, it was emitting a dense blood-red light. Tentacles extended out and wrapped around the Blue Demon King. Boom! The Blue Demon King punched out. The terrifying fist energy sent the armor flying far away. However, the armor's material was indeed extraordinary. It was indestructible and wasn't destroyed by the Blue Demon King's attack. After the armor was sent flying, it once again flew towards the Blue Demon King. Seeing Lu Ming continuously rushing towards the depths of the ancient city, the Blue Demon King revealed an angry expression. At this moment, the other four also arrived. "You guys go chase after Lu Ming," the Blue Demon King coldly said. The other four nodded and chased after him. The Blue Demon King coldly stared at the armor as a layer of black flame spread out from his body. This was a type of demonic fire. It was extremely terrifying and had an astonishing temperature. He pressed down with one hand and the demonic fire surged out and enveloped the armor. After all, the Blue Demon King was a peak true Emperor expert. Although the armor's material was indestructible, it didn't contain a lot of energy. How could it be a match for the Blue Demon King? After being enveloped by the demonic fire, the armor emitted sizzling sounds. The scarlet blood was quickly refined by the demonic fire. Not long after, the armor fell to the ground with a clang, as if it had turned into a pile of scrap metal. Not only was the blood in the armor refined, everything else was also refined, including the trace of imprint. It disappeared without a trace and turned into a pile of scrap metal. Lu Ming, who was running, had a change in his expression. The white skeleton in his hands turned into ashes with a bang. Lu Ming knew that the armor would not be able to stop the Azure Demon King. He was a peak true emperor and was only one step away from becoming a great emperor. He was too powerful. Whoosh! Whoosh! Behind them, four figures quickly chased after Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. It was one of the four martial emperors. One of them was surrounded by a divine light, clearly a true emperor. This emperor was the fastest and chased after Lu Ming with lightning speed. Roar! At this moment, an explosive roar came from a huge building. A huge claw stretched out of the building and grabbed at Lu Ming. "Let's fight!" Lu Ming didn't stop. He continued to charge inside while controlling the prison-suppressing steel to float above his head. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline shone brightly. The moment the giant claw got close to the prison-suppressing steel, it was as if it was burned by fire. It hurriedly withdrew. Lu Ming successfully dashed past this building and continued to go deeper. The true emperor caught up in just a few breaths. The true emperor naturally saw the claw earlier. He channeled his world force and was on full alert. Roar! Sure enough, the claw reached out once the true emperor got close. Its scales grew to the size of a house and aimed for the true emperor. "What the hell is this?" The true emperor roared and unleashed his world force. It turned into an axe and swung down. Boom! The battle axe chopped down on the huge palm, but the palm only trembled a little. It was completely fine. Only a shallow mark was left on the scales on the surface of the palm. On the other hand, the true emperor staggered back several steps. Roar! There seemed to be a terrifying fiend inside the building. It roared and reached for the true emperor with its claw. One could see that it was covered in black scales and bound by black chains. It made clanking noises as it reached for the true emperor. A world seemed to be floating in the true emperor's body. Several colors fused together to unleash a terrifying attack. This was the fusion of several types of laws, and its power was extremely terrifying. Compared to Lu Ming's initial integration of two types of laws, it was many times stronger. In the martial emperor realm, one could cultivate many kinds of laws. They could even merge them together, and their might would be extremely shocking. Boom! The true emperor's attack collided with the claw. Clank! The chains clashed. The claw was stopped, but the true emperor couldn't make it through. This living creature is locked inside and can't get out. I'll block it. You guys rush over and kill Lu Ming. The true emperor said and attacked again, successfully entangling the claw. The other three had a serious expression. They circled around and headed for Lu Ming. Lu Ming went deeper and deeper. He passed through more than 10 buildings but nothing happened. Boom! Boom! While Lu Ming was running, a loud explosion came from one of the buildings ahead. A gigantic hand reached for Lu Ming. Not only was this huge hand covered in scales, but there was also a terrifying cold current that swept toward Lu Ming. Even though he was far away, Lu Ming felt as though he was about to be frozen. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and continued to attack with the prison-suppressing monument. Fortunately, the prison-suppressing monument bloodline could still restrain the other party. That huge hand stretched back and Lu Ming dashed past it. Behind them, the black-robed middle-aged man and the other two had grave expressions. They weren't true emperors, so they didn't dare to charge forward. They circled around the building and chased after Lu Ming. Alas, they weren't so lucky. They didn't get far before a claw reached out from another building. Not good, retreat. One of them was shocked and retreated frantically. The expressions of the other two also changed abruptly, and they also retreated. But it was too late. The black-robed middle-aged man was the weakest. He was only a 2-star Void Emperor and was caught. Ah! He screamed miserably and tried to break free, but it was to no avail. The hand squeezed and the sound of bones cracking could be heard from the black-robed middle-aged man's body. He vomited blood and lost the strength to struggle. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and fear. He came in to kill Lu Ming for the reward. The reward could even help him survive the next calamity. But now, he was going to die here. After that large hand grabbed the black-robed middle-aged man, it stretched back. Then, within the building, there was a mournful scream, as well as the sound of crunching and chewing. The other two Void Emperors felt cold sweat all over. Even with their cultivation, they were sweating. Obviously, the black-robed middle-aged man was eaten by the creature in the building. The two of them didn't dare to move forward and stopped there. Scram, you bunch of trash. The Blue Demon King rushed over and punched the claw that was fighting with the true emperor. A terrifying devilish flame burned and the claw was knocked away. Its scales scattered and fell to the ground. A peak true emperor was much stronger than an ordinary true emperor. Die. Chapter 2063. The Blue Demon King's strength was truly frightening. He was a peak true emperor expert. Although the creature in the building was powerful, it had been suppressed for countless years and didn't have much battle strength left. Poof! The Blue Demon King's demonic saber slashed down and chopped off the giant arm. Roar! The creature in the building roared. The chains clanged and the building rumbled as if a giant beast wanted to rush out. But in the end, it didn't. The Blue Demon King rushed past and chased after Lu Ming. In front, Lu Ming's expression was solemn. The creatures in these buildings couldn't stop the Blue Demon King at all. He had to increase his speed. Lu Ming erupted with all his strength and rushed forward. Not long after, another creature roared from another building. This time, it was a large flame that spewed out from the building. Lu Ming used the prison-suppressing steel bloodline to block it and rushed past. Next, Lu Ming encountered several buildings with creatures. Lu Ming used the prison-suppressing steel to rush past them all. Behind him, the Blue Demon King chased after Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. If it weren't for the creatures obstructing the Blue Demon King along the way, he would have caught up to Lu Ming long ago. What should I do? Lu Ming quickly thought of a solution in his mind. Right now, he couldn't control the Heaven Emperor's body. With his own cultivation, facing the Blue Demon King was a dead end. However, other than the Heaven Emperor's body, he didn't have any treasures that could resist the Blue Demon King. After that, Lu Ming leaped a long distance. There were no more buildings in front of him, only some low rocks. Lu Ming didn't stop and could only continue forward. Now, he could only rely on his luck. He hoped that there was something that could stop the Blue Demon King. Whoosh! Lu Ming was like a flickering shadow, rushing forward at an astonishing speed. Behind them, the Blue Demon King continuously charged through the buildings and was about to reach the low rocky area. However, at this moment, Lu Ming, who was in front, suddenly stopped. Because there was no road ahead. There was a lake that blocked the way. This was a magma lake that covered an extremely wide area. It completely blocked the path ahead and emitted a terrifying temperature. This was definitely not ordinary magma, which made Lu Ming feel a sense of crisis. "Ha, kid, why aren't you running anymore?" The Blue Demon King caught up and stopped not too far away. He looked at Lu Ming with a hint of ridicule. "Old man, you're too narrow-minded. You've lost your face, but you're blaming it on me." As Lu Ming spoke, he tried to think of a countermeasure. Even in the face of despair, Lu Ming would not give up. It's not a good thing for young people to be in the limelight. The Blue Demon King said coldly and walked towards Lu Ming step by step. In his opinion, Lu Ming should not have made a move back then. He should have just sat there quietly. How could he lose face in front of everyone? "Kid, you must have had a lot of fortuitous encounters to be able to reach this step. Give me your things, or any ancient scriptures, and I might let you live." The Blue Demon King sneered. Lu Ming curled his lips. It would be strange if this old man would let him go. Even if he gave him everything, the other party would still kill him and not let him live. "How can I believe you?" Lu Ming said. "In the current situation, you have to believe me even if you don't want to." The Blue Demon King said coldly. "Go and kill those 3 guys, and I'll give it to you. I'll give you all the fortuitous encounters I've obtained." Lu Ming looked behind the Blue Demon King. Behind him, the other 3 experts had followed the Blue Demon King's path and arrived here. Hearing this, the 3 of them could not help but stop, their faces turning pale. The Blue Demon King was vicious and merciless. Perhaps he would really do that. "Kid, you don't have the qualifications to bargain with me now. If you don't hand it over, I'll cripple you right now and slowly interrogate you. Let's see if you'll hand it over or not." The Blue Demon King's body emitted a cold killing intent, and terrifying demonic flames spread out. Whoosh! At this moment, Lu Ming's figure moved. With a step, his body leaped towards the lava lake. Now, he could only rely on the lava lake to take a gamble. Trying to escape. "Die!" The Blue Demon King shouted and blasted out a palm. Demonic flames filled the sky and enveloped Lu Ming. The demonic flames were like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was astonishing. In an instant, it caught up to Lu Ming and enveloped Lu Ming. Roar! Lu Ming let out a beast-like roar. Too painful. Being enveloped by the demonic flames was too painful. Lu Ming felt as if his body was about to be burnt to a crisp. Lu Ming frantically circulated his saint power to cover his body. At the same time, he controlled the primal chaos law to cover his body with primal chaos light to resist the attack of the demonic flames. However, the demonic flames were released by the Blue Demon King. A peak true emperor was too terrifying. All of Lu Ming's defenses were burned through in an instant. Plop! At this time, Lu Ming fell into the lava lake and disappeared. After entering the lava lake, Lu Ming gathered his remaining strength and frantically rushed towards the bottom of the lake. "You want to leave?" "Impossible." The Blue Demon King's expression was very cold. He also rushed into the lava lake and chased after Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! The Blue Demon King waved his palms, stirring up the surrounding lava. Several terrifying demonic flames broke through the lava and blasted towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming simply couldn't dodge and was hit by several demonic flames. The terrifying temperature of the demonic flames burned through Lu Ming's defenses. A heart-wrenching pain spread throughout Lu Ming's body. Even with Lu Ming's current spiritual body, he couldn't resist at all. He felt as if his body was turning into ashes bit by bit. However, Lu Ming still didn't give up. He crazily rushed down. The temperature at the bottom of the lava lake was shockingly high. The lower he went, the higher the temperature. Moreover, there was a terrifying pressure pressing down on Lu Ming from all directions. Being burned by the Blue Demon King's demonic flames and the lava's flames, Lu Ming couldn't resist at all. His body was slowly burning into ashes. Lu Ming could feel that the flesh on his body was disappearing, and even his bones were exposed. However, Lu Ming continued to dive at an astonishing speed because the Blue Demon King was still chasing after him. Boom! The Azure Demon struck out with his palm again. However, the pressure of the lava here was already astonishing. Although the Blue Demon King's palm force broke through the lava, a portion of it had already been offset. Only a portion of it landed on Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming's hands and feet turned into ashes in the demonic flames. Only his body was still bitterly holding on as he continued to descend. However, the Blue Demon King still didn't give up the chase. The two of them continued to descend. Along the way, the Blue Demon King struck out a few more times. However, due to the obstruction of the lava, most of the power was blocked. At this moment, they had already dived for thousands of meters. At this point, the temperature was extremely terrifying. Even the Blue Demon King felt a sense of danger. It was as if there was something below that could threaten his safety. This kid is dead for sure. Chapter 2064. The Blue Demon King was certain that Lu Ming was dead for sure. His demonic fire alone wasn't something that Lu Ming could resist. Under his demonic fire, Lu Ming would be reduced to ashes. Moreover, this place was under the magma lake. Even he was wary of the magma here. Not only was the temperature astonishingly high, but the pressure was also frightening. Lu Ming was dead for sure under any one of the two conditions, not to mention the combination of the two conditions. Lu Ming had no chance at all. At this moment, not only were Lu Ming's limbs burned to ashes, but his body was also on the verge of being reduced to ashes. The Blue Demon King sneered and rushed to the surface of the magma lake. Although he didn't obtain Lu Ming's fortune, being able to kill Lu Ming wasn't bad either. In the blink of an eye, the Blue Demon King rushed to the surface of the magma lake and flew to the surface. What happened to that brat? Someone asked. He's dead for sure. Let's go. We'll explore this ancient city and then leave. The Blue Demon King said. Then, his figure flashed and left this place. The other three followed the Blue Demon King. At this moment, Lu Ming was indeed facing the greatest crisis of his life. At this moment, his body was about to be reduced to ashes. Most importantly, he couldn't muster any strength to rush up. His body was completely enveloped by the demonic fire. This was the demonic fire of a peak true emperor. It wouldn't extinguish until its target was reduced to ashes. *chi. Lu Ming could clearly feel that his body was collapsing, disintegrating, and being burned to ashes. There were 3 strands of primal chaos energy in his body. At this moment, the 3 strands of primal chaos energy were like 3 small snakes swimming around before rushing into one of the Saint Hearts. Enter the Saint Heart. Lu Ming used his soul power to move the Great Pill Development Cauldron and the Mountain River diagram in his Sea of Consciousness into another Saint Heart. Next, Lu Ming's soul also rushed into another Saint Heart. As long as his soul was not destroyed, there was always hope for him to be resurrected. In just a few breaths, Lu Ming's physical body was burned to ashes by the demonic fire and disappeared without a trace. Only the 2 Saint Hearts were left floating there. After the demonic fire burned Lu Ming's body to ashes, it seemed to have lost its target and finally disappeared. Not good. Inside the Sacred Heart, Lu Ming's spirit could still sense everything that was happening outside. At this moment, he discovered that the lava outside was frantically squeezing towards the 2 Sacred Hearts. Let the 2 Sacred Hearts collide with each other. The magma outside wrapped around the 2 Saint Hearts and pressed against them, as if it was going to crush them. Moreover, the terrifying temperature of the magma was also burning the Saint Hearts, as if it was going to melt them. Lu Ming was worried. If the two sacred hearts were to melt, then he would really have no chance at all. Autumn moon. Lu Ming muttered as he glanced at the great pill development furnace that was floating in the sacred heart. If the sacred heart was shattered, leaving the great pill development furnace here, it would not be able to withstand the terrifying temperature outside. Although the great pill development furnace was miraculous, it would be dangerous in such an environment for a long time. This trip was originally to save Autumn Moon. However, before he could save Autumn Moon, he was already in danger. Clang! At this moment, the two sacred hearts shook violently and a corner of the outer layer crumbled. Boom! When the corner of the sacred heart crumbled, Lu Ming's spirit shook violently as if there was a terrifying flame enveloping his spirit. Am I really going to die here today? This thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. At this moment, he felt the aura of death. His spirit shook and his consciousness blurred. In the end, his vision turned black and he did not know anything. Only the two sacred hearts were being squeezed by the terrifying magma. However, a strange scene happened. The shattered parts of the two sacred hearts did not dissipate into nothingness. Instead, they stuck together and flew back into the sacred hearts. Clang! Clang! As the magma squeezed and burned, more and more of the two sacred hearts crumbled. However, the fragments and powder of the sacred hearts fused together and flew back into the two sacred hearts. It was as if the two sacred hearts were fusing together. Of course, Lu Ming did not know any of this. Next, the sacred hearts continued to crumble and then fuse together. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, there were originally two sacred hearts. However, this time, there was only one. It turned into a bigger sacred heart. Buzz! When the two saint hearts merged into one, a mysterious fluctuation was emitted. Then, the larger saint heart started to spin at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, the sacred heart produced a strange power. The energy in the magma around him gathered toward Lu Ming. Just like that, a few days passed. A strange scene occurred. With the sacred heart as the center, the outline of a body appeared. It was just an outline and not a real body. It was made up of energy. When the outline of the body appeared, the 3 streams of chaotic chi from the sacred heart flew out and wandered around the outline of the body. At the same time, the energy in the magma continued to gather and pour into the sacred heart. Then, it diffused out from the sacred heart and poured into the outline of the body. The silhouette of this body was slowly solidifying. Reforging the body. This was a reforging of the body. When the two sacred hearts fused into one, they were reforging the body on their own. Moreover, they were using the energy in the magma to reforge the body. The process of reforging the body was very slow. Just like that, a total of 3 months passed. In the magma, a perfect body appeared. This body was Lu Ming's body. However, this body was a little different from the previous one. There was a fiery red color on the skin, as if flames were burning. The curves of the body were perfect, but they seemed to be filled with explosive power. The 3 streams of chaotic chi were also perfectly fused into the body. At this moment, the fingers of the body moved. Slowly, it opened its eyes. This is, Lu Ming looked around in surprise. Finally, he looked at his body and was very shocked. He remembered very clearly that when he was attacked by the Blue Demon King, his body turned into ashes in the demonic fire. Even the sacred heart was squeezed by the magma, his soul was shaken, and his consciousness fell into darkness. He did not expect to find his body still there when he woke up. No, this body is a little different from before. Lu Ming felt something strange the next moment. He found that although this body was still made of flesh and blood, it was stronger than before. The 3 streams of chaotic chi were perfectly fused and full of explosive power. At the same time, this body seemed to be unafraid of the magma around it. It was as if it was one with the magma around it. The magma around it was ineffective against it. This was not because Lu Ming's body was so strong that it was unafraid of the temperature of the magma. It was because his body was reforged with the energy here. Their energy was the same, so it was unafraid. Chapter 2065. My body has been reforged. Lu Ming thought for a while and realized the problem. He was overjoyed. Although he did not understand how his body had been reforged, it was a good thing no matter what. No, my sacred heart. At this moment, Lu Ming finally realized that something was wrong with his sacred heart. Previously, there were two sacred hearts. How did it become one now? It was just that this sacred heart was bigger. Could it be that the two sacred hearts have merged together? Lu Ming guessed and was shocked. He had never thought that the two sacred hearts that had been cultivated with the twin life forbidden skill could merge together. Moreover, Lu Ming realized that not only had his body been reforged, but his cultivation had also increased. He had reached the great circle of the absolute saint realm. Not only that, Lu Ming also realized that after the two sacred hearts had merged, his two laws had also completely merged. Previously, the array law and the chaotic law had only been in the initial stages of merging. Now, they had completely merged. The two laws have completely merged. Their power will definitely increase greatly. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised. This time, it was a blessing in disguise. Not only did he not die, but his cultivation had also broken through. Moreover, the strength of his body had increased greatly. The two laws had also merged. He had heard that martial emperors had to take this step. Martial emperors needed to comprehend different laws. Then, they needed to fuse the different laws together. He was now doing what martial emperors should do. If the Blue Demon King knew about this, he would probably be furious. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. Then, with a thought, the mountain river diagram and the great pill development furnace returned to his mind. The suppressing prison steel bloodline and the third bloodline are still there. Lu Ming sensed the suppressing prison steel bloodline and the third bloodline and found that they were still there. This made him secretly amazed. He had never been able to understand these two bloodlines and felt that it was very strange. This time, even his body had been destroyed. After the reforging, the two bloodlines were still there. This was really difficult to explain. It was extremely mysterious. However, this was a good thing for Lu Ming. I don't know how much time has passed, but the energy here is very abundant. I can let the Celestial Emperor's body absorb energy here. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's mind stirred, and the Heavenly Emperor's physical body appeared from the mountain and river diagram. Following that, Lu Ming activated his cultivation technique and began to control the Celestial Thearcha's body to absorb the surrounding energy. The Celestial Thearcha's body was like a black hole, absorbing the energy from the outside like crazy. In the magma, a large amount of fire energy was absorbed by the Sky Emperor's body. Not long after, with the Celestial Thearcha's body as the center, all the energy in the magma was sucked dry and turned into rock. Lu Ming could only move to another location and continue absorbing. The energy required for a Heavenly Emperor's physical body was too much, incomparably astonishing. Back then, Lu Ming had spent more than half a year. In that more than half a year, he had been fighting with the evil god tribe. Every time he killed an evil god tribe member, he would let the Celestial Emperor's body absorb the crystals that they carried. In that more than half a year, Lu Ming had killed countless evil god tribe members and let the Celestial Emperor's body absorb countless crystals and energy. In the end, the Celestial Emperor's body's energy had only accumulated to 12%. Moreover, the more the Celestial Emperor's body's energy accumulated, the harder it was to increase it. The energy required was even more shocking. Just like that, Lu Ming continued to absorb energy under the magma. Large amounts of magma turned into rock. 2 days later, the Celestial Emperor's body's energy had increased to 8%. This was because the Celestial Emperor's body had already stored a portion of energy before. 8% is not enough. I need at least 10%. The temperature below the magma is higher, so I'll go down and absorb. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind and he headed down. As long as the Celestial Emperor's body's energy had accumulated to more than 10%, Lu Ming would be able to control it. At that time, he would be able to fight against a great emperor. This time, his chances of obtaining the immemorial demon coffin would be greatly increased. Also, there was the Blue Demon King. A cold killing intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He had to kill the Blue Demon King. Lu Ming rushed down into the magma lake. The temperature below the magma lake was shockingly high. Even the Blue Demon King had retreated. It could be seen how shocking it was. Even though Lu Ming's current body was reforged with the energy of the magma lake, he didn't dare to go too deep. Otherwise, he would be turned into ashes. Lu Ming didn't want to experience the feeling of being turned into ashes again. This time, he was lucky to have reforged his body. Next time, he might not be so lucky. This is it. After diving for a while, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure and stopped. He controlled the Celestial Emperor's body and began to absorb energy. The energy here was indeed much stronger. When he finished absorbing the nearby energy, Lu Ming moved to another place and continued to absorb. Of course, it was just a horizontal shift. Lu Ming didn't dare to continue diving. After a few more days, the energy in the Celestial Emperor's body increased explosively. It reached a shocking 16%. It was 4% more than the previous time. Enough. Lu Ming was overjoyed. 16% energy was absolutely shocking. If he fought the great emperor of the He clan again with this amount of energy, he would definitely beat him into a pulp. Lu Ming decided to leave this place. The key was that the energy above the magma lake had almost been completely absorbed by Lu Ming. If he went down, the temperature would be too high. Lu Ming didn't dare to go down. Moreover, he didn't know how long he had been here. He wondered how the ancient great emperor and the others were doing. Did they find the ancient demon coffin? Lu Ming put the Celestial Emperor's body into the mountain river diagram. Then, he broke through the rocks and rushed up. After a while, Lu Ming left the magma lake and landed on the shore. He looked around and didn't see anyone. It seems like the Blue Demon King and the others have all left. I don't know how long it's been. Let's look at the map first. Lu Ming thought. He took out the black jade talisman and injected his saint power into it. Suddenly, a black diagram floated in the air. Something's happening. Lu Ming's heart jumped. The other parts of the black diagram were pitch black. However, there were some dots of light shining in the darkness. This meant that someone had also activated the jade talisman to see it. In one place, there was a group of dots of light. There were at least 100 of them, shining brightly. And in other places, there were dots of light moving towards that group of dots of light. There are so many people gathered together. Could it be that the ancient great emperor had already gathered everyone? Lu Ming thought. This meant that the ancient great emperor hadn't taken back the ancient demon coffin. Let's go. Lu Ming put away the jade talisman and rushed out of the city. When he passed by the buildings, there were still beast roars and claws attacking him. However, Lu Ming took out the prison-suppressing steel bloodline and passed through the buildings safely. Not long after, Lu Ming passed through the entire ancient city and exited the city gate. Kill. Chapter 2066. The black mass of demonic spirits charged at Lu Ming. Among them, there were 2 one-star illusionary emperor demonic spirits. Their attacks were terrifying. Scram! Lu Ming activated the suppressing hell skill and threw out 2 punches. Dong! Dong! Lu Ming's attack collided with the 2 demonic spirit martial emperors, creating 2 loud explosions. The 2 demonic spirit martial emperors' bodies shook violently. They could not block Lu Ming's terrifying power and were forced to retreat. I'll use you guys to test my battle strength. Kill. Lu Ming's arms shook. He felt that his body was filled with boundless power. Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming pointed out 2 fingers. Sacred power burst out. At the same time, the law of array and the law of primal chaos merged and strengthened the chaotic calamity finger. The two terrifying finger forces blasted toward the two demonic spirit martial emperors. Wherever he passed, energy surged, and all the demonic spirits in front of him all collapsed and exploded. The two demonic spirit martial emperors seemed to feel threatened. They unleashed their full strength and attacked Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Two earth-shattering explosions rang out. This time, the two demonic spirit martial emperors' bodies shook violently. They were forced to retreat and their bodies almost exploded. Lu Ming's eyes lit up with joy. His battle prowess had indeed skyrocketed by a large margin. The two one-star martial emperors were completely suppressed by him. Previously, when Lu Ming's cultivation was at the peak of the absolute saint realm, he was no match for the one-star martial emperors. He was at a disadvantage and was suppressed by the other party. At that time, Lu Ming's battle strength was enough to contend with an ordinary one-star martial emperor if he had broken through to the peak of the absolute saint realm. However, this time, Lu Ming's cultivation had not only broken through. The strength of his physical body and the fusion of the two laws had increased his battle strength again. He could already suppress one-star martial emperors. Even the two one-star martial emperors were suppressed by him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming continued to point out the chaotic calamity finger. The two demonic spirit martial emperors were forced back by Lu Ming. They could only barely resist. As for the demonic spirits below the martial emperor level, they exploded when they were swept by Lu Ming's finger forces. Bang! Bang! The weapons of the two demonic spirit martial emperors were sent flying by Lu Ming. Cracks appeared on their bodies. If it wasn't for the fact that their armors were extremely tough, they would have been shattered by Lu Ming. Kill! Not far away, shouts of killing could be heard as a few more demonic spirits rushed over. They were all martial emperors. I'm not going to play with you anymore. Let's go. Lu Ming's figure turned around and rushed outside. Everywhere he passed, large swathes of devil spirits were scattered. Ordinary devil spirits couldn't stop him at all. Lu Ming rampaged, breaking through the attack of the devil spirit army in a short while, and disappeared here. After leaving this area, Lu Ming took out the jade card again and activated the pattern on it. He could clearly see that Lu Ming's side also had a dot of light shining. Lu Ming found a direction and rushed towards that pile of dots of light. Along the way, they didn't encounter anything strange. It was very peaceful. Lu Ming got closer and closer to that group of dots of light. However, it still took 3 days for Lu Ming to get close to those dots of light. When Xiao Qin looked into the distance, he saw a group of people standing high in the sky. With one glance, Lu Ming saw the ancient Great Emperor. There was also the Blue Demon King. Furthermore, the few martial emperors who chased after him back then were also there. Lu Ming's eyes emitted a cold killing intent. In the next moment, he concealed it very well. Lu Ming put away the jade card and flew towards the ancient Great Emperor's group. With the ancient Great Emperor around, Xiao Qin believed that the Blue Demon King would not dare to make a move against him. Furthermore, Lu Ming did not fear the Blue Demon King now. If the other party made a move, Lu Ming could use this opportunity to eliminate the other party. Lu Ming flew over, attracting everyone's attention. Lu Ming, you. When the Blue Demon King saw Lu Ming, his mouth opened so wide that it could fit a duck egg. His eyeballs were about to fall out. It was simply unbelievable. Wasn't Lu Ming's body burned by his demonic fire and he was blasted into the magma? How was he still alive? Furthermore, Lu Ming's body looked undamaged. Even his aura seemed much stronger. You, who are you? The Blue Demon King stammered. He even suspected that the Lu Ming before him was someone else in disguise. Blue Demon King, it looks like you're really old. You don't even recognize me? Lu Ming sneered. You, how could this be? The Blue Demon King was still flabbergasted. The few martial emperors who chased after Lu Ming were also flabbergasted, their faces filled with disbelief. Thanks to the Blue Demon King, I'm fine. I just accidentally broke through my cultivation. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The Blue Demon King almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. His cultivation had broken through. Lu Ming wanted to tell him that not only was he fine, but his cultivation had also broken through. This is all thanks to the Blue Demon King. If it wasn't for the Blue Demon King, my cultivation would probably still need some time to break through. Lu Ming said again. The Blue Demon King only felt pain in his liver, lungs, and entire body. His breath was stuck in his chest, and he really almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. What's going on? The ancient Great Emperor looked over. Great Emperor, I'm fine. The Blue Demon King hurriedly said. It's good that you're fine. Our goal is to take back the ancient demonic coffin. None of you should act recklessly. The ancient Great Emperor warned. With his experience, how could he not see that something must have happened between Lu Ming and the Blue Demon King? However, since Lu Ming was fine, he would not care. Lu Ming also smiled faintly and did not say anything. The Blue Demon King secretly glanced at Lu Ming, a cold killing intent flashing in his eyes. Under such circumstances, Lu Ming did not die, which shocked him. Moreover, he had broken through. There had always been a saying in the cultivation world. Some peerless geniuses were born with great luck. Such people were usually very difficult to kill. Often, when faced with danger, they could turn it into safety and even use it to break through. In the Blue Demon King's opinion, Lu Ming was such a person. Such a person should be eliminated. He and Lu Ming were already mortal enemies. When Lu Ming grew stronger in the future, he would definitely seek revenge on him. Therefore, he had to eliminate Lu Ming before Lu Ming grew stronger. All of them had different thoughts in their minds. In the end, Lu Ming looked for others to inquire about the news. After asking, Lu Ming found out that he had been in the magma for a few months. This time, the ancient Great Emperor found traces of the ancient demonic coffin. Therefore, he used the map to gather everyone here. When the time came, they would snatch the ancient demonic coffin back. Time passed day by day. More and more people came here. After a few more days, there were already more than 200 people here. At this time, the ancient Great Emperor introduced the situation to everyone. The ancient Great Emperor waved his hand and a picture appeared in the air. In the picture, there was a large mountain. On the mountain, there was a group of figures. That is, everyone's eyes narrowed because the figures on the mountain were all wearing black robes. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but they looked very similar to the person who had fought with the ancient Great Emperor. Chapter 2067. Of course, with so many black-robed men, it was impossible for all of them to be great emperors. They were probably from the same race. The group of black-robed men looked skinny and not very burly. At this moment, they were circling a huge black coffin, shouting different things as if they were performing some kind of ritual. Is that the ancient demonic coffin? Lu Ming stared at the huge black coffin in the image. His eyes flashed with a blazing light. Boom! Suddenly, one of the black-robed men looked at the void as if he was looking at them. With a wave of his hand, the void trembled and the image formed by the ancient Great Emperor collapsed. Obviously, the other party's Great Emperor had discovered that the ancient Great Emperor was spying on them. The other party has an immortal emperor, the same one who fought against me before. There are also some other experts. Later on, I will act to tie down their immortal emperor while you guys act to seize the Yonic Devil coffin. After that, don't stay here any longer and immediately leave the Devil Sea. Do you understand? The ancient Great Emperor instructed. Yes, Great Emperor. Everyone obeyed. Following which, the ancient Great Emperor took the lead and everyone flew forward. Not long after, a huge mountain appeared in front of them. Everyone's eyesight was very shocking. They could see it even from afar. That mountain was the image that the ancient Great Emperor had shown just now. At the peak of the mountain, there was a group of black-robed men circling a huge demonic coffin. The ancient great emperor moved and rushed towards the mountain. His speed was so fast that it was faster than everyone could react. When the ancient great emperor got close to the mountain, a black light rushed out from the mountain. It was like a black waterfall that cut through the void. It was also like a demonic blade that slashed towards the ancient great emperor. Boom! The ancient great emperor also made his move. When the two of them collided, a shocking explosion rang out. Dong! Dong! The two of them continued to exchange blows, causing the sky to rumble. The two of them fought high up in the sky and tore the space apart. It's our turn to attack. Kill! Azure Demon shouted coldly and rushed towards the mountain. Before he left, he coldly glanced at Lu Ming. The strongest true emperors and void emperors rushed forward because they were much faster than quasi-emperors. Then, the most numerous quasi-emperors also charged forward. Lu Ming was among the many quasi-emperors. In a few breaths, those martial emperors were about to reach the mountain in front. However, at this moment, two figures suddenly stopped in front of Lu Ming. They were two old men with extremely powerful auras. They were both Void Emperor realm experts. The two of them revealed a faint killing intent as they blocked Lu Ming's path. Some quasi-emperors looked at Lu Ming with pitiful expressions. However, no one stayed behind, all of them flying forward. All of a sudden, only Lu Ming and the two old men were left. What is the meaning of this? Lu Ming said calmly. It's simple. I'll take your life. The old man on the right revealed a cold smile. The Blue Demon King asked you to kill me again. Lu Ming sneered. So what if you know? You're still going to die. The old man on the right said. Let's end this quickly. It's not good to be discovered by the great emperor. The old man on the left said. In the next moment, the two old men's auras skyrocketed. They were about to kill Lu Ming. Then die. At this moment, a stone sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Whoosh! Lu Ming held the stone sword and slashed out. A crescent-shaped sword light slashed out. Puff! Puff! The two Void Emperor realm old men's attacks and defenses were useless. They were cut in half by Lu Ming's sword. The terrifying sword chi went through their bodies and instantly destroyed their souls. In the face of the Heavenly Emperor's sword, the two Void Emperors were killed instantly without any resistance. Lu Ming put away their storage rings and dashed toward the mountain in front of him. At this moment, a great battle had broken out on the mountain. The experts of the ancient demon nation and the black-robed men were fighting fiercely. Lu Ming restrained his aura. Like a ghost, he approached the mountain at high speed. He did not attack. He wanted to use the divine breath technique to climb the mountain silently and take the ancient demon coffin. Lu Ming followed the mountain and avoided the others by using the boulders. Soon, he was halfway up the mountain and would reach the peak soon. Boom! Boom! Around the mountain, there was a great battle between martial emperors. Gravel flew everywhere. All kinds of boulders were thrown at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body flashed and dodged them skillfully. Lu Ming was quickly approaching the peak. Suddenly, a blazing aura blasted toward Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Lu Ming's hair stood on end. His body that was moving forward suddenly stopped and then retreated rapidly. Boom! A beam of scorching black light blasted the spot where Lu Ming was standing just now. A pitch-black hole immediately appeared on the mountain. Lu Ming, you are really lucky. An old man appeared in front of Lu Ming. His eyes were cold. Who else could it be other than the Blue Demon King? Just now, the Blue Demon King had defeated an opponent and wanted to rush to the peak. Unexpectedly, he found Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's spiritual senses were sharp and he managed to dodge the attack. The Blue Demon King's eyes were filled with killing intent and shock. He had sent two Void Emperors to kill Lu Ming. They were not ordinary Void Emperors. One was a 3-star Void Emperor and the other was a 4-star Void Emperor. However, Lu Ming was safe and sound. This shocked him. He was determined to kill Lu Ming. Since I didn't kill you last time, I'll kill you again. This time, I'll turn you into ashes and scatter your soul. Let's see if you can still survive. The Blue Demon King's eyes were gloomy as his body emitted devilish flames. A peak true emperor was too frightening. If he used his full strength, he could turn Lu Ming into ashes in one move. Back in the ancient city, the Blue Demon King did not use his full strength. Later, Lu Ming jumped into the magma and the magma greatly hindered the Blue Demon King's attack. Otherwise, Lu Ming would not have had the chance to merge two Saint Hearts. Bang! The Blue Demon King moved. He took a step forward and his devilish flames turned into a devilish flame saber that slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not afraid. He held the stone sword and slashed out. Boom! The stone sword and the devilish flame saber clashed, creating a terrifying explosion. Lu Ming felt a powerful force surging towards him and couldn't help but retreat. However, the devilish flame saber was blocked by him. Your sword. The Blue Demon King was shocked. Lu Ming could actually block his attack. His gaze fell on the stone sword in Lu Ming's hand, which was emitting blazing flames. Lu Ming was only a paragon saint, but he could unleash such terrifying power with the stone sword. If he had it, wouldn't he be able to fight against a great emperor? The Blue Demon King's heart was burning. He understood that the two Void Emperors from before were killed by this sword. Hand over the sword and I'll leave your corpse intact. Chapter 2068. The Blue Demon King stared at the stone sword in Lu Ming's hand. His body was covered in terrifying demonic flames, raising the temperature of the scene to a terrifying level. Blue Demon King, I'll send you on your way today. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Following that, a stone golem appeared in front of Lu Ming. When the stone golem first appeared, it was only as tall as a person. However, it rapidly grew in size until it was like a small mountain. The Blue Demon King was stunned. He had a bad feeling in his heart. At this moment, Lu Ming took a step forward. His body fused with the stone golem and disappeared into it. Blue Demon King, die. The stone golem roared and slapped at the Blue Demon King. The Blue Demon King's pupils shrank. He felt a terrifying danger and frantically retreated. However, the stone golem's hand was even faster. It instantly caught up to the Blue Demon King and blocked all of the Blue Demon King's escape routes. Boom. The stone golem's aura was extremely powerful as the stone golem's hand pressed down. The Blue Demon King was terrified. He erupted with all his strength and controlled a true emperor weapon to attack the stone golem's hand. He wanted to block the attack. However, the stone golem's true emperor weapon was directly destroyed. A terrifying force bombarded the Blue Demon King's body. The Blue Demon King miserably screamed as his body was sent flying. He crashed into the mountain, causing the entire mountain to tremble. This mountain had been corroded by demonic energy for many years and had long become immortal. However, it was still shattered by the Blue Demon King, creating a huge crater. How is this possible? How is this possible? The Blue Demon King crazily roared in his heart. He found it hard to believe that the stone golem's power was so strong. He was a peak true emperor, but he still couldn't resist this stone golem. He was truly terrified. But if Lu Ming had such a powerful stone man, why didn't he use it in the ancient city? At that time, Lu Ming had almost died at his hands, and he hadn't even used the stone man. Could it be that Lu Ming had obtained the stone man in the ancient city? The stone man found under the magma? Thinking of this, the Blue Demon King almost vomited blood. If that was the case, wouldn't he be helping Lu Ming? Boom! The stone giant landed heavily in front of the Blue Demon King. The Blue Demon King was greatly alarmed. He wanted to use a secret technique to escape, but the stone giant stomped down, directly crushing the Blue Demon King beneath its feet. The Blue Demon King screamed miserably like a toad that had been stepped on and almost exploded. Don't kill me, Lu Ming. Let me go. I'm an important official of the ancient devil nation. If you kill me, you'll be offending the entire nation. The Blue Demon King was terrified. He wanted to use the ancient devil nation to threaten Lu Ming. Don't use the ancient devil nation to threaten me. You're just a peak true emperor. You can't represent the ancient devil nation. Die. Lu Ming didn't say anything else. He held the stone sword in his hand and slashed at the Blue Demon King. The Blue Demon King roared crazily. He was almost scared out of his wits. He struggled with all his might, but it was useless. The battle sword slashed down, and the Blue Demon King's head exploded like a watermelon. His soul scattered. After killing the Blue Demon King, Lu Ming kept the Blue Demon King's storage ring. He then took a step forward and rushed to the top of the mountain. A black-robed man tried to stop him, but he was killed with a single slash. With the energy stored in the stone giant, he could easily abuse the great emperor of the He clan. No one below the great emperor realm could stop Lu Ming. Those who dared to stop Lu Ming were instantly killed. In a few breaths' time, Lu Ming reached the top of the mountain. At this moment, most of the black-robed men were attracted to the battle with the ancient devil nation. There was only one black-robed man who was still sitting beside the giant coffin. Ancient devil coffin. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As long as he could get the ancient devil coffin, he could save Autumn Moon. Swoosh! Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed the ancient devil coffin. But at this time, the black-robed figure sitting cross-legged in front of the demonic coffin suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes like 2 terrifying divine swords, piercing through everything. Clang! Clang! The 2 rays of light hit Lu Ming's hand, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. A terrifying force stopped the hand from moving forward. At the same time, the black-robed man rushed forward. His body emitted a terrifying demonic light. He waved his hands, and 2 black palm prints were sent towards Lu Ming. The palm prints were powerful enough to topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Great Emperor. There was actually a great emperor here. There were actually 2 great emperors among the black-robed men. One of them was fighting with the ancient great emperor, while the other was guarding this place. Under the Devil's Sea, there was a group of black-robed men. There were actually 2 great emperors among them. This was shocking. Lu Ming clenched his fist, and the fist of the stone man was sent towards the black-robed man. Boom! Boom! There were 2 consecutive deafening booms. Lu Ming had blocked the other party's 2 palm prints. Slash! With a thought, Lu Ming's stone sword flew out and slashed down. The black-robed man's body jerked, and demonic light filled the sky. At the same time, he controlled the power of the Great Tao, and turned it into a demonic weapon that attacked Lu Ming. Dong! Another loud explosion could be heard. The stone sword buzzed, and it was sent flying back into Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming held the stone sword in his hand and continuously slashed at the black-robed man. He unleashed a torrential attack, completely ignoring his own injuries. The black-robed man used the Great Tao as a weapon, and his attack power was shocking. However, when it landed on the Heavenly Emperor's body, it couldn't break through the defense of the Heavenly Emperor's body at all. Heavenly Emperor Han Yu used the body of a stone man to attain the Heavenly Emperor realm. His body's defensive power was stronger than ordinary Heavenly Emperors. Ordinary Great Emperors couldn't break through it at all. Lu Ming erupted with all his strength, ignoring his defense. His combat power increased greatly. The black-robed man was forced back by Lu Ming and was at a disadvantage for a moment. After more than 10 moves, the black-robed man was sent flying by Lu Ming's sword. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and appeared in front of the demonic coffin. He reached out with his claw, wanting to grab the demonic coffin. However, at this moment, Lu Ming was suddenly stunned. The ancient demonic coffin didn't have a lid. Therefore, standing at this position, he could clearly see the situation inside the demonic coffin. There was actually a person lying inside the demonic coffin. It was a woman with peerless beauty. Xian Yanqing. The woman in the demonic coffin was actually Xian Yanqing. The moment he saw Xian Yanqing, Lu Ming was completely stunned. Why would Xian Yanqing appear here? Back then, the Ice Dragon ancestor had brought Xian Yanqing and the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had brought Lu Ming. They had broken out from different directions. From then on, he had lost contact with Xian Yanqing and had never seen her again. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. However, he never expected that Xian Yanqing would appear here. This was one of the forbidden areas of the land of infinite demons, the Devil Sea. Moreover, Xian Yanqing was still lying in the demonic coffin. After scanning with his spiritual sense, Xian Yanqing's vital signs were normal. There was no problem at all. Lu Ming let out a long breath. However, Xian Yanqing's eyes were closed as she lay in the demonic coffin. It was as if she couldn't sense anything from the outside world. Put it away first. Lu Ming didn't care so much. He would put it away first. Chapter 2069. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted. Since Xian Yanqing was lying in the ancient demonic coffin, Lu Ming was determined to get his hands on the ancient demonic coffin. Lu Ming waved his stone sword and launched a barrage of attacks at the black-robed emperor. The black-robed emperor was pushed back again. Just when Lu Ming had the chance to keep the ancient demonic coffin, the space above the mountain cracked open and a figure appeared. The figure was covered in demonic light and his face could not be seen clearly. With a wave of his hand, a huge hand was formed and grabbed at the ancient demonic coffin. Get lost. Lu Ming left the black-robed great emperor and took a heavy step forward. His huge figure dashed toward the figure that had suddenly appeared. At the same time, the stone sword slashed out violently. Boom! The sword light shattered the giant hand that the other party had congealed. The sword light did not stop and continued to attack the other party. The figure could only block the attack and clashed with the stone sword. Boom! The figure was pushed back a few steps and the demonic light on his body shook, revealing his face. Undying Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The expert that had appeared was the Undying Emperor of the Undying Demon Nation. The Undying Emperor wants the ancient demonic coffin, the ancient demonic coffin. Lu Ming's heart stirred as he guessed the undead Heavenly Emperor's intention. Shush! The Undying Emperor did not want to fight with Lu Ming. His body shook and a dozen figures appeared and rushed towards the ancient demonic coffin from all directions. It was impossible to tell the real one from the fake. It was as if all of them were real. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming shouted in his heart. He controlled the stone man and its body shrunk to the size of a normal person. Lu Ming's speed increased tremendously after he became the size of a normal person. He took a step forward and rushed towards the ancient demonic coffin. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword and a dozen sword lights were shot towards the Undying Emperor's figures. Bang! More than 10 figures of the undead emperor attacked at the same time. All of them displayed their terrifying battle strength and defeated Lu Ming's sword light. Just as Lu Ming was about to reach the Ionic Devil coffin, the black-robed great emperor appeared once more, blocking Lu Ming's path. The three of them fell into a chaotic battle. Lu Ming and the Undying Emperor Lord wanted to snatch the Ionic Demon coffin, whereas the black-robed Emperor Lord wanted to protect the Ionic Demon coffin. Lu Ming was infuriated. He completely disregarded his own defense. The energy within the stone man erupted wildly, suppressing the other two for a moment. But in this way, the stone golem's energy consumption was astonishing. It wouldn't be able to last for too long. Don't even think about it. At this moment, the black-robed emperor howled, his voice hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. He actually risked his injuries to receive an attack from Lu Ming and retreated towards the Ionic Devil coffin. Dong! At the same time, he blasted out a move that landed on the ancient fiend coffin, sending it flying away. In that direction, there was a ravine that was filled with demonic chi. It was pitch black. The Ionic Devil coffin flew into the ravine and disappeared. The Ionic Devil coffin is mine. The undying Emperor Lord charged towards the ravine. But just as he was about to charge in, he seemed to be blocked by a force. Following this, the undying Emperor Lord's body was sent flying. At the same time, Lu Ming also charged towards the ravine. Boom! At the entrance of the ravine, Lu Ming seemed to have rammed into a wall. There was a force blocking him. Lu Ming unleashed the energy within the stone golem, but it was useless. He was blocked by the force and couldn't charge in. Moreover, there was a powerful force in the ravine that charged towards Lu Ming. Even the stone golem's energy couldn't resist it. Lu Ming was sent flying. Those above the Martial Emperor realm can't enter. Those below the Martial Emperor realm can forget about coming out. The black-robed Great Emperor sneered. However, it seemed like Lu Ming did not hear him. He continued to charge into the ravine with a kick. As he was about to reach the entrance of the ravine, the stone golem emitted a glow and disappeared, revealing Lu Ming's actual body. With a whoosh, Lu Ming charged into the ravine and disappeared. Those below the Martial Emperor realm. The black-robed Great Emperor blurted out. He then let out a hollow laugh and said, "Those below the Martial Emperor realm can enter, but they won't be able to come out for the rest of their lives." Damn it! The undying Emperor Lord let out a furious roar and charged into the ravine once again. The black-robed Great Emperor did not stop him. This time, the undying Emperor did not manage to enter the ravine. He was sent flying by a force. Bang! A loud explosion could be heard in the sky. Following this, two rays of light flew in the direction of the ravine. Following this, two figures appeared. They were the ancient Great Emperor and the other black-robed Great Emperor. The two black-robed Great Emperors had gathered together. The ancient Great Emperor glanced at the undying Emperor coldly and said, "Undying, are you here to steal the ancient demonic coffin too? Brother Ancient One, you can't even protect your own treasure well and have it stolen by someone else. I'm here to help you retrieve it." The undying Emperor let out a hollow laugh with a disdainful look. "There's no need for you to worry." The ancient Emperor snorted coldly before looking at the gorge. Stepping forth, he headed in the direction of the gorge. The two black-robed Great Emperors stood to the side without any intention of stopping him. However, the ancient Great Emperor was the same as the undying Emperor. He was sent flying by the force. "You can't enter, please leave," one of the black-robed Great Emperors said. "Aren't you going to hand over the ancient demonic coffin that you stole from me?" The ancient Great Emperor's eyes were extremely cold. "Of course it's useful. Besides, we can't give it to you even if we want to. Those above the Martial Emperor realm can't enter, and those below the Martial Emperor realm can't come out either," one of the black-robed Great Emperors said with a hollow laugh. "Those below the Martial Emperor realm can't come out?" The ancient Great Emperor frowned. "So, please leave. Don't think about letting those below the Martial Emperor realm in. This is the sacred place of our tribe. No one can enter," one of the black-robed Great Emperors said. The two of them moved and blocked the entrance of the ravine. "Ha, this is your business. I won't interfere." The undying Emperor laughed. Although he couldn't get the ancient demonic coffin, it wasn't his to begin with. So, he didn't lose anything. On the other hand, the ancient Great Emperor had suffered a great loss after losing the ancient demonic coffin. The undying Emperor laughed. He then tore the space apart and left the place. The ancient Great Emperor looked at the ravine with a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. He then flew into the sky and shouted, "Stop! Leave this place! Stop it!" The black-robed Great Emperors ordered. All of a sudden, the people from both sides stopped fighting and rushed up into the sky. They came to the ancient Great Emperor's side. "Great Emperor, the Blue Demon King has been killed by Lu Ming," one of the true emperors reported to the ancient Great Emperor. "I know. The Blue Demon King asked for it." The ancient Great Emperor nodded with a cold look in his eyes. Although he was fighting with the enemy, he was still paying attention to the situation below. He knew everything that had happened. Chapter 3198. What a waste! What a waste! Ling Xiao, you actually used the life essence flower to lure the ancient beasts. I'll fight it out with you. How much life essence flower do you have? Hurry up and hand it over. Fatty Xiao He was about to go crazy as he glared fiercely at Ling Xiao. No, that's all I have. In Candle Dragon Imperial City, I killed a peerless Imperial Emperor Realm Desolate Beast to refine this much. Ling Xiao said with a shrug. The life essence flower was the life essence condensed from the life essence of a peerless Emperor Realm Ancient Beast. It was an irresistible temptation to ancient beasts. Didn't you see that even Fatty Xiao He was about to go crazy? The life essence flower could help ancient beasts improve their level of life and be reborn. It would give them powerful talents and even awaken their intelligence. Fatty Xiao He didn't expect Ling Xiao to take out the life essence flower. If he knew that Ling Xiao had the life essence flower, he would have snatched it. The life essence flower was refined by Ling Xiao from the heaven-burying Ant Queen's body with Tong Tong's help. Although this thing was precious, it was nothing to Ling Xiao. He didn't feel the pinch at all when he used it to lure ancient beasts. However, Fatty Xiao He's face was full of pain as he glared fiercely at Ling Xiao as if Ling Xiao owed him money. What a sin! What a sin! If you had said that you had the life essence flower, why would we need to lure ancient beasts? I'll help you restrain the guards in the barrier and create an opportunity for you. You just have to give me the life essence flower. Fatty Xiao He wailed. Give it to you. You're only at the third heaven of the Emperor Realm. Even dozens of guards almost captured you alive. How can you restrain the guards in the manner? Who are you kidding? Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with suspicion. Fatty Xiao He was speechless. He immediately felt extremely hurt. He was despised. He was a divine beast, the Kuan Peng, one of the overlords of the ancient mythological era. He could devour heaven and earth and was omnipotent. Now, he was actually despised by Ling Xiao. Don't talk, there's movement. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he hurriedly signaled for Fatty He to be quiet. Then, the two of them silently hid in a crack in a rock far away, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Rumble. The heavens and earth quaked as the lake surged like a raging ocean, going completely berserk. Waves after waves of ferocious chi swept across the sky, setting off giant waves that emitted ancient and terrifying murderous intent. The life essence radiance was like a small sun, blooming with dazzling light. At the same time, it exuded a fatal fragrance that tempted those exotic beasts. A black crocodile tens of thousands of feet long appeared. Its body was covered in dragon scales, and its eyes were cold and indifferent. Its aura was monstrous as it opened its bloody mouth and bit toward the origin flower of life. Boom! However, at this moment, a golden swordfish that was shining with golden light and as sharp as a sword came across the sky and crashed into the black crocodile. Black poisonous fog surged in the surroundings, and the ground violently trembled. A massive black dragon turtle with a savage dragon head pounced through the air. Hiss! Hiss! However, a series of hissing sounds were heard as terrifying waves swept across. In an instant, a giant snake with 9 heads appeared and pounced toward the dragon turtle. Besides that, countless beasts swarmed over and filled up the lake. Then, a fierce battle broke out between them. Boom! 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 They seemed to have gone completely crazy. The origin flower of life was extremely intelligent. It didn't stop there. After Ling Xiao removed the seal, it instantly turned into a stream of light and moved around in an attempt to escape. Those exotic beasts went completely crazy in order to snatch the origin flower of life. Why would they care if this was a forbidden area? Even the vast heavenly might emitted by the boundary was thrown to the back of their minds. They ignored it and only focused on snatching the origin flower of life. They crazily collided with the boundary, causing it to tremble violently. Dazzling runes intertwined with each other like a huge net, providing a strong defensive power. This is too much. There are actually 4 of them. Ling Xiao's body trembled. His eyes revealed a trace of incomparable shock. The black crocodile, the golden swordfish, the dragon turtle, and the 9-headed snake exuded a terrifying aura. They all had the power of a peerless emperor. These were the 4 peerless emperors. Especially the 9-headed snake. It was the same 9-headed snake that chased after Ling Xiao and Fatty Blackie. Ling Xiao thought that it would attract some exotic beasts to attack the boundary, but he didn't expect that even the giant beasts would be attracted. 4 great ancient beasts? Ling Xiao, these 4 great ancient beasts won't directly tear apart the boundary of the floating mountains formation, right? Fatty Xiao He was also shocked as he asked nervously. It's hard to say. Now, we can only hope that the boundary of the formation is strong enough. With such a big commotion, the people in the floating mountain should be alarmed, right? Ling Xiao said slowly. A trace of light flashed in his eyes. The scene in front of him was beyond his expectations. However, the more chaotic it was, the easier it would be for them to fish in troubled waters. In the floating mountain. What's going on? Why are there so many exotic beasts attacking the boundary of the formation? The boundary of the formation is supported by the heavenly Tao's providence. The exotic beasts shouldn't dare to come here. Why are they so crazy? Not good. Hurry up and strengthen the boundary of the formation, then kill those exotic beasts. We can't let them barge in. Otherwise, if the guardian is furious, we'll all die. Powerful figures came across the sky. They were all the guards of the floating mountain. At this moment, their eyes were filled with shock and their faces were very ugly. So many exotic beasts attacking the boundary of the formation caught them off guard. Rumble. The formation was shaking violently. Runes were destroyed one after another, and then reformed, blocking the crazy attacks of the prehistoric beasts. Especially the 4 primeval beasts. They were overlords comparable to supreme monarchs, and they were extremely powerful. Normally, they rarely appeared in the mountain sea marsh. Who would have thought that a single piece of life origin radiance would actually draw all 4 of them out? Whoosh! 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 Hundreds of guards flew out from the floating mountain. Among them were 5 guard commanders. They were all wearing black armor. Their faces were cold and their auras were extremely powerful. Their cultivations were at the high-level emperor realm. With such strength, they should be more than enough to guard the floating mountain. However, what happened today was beyond their expectations. Under the lead of the 5 guard commanders, the hundreds of guards activated their powerful strength to kill the exotic beasts. They wanted to reduce the pressure on the boundary of the formation. Soon, the lake was dyed red with blood. The smell of blood spread out, arousing the killing intent of the exotic beasts. They roared and killed each other even more fiercely. Rumble. The boundary of the formation left by Young Kongzi was indeed powerful. However, under the attacks of the 4 great ancient beasts, it became dimmer and dimmer. It seemed like it would shatter at any time. The guards of the floating mountain have been attracted. This is our chance. Next, we should enter the floating mountain. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he said slowly. Hee, leave it to me. In such a chaotic situation, they definitely won't notice us. We have to hurry up. Before the boundary of the formation collapses, we have to take all the treasures in the floating mountain. Fatty Xiao He said eagerly. His eyes were filled with excitement. Chapter 3199. Let's go. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Whoosh. The fatty was like a black bolt of lightning. He silently rushed out of the bottom of the lake and flew towards the floating mountain. Rumble. At this moment, the barrier that enveloped the floating mountain was trembling violently. Runes shattered one after another, and the barrier became dimmer and dimmer. The guards of the floating mountain were all gathered at the bottom of the lake. They were killing beasts and preventing them from destroying the barrier. No one was patrolling the mountain, which created the perfect opportunity for Fatty Xiaohei. Buzz! The fatty's body emitted a mysterious spatial fluctuation, like a ripple, enveloping him and Ling Xiao in an instant. The spatial ripple was extremely mysterious. It was as if Ling Xiao and Fatty Xiaohei had become one with the space. At the same time, Fatty Hei's body exuded a powerful devouring power, which devoured all the surrounding space energy. They quickly approached the spatial enchantment. Taking advantage of the fact that a few runes were destroyed, they instantly rushed into the enchantment. Rumble. The surrounding space seemed to have solidified in that instant. An incomparably terrifying pressure came crashing down, wanting to crush Ling Xiao and Fatty Blackie into dust. Fatty Xiaohei's space origin and devour origin erupted at the same time. He resisted the spatial pressure and devoured the spatial energy as he rushed into the barrier. The boundary of the formation shook violently and emitted a dazzling light. It was as if someone had forced their way in, and it began to issue a warning. However, it was so chaotic that the guards didn't notice that someone had rushed into the barrier. Space Origin Dao Fruit and Devour Origin Dao Fruit. Fatty Xiaohei, you're good. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Fatty Xiaohei had actually condensed 2 Origin Dao fruits. This was unexpected. Hee, I'm the Kunpeng Divine Beast. I have the talent of space and devouring. I'm naturally compatible with these 2 great Dao origins. When I became an imperial emperor, I condensed 2 great Dao fruits of origin. It can be said that this is unprecedented. The Kunpeng race will respect me. Fatty Xiaohei said proudly. Even the Kunpeng clan could only choose to condense a space Dao fruit or a devour Dao fruit. Not only was it extremely difficult to condense 2 origin Dao fruits at the same time, very few people were willing to do so. You've condensed 2 origin Dao fruits, but if I'm not wrong, your cultivation speed has slowed down a lot, right? Ling Xiao looked at Fatty Blackie with a faint smile on his face. Condensing 2 origin Dao fruits at the same time, and trying to advance simultaneously, the speed at which his cultivation improved was far inferior to that of someone who had only condensed 1 origin Dao fruit. Ling Xiao's words seemed to have poked at Fatty Hei's sore spot, causing him to almost jump up. So what if my cultivation is a little slower? I'm invincible in the same realm. Can any expert at the 3rd level of the Imperial Monarch realm be a match for me? Once I break through to the 4th level of the Imperial Monarch realm, I'll definitely not be inferior to you. Fatty Xiaohei said angrily. I hope so. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and decided not to hurt Fatty Blackie's feelings. If Fatty Blackie knew that he had a total of 108 origin Dao fruits in his body right now, he would probably be so depressed that he would kill himself. As they spoke, they had already passed through the formation barrier and entered the floating mountain. The floating mountain was majestic and towered into the clouds. Towering ancient trees stood in a forest, and mist rose. It was filled with majestic vitality. Streams of auspicious qi intertwined and filled the air, making it look like an immortal's paradise. What a great place! The origin energy here is so dense. That old fellow Young Kongzi must have put in a lot of effort. There must be treasures here. Fatty Blackie's eyes lit up as he spoke excitedly. Ling Xiao closed his eyes slightly and then slowly opened them. A mysterious 9-colored light shot out as if it could penetrate everything. The origin energy of this floating mountain is emitted from the belly of the mountain. The densest place is there. If there's really a treasure like you said, it should be there. Ling Xiao pointed to the front, his eyes shining brightly. The belly of the mountain? What exactly is that old fellow Young Kongzi hiding? Fatty Blackie's curiosity was piqued. He had only sensed that there was something wrong with the floating mountain before, but he didn't know what was inside. Using his incomparably powerful spatial talent, he swaggered over the floating mountain with Ling Xiao without being discovered by anyone. Soon, Fatty Blackie found an extremely large manor on the hanging mountain. In the deepest part of the manor, there were pavilions and terraces hidden between the trees. They were simple in design and looked exquisite. There were a few beautiful maids in the manor. Their figures were graceful, and although their cultivation wasn't high, they all had extraordinary temperaments. However, at this moment, they were all hiding everywhere. Their eyes were filled with terror, and they were trembling all over. There was a herb garden in the manor. Dense origin energy rose like mist in the herb garden. It shone with dazzling light. Stalks of origin energy that flickered with the glow of treasures were planted in the garden. They were of various shapes and appeared rather extraordinary. Hiss, there are so many origin energy herbs. Good heavens, did that old fellow Young Kongzi plunder all the origin energy herbs in the mountain sea great swamp and bring them here? Fatty Xiao Hei's eyes lit up with a fervent look. Those origin energy herbs were incomparably precious. Many of them were even extinct in the universe. Fatty Blackie couldn't take his eyes off them after seeing them. Don't waste time. These origin energy herbs aren't the most precious. Think of a way to enter the belly of the mountain first. Ling Xiao slapped Fatty Blackie and said. Oh no. The formation boundary can't hold on any longer. Hurry up and inform the guardian. At this moment, an angry roar came from afar. Following that, an extremely terrifying sound of self-destruction was heard. It shook the heavens and the earth, and the void shook. It contained an incomparable wave of despair. It was a guard commander. In order to protect the formation boundary, he chose to self-destruct. He directly blew up one of the 9-headed snake's heads. The 4 prehistoric giant beasts seemed to be enraged. They attacked the formation boundary even more ferociously. The eyes of the guards were filled with anxiety. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair. They had no idea how long the barrier could last. Oh no! Such a big thing has happened here. I'm afraid Young Kongzi will be here soon. Listen to my command. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with light. He knew that the guards of the floating mountain couldn't hold on for much longer. The formation boundary here couldn't hold on any longer. According to the situation, it wouldn't be long before Young Kongzi arrived. They had to hurry up. Chapter 3200. Wang. Ling Zhao's eyes shone brightly as he activated the Eye of the Ruler. Chaos, fate, karma, and reincarnation intertwined, instantly making his eyes mysterious and majestic. In front of Ling Zhao's eyes, there were no more secrets in the floating mountain. Everything was revealed to him. Ling Zhao saw that the belly of the floating mountain had been hollowed out. Rich origin energy intertwined within, just like a herb garden. That was the biggest secret. Go straight for 20 miles and enter the palace on the far left. Open the seat of honor, there's a passageway to the belly of the mountain. Following Ling Zhao's instructions, Fatty Xiao Hei did not hesitate. Like a bolt of black lightning, he charged into the palace in an instant. Boom! Fatty Xiao Hei didn't care if he was discovered or not. He swept his wings across the table and blew up the seat at the head of the table. Dazzling light shone in front of his eyes, interweaving with dazzling runes, sealing up a passage. This was the passageway to the belly of the mountain. In the palm of Ling Zhao's hand, the devouring flame appeared and flew towards the runes, enveloping them. The runes burned fiercely, causing the surrounding space to distort slightly. Soon, a crisp sound was heard. The runes shattered, and the power within was directly devoured by the sky-devouring fire. The seal had been opened. Let's go. Ling Zhao took the lead and entered the passageway. Fatty Blackie also hurriedly followed after him. Huge luminous pearls were embedded in the passageway, making it look as bright as day. One could clearly see that the passageway was made of some kind of special divine metal. Mysterious patterns intertwined on it, forming an indestructible seal. Only this passageway could lead to the belly of the mountain. It was completely isolated from the outside world. Ling Zhao and Fatty Blackie were extremely fast. After passing through the long passageway, they quickly arrived at the belly of the mountain. In the belly of the mountain was an incomparably vast cave. Rich origin energy surged violently and had completely vaporized. It surged into Ling Zhao and Fatty Blackie's bodies, making them feel comfortable all over. However, the scene in front of them left Ling Xiao and Fatty Blackie dumbfounded. A black ancient tree was rooted in the ground. Its branches and leaves were strong and powerful, shining with sharpness as if it was cast from metal. It was very mysterious. Most importantly, there was a person on each of the branches. Thousands of figures hung on the ancient trees. Their hearts were pierced. Their eyes were wide open, filled with hatred, anger, pleading, grief, despair, and so on. Being stared at by thousands of figures, Ling Xiao and Fatty Blackie couldn't help but tremble. The scene in front of him was too strange. The thousands of figures were shrouded in a thick aura of death. They looked like corpses, but there was still a trace of life in them. They were like the living dead. Their eyes were dim, like candlelight in the wind. Their lives could be extinguished at any moment. Above their heads, the tree branch pierced through their hearts and came out from the top of their heads. It bore a mysterious fruit that was interwoven with the source power of the great Tao. It looked mysterious and unfathomable. Origin Tao fruit. These words surfaced in Ling Xiao's heart almost instantly. They had actually been imprisoned here, and through such an evil method, all for the sake of nurturing their origin Tao fruit. What is this thing? They're all trial takers. Did Yun Kongzi imprison them here? Isn't Yun Kongzi too crazy? Fatty Blackie grabbed Ling Xiao's arm tightly. He felt his hair stand on end. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and his heart was filled with questions. They're trial takers, and they're all trial takers who have cultivated different Tao fruits. Ling Xiao's eyes were deep and flashed with a cold light. These people should be trial takers who had entered Kunpeng Imperial City. However, for some unknown reason, they had been captured and imprisoned here by Yun Kongzi. The ancient tree was very unfamiliar. Ling Xiao didn't recognize it either, but it was filled with an evil aura that sent chills down his spine. It's the million-spirit blood demon tree. I didn't expect someone to condense such an evil thing in this epoch. Is he trying to nurture a perfect origin Tao fruit? What a guy. At this moment, the evil spirit's voice rang out in Ling Xiao's mind. Million-spirit blood demon tree. What's that? Ling Xiao asked when he heard that the evil spirit seemed to recognize the ancient tree. The million-spirit blood demon tree is an extremely evil thing. It needs the blood of 10,000 spirits to grow. TSK, even the flesh and blood of 10 million spirits won't be enough to grow a million-spirit blood demon tree to such a tall height. This million-spirit blood demon tree probably doesn't belong to this epoch. When the million-spirit blood demon tree grows up, it's similar to a cauldron. It can absorb the flesh, blood, primordial spirits, and Tao fruits of living beings to condense a powerful origin Tao fruit. I wonder who left this million-spirit blood demon tree behind. Is he trying to nurture a perfect origin Tao fruit? Over 1,000 origin Tao fruits at once, how extravagant. The evil spirit clicked his tongue in wonder. Million-spirit blood demon tree. Using the blood of 10,000 spirits to condense the strongest origin Tao fruit. Then these trial takers. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered with astonishment. Although these trial takers are still breathing, they're no different from being dead. Their flesh, blood, and primordial spirits have merged with the Tao fruit. If you take them down, they will die immediately. I advise you to kill them and give them a quick death. It's better than living a life worse than death. The evil spirit said with a sigh. Living a life worse than death. The guardian of Kunpeng Imperial City was truly extravagant. As a guardian, it's fine if he doesn't preside over the heavenly path trials properly, but he's actually targeting the trial takers? And the so-called heavenly path, is it really fair? Ling Xiao said with a cold grin. His eyes flickered with strong murderous intent. He had a strong urge to kill Yun Kongzi. No wonder Yun Kongzi had protected the floating mountain so well. He had even set up all kinds of seals, formations, and boundaries, and left guards to guard the place. As it turned out, this was his greatest secret. Ling Xiao told Fatty Blackie what he had learned from the evil spirit. Fatty Blackie was dumbfounded too. He's using the trial takers as cauldrons to condense the strongest origin Dao fruit with the million spirit blood demon tree? Is young Kongzi, is he out of his mind? Fatty Blackie's voice was trembling. He could not help but shudder. He finally understood why so many trial takers had disappeared in the previous trials. There were so many casualties. As it turned out, they did not die in the trials. Young Kongzi had captured them and brought them here. Luckily, he was extra careful. Otherwise, he would be hanging on the million spirit blood demon tree by now. Young Kongzi, damn it! Fatty Blackie said through clenched teeth. He was trembling all over. Chapter 3201. Fatty Xiaohei finally confirmed his guess. Young Kongzi was indeed after his Dao fruit of devour. Moreover, young Kongzi did not want to take his Dao fruit of devour. Instead, he wanted to hang him on the million spirits blood fiend tree and use his primordial spirit and flesh to nourish the perfect origin Dao fruit of origin. If he had not found a chance to escape from Kunpeng Imperial City, he would have ended up like this. Fatty Xiaohei could not help but shudder at the thought of this. He was terrified. Ling Xiao, didn't you already kill the guardian of Candle Dragon Imperial City? Young Kongzi is not that bad. He has committed such heinous crimes and must die. Why don't you kill him too? Fatty Xiaohei looked at Ling Xiao with great anticipation. Kill young Kongzi? Do you really think the guardians are cabbages? I can't defeat young Kongzi now. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes and said. Previously, he had killed the guardian of the Candle Dragon Imperial City, Candle Jiuyin, due to various factors. It was not his true strength. If he had to face young Kongzi head-on, he would not be able to kill him. Can't defeat young Kongzi? Are we going to let him be so arrogant? Why don't we use the strategy of driving the tiger to devour the wolf and let the four primitive beasts fight young Kongzi? Fatty Xiaohei was a little frustrated, but he quickly came up with an idea. It's a good plan, but how are you going to make the four primitive beasts fight young Kongzi? The four primitive beasts are not idiots. They won't be at your mercy. Ling Xiao said slowly. That is indeed a problem. Fatty Xiaohei scratched his head in frustration. But, maybe there's still a chance. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered as he looked at the million spirits blood fiend tree. The formation boundary outside Floating Mountain was already on the verge of collapse. Ling Xiao felt that if he could open the belly of the mountain and let the four primeval beasts see the 10,000 spirits blood-sucking tree, they would probably not let go of the origin Dao fruit on the tree. After all, the origin Dao fruit was an unbearable temptation to the primitive beasts and primitive beasts. What is it? Fatty Xiaohei's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked. Let's try it first. Ling Xiao said noncommittally. Seeing that Ling Xiao was keeping them in suspense, Fatty Xiaohei scratched his head anxiously. At the same time, he was filled with anticipation. He only had a single wish now, and it was to kill Yun Kongzi. Yun Kongzi made Fatty Hei feel deeply threatened. If Yun Kongzi didn't die, Fatty Hei wouldn't feel safe at all. Fellow cultivators, I know you can all hear me. You should be well aware of your physical condition. Your origin spirits and flesh have been nourished by the origin Dao fruit and the myriad spirits blood fiend tree. Therefore, I will kill you and set you free. Ling Zhao's voice was clearly transmitted to the 10,000 spirits blood fiend tree and into the minds of all the trial takers. But don't worry, after I kill you, I will make young Kongzi pay the price. At that time, I will send young Kongzi to accompany you and avenge you in this battle. Ling Zhao's eyes shone brightly as he spoke seriously. Then he clasped his hands at the trial takers in an extremely solemn manner. The trial takers on the 10,000 spirits blood fiend tree seemed to have heard Ling Zhao's words. Their dazed and despairing eyes shone with astonishing light. Their gazes landed on Ling Xiao at the same time. They were filled with judgment, reluctance, anger, and despair. Ling Zhao's gaze was calm and composed. In the end, all the trial takers revealed pleading and grateful gazes. There was a sliver of relief in their eyes. Boom! The 10,000 spirits blood fiend tree suddenly began to tremble violently. Blazing flames surged on some of the trial takers at the same time, burning fiercely. That was the fire of life, releasing its final resplendent light. The trial takers were all powerful. They were the cream of the crop. At this moment, they frantically activated their fire of life, burning their origin spirits and flesh. They began to rapidly transform into a resplendent rain of light. Their origin Tao fruits, on the other hand, shone with dazzling light. Taoist rhymes filled the air as they quickly reached perfection. Hum. 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 The origin Tao fruit trembled slightly. In the end, they intertwined with 9-colored light and became complete. Then, they broke free from the branches of the 10,000 spirits blood fiend tree and flew towards Ling Xiao. The origin Tao fruit were complete and flawless. They shone with 9-colored light like stars, enveloping Ling Xiao's entire body. This was the final gift from the trial takers. Ling Xiao's eyes surged with a sliver of emotion. He understood what the trial takers meant. The origin Tao fruit was filled with their expectations. It was heavy and carried their hopes of revenge. Don't worry. I know what to do. Ling Xiao sighed softly. He did not stop the gift. He allowed the perfect origin Tao fruit to fly towards him. He then opened his sea of consciousness. It shone with resplendent light and absorbed all the origin Tao fruit. The consciousness within the origin Tao fruit had completely dissipated and was easily refined by Ling Xiao. Among the thousands of trial takers, there were more than 100 origin Tao fruits that had become perfect. Although a small portion of them overlapped with Ling Xiao's origin Tao fruit, Ling Xiao still took all of them. In the end, the number of origin Tao fruits in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness increased by 72, reaching a shocking 180. 180 perfect origin Tao fruits surrounded Ling Xiao's indestructible primordial spirit like stars. They floated in the space of his sea of consciousness, intertwining with mysterious and resplendent light. Majestic origin energy surged within Ling Xiao's body, pushing his aura to rise continuously. His cultivation base also rose rapidly. Ling Xiao's cultivation base naturally broke through the 4th sky of the Imperial Lord Realm and reached the 5th sky of the Imperial Lord Realm. Fatty Blackie was incomparably excited when he sensed Ling Xiao's breakthrough. It seemed like his chances of killing young Kangzi had increased. Everyone, take care. Young Kangzi will be with you very soon. Ling Xiao said slowly. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Then, sword chi rose from his palm. In an instant, more than 10,000 rays of sword chi soared into the sky. They pierced through the heads of the remaining trial takers at an extremely fast speed and killed them. The light in their eyes gradually dimmed, but they all showed a trace of relief. Chaotic light surged around Ling Xiao. Unparalleled divine power erupted. He punched out and suddenly struck the belly of the mountain. After his cultivation base had broken through, his strength had increased again. This punch was unparalleled and could destroy everything. The originally indestructible belly of the mountain was like tofu under his invincible fist. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Runes were annihilated. The belly of the mountain was blasted apart by his punch. All the mountain rocks flew out. The million spirits blood demon tree was completely revealed in front of everyone. Chapter 3202. Rumble. The floating mountain shook violently and exploded from the belly of the mountain. The floating mountain was split in half. Bloody light filled the air and demonic chi filled the sky, revealing the scene inside. What is that? Everyone on the floating mountain trembled. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they stared at the million spirits blood fiend tree. At this moment, there were still hundreds of trial takers' corpses on the million spirits blood fiend tree. Above their heads was a dazzling origin Tao fruit. The scene in front of them shocked many of the guards. They had never seen such a scene before. They also didn't know that the belly of the floating mountain hid such a huge secret. At this moment, the boundary outside the floating mountain was incomparably dim. It was on the verge of collapse. While the guards were still in a daze, for terrifying beastly roars sounded. Then, there was an incomparably terrifying collision. Rumble. The magic formation shook violently. In the end, the runes on the magic formation shone brightly to the extreme. Then, it exploded with a loud bang. The boundary was shattered. The guards who were still fighting with the desolate beasts didn't even have time to react before the desolate beasts opened their bloody mouths and swallowed them whole. Scram! The remaining guard commanders roared furiously. Their eyes were filled with shock and anger. However, they were already at the end of their rope. They were in danger of being eaten by the desolate beasts at any time. How dare you! At this moment, a furious roar sounded. The void rippled like water, and an old man in a black robe with a sinister face and an unfathomable aura appeared. It was young Kangzi. Young Kangzi was trembling all over. His face was flushed red, and his eyes were filled with rage and killing intent. He had been in seclusion in Kuanpeng Imperial City. After receiving the news from the guard commanders, he only delayed for a moment before rushing over. After all, he had spent a lot of effort on the formation outside the floating mountain. Even a peerless imperial emperor wouldn't be able to break it in a short time. However, he didn't expect to see such a scene when he arrived at the floating mountain. Roar! 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 The four great prehistoric beasts roared wildly. When they saw the 10,000 spirits blood demon tree, their eyes turned completely red. They revealed an incomparably greedy expression and immediately pounced on the 10,000 spirits blood demon tree. All of you, die. The million spirits blood fiend tree is mine. Young Kangzi was completely enraged. He didn't know why such a scene would happen. Although he instinctively felt that something was wrong, the four desolate beasts had their eyes on the million spirits blood fiend tree, which made him completely nervous. Rumble. He slammed his palm down. His palm print was extremely ferocious, like an immemorial divine mountain. In the blink of an eye, it blocked in front of the four primitive beasts. Then, young Kangzi's figure flashed and appeared around the tree. A small black bell rose from his palm and began to expand in an instant, protecting the tree in the center. Was young Kangzi. As long as the myriad spirit blood fiend tree was fine, even if the hanging mountain was destroyed and all the guards were killed, he wouldn't feel any heartache. The million spirits blood fiend tree was his foundation. Although he noticed that the million spirits blood fiend tree had lost hundreds of trial takers' corpses, he didn't pay much attention to it. The four desolate beasts were charging at him. Rumble. The four desolate beasts had monstrous divine power. They broke young Kangzi's palm in an instant and slammed into the huge black bell. Buzz! The huge black bell buzzed, making young Kangzi's body tremble. His chi and blood were in turmoil, and his eyes were filled with a ghastly expression. Damn it! Why did the four overlords of the mountain sea marsh come to the floating mountain and attack the spirit array so crazily? Is someone behind this? Young Kangzi said, gnashing his teeth. He sensed a conspiracy. The four prehistoric giant beasts were infuriated. Their eyes were bloodshot as they stared at young Kangzi with murderous intent. The million spirits blood fiend tree was a supreme delicacy to them. They were especially excited about the thousands of origin Dao fruits on it. But now, young Kangzi had taken the million spirits blood fiend tree. They were enraged and regarded young Kangzi as their greatest enemy. Boom! Each of the four desolate beasts was like a mountain. Their auras were terrifying. They locked onto young Kangzi, making his hair stand on end. Damn it! If I find out who's behind this, I'll tear you to pieces. Young Kangzi roared furiously. Then, he leaped up in an attempt to leave this place. If he encountered one of the four desolate beasts in the mountain sea marsh, he wouldn't be afraid. However, if the four desolate beasts worked together, he would feel his scalp tingle. His top priority was to leave this place and move the million spirits blood fiend tree to another place. No matter what, he couldn't let anything happen to the origin Dao fruits. Rumble. But how could the desolate beasts let him escape? The 4 desolate beasts emitted terrifying auras. They disrupted the void and prevented young Kangzi from teleporting. Then, they pounced on young Kangzi. Blazing destructive divine light intertwined. Their powerful talents shrouded the area. The 4 desolate beasts were determined to keep young Kangzi here. Although young Kangzi roared, he couldn't get away. An incomparably fierce battle instantly unfolded in the sky above the floating mountain. Ling Xiao, isn't this all thanks to my plan of driving the tiger to devour the wolf? If it weren't for me, how could you come up with the plan to lure the 4 desolate beasts to fight young Kangzi? Hee hee. I hope they fight as fiercely as possible. It'd be best if they die together. Fatty Hay said to Ling Xiao with a smug smile. The 2 of them didn't leave. Fatty Hay used the space ability of the Kunpeng and Ling Xiao's sky-shrouding secret technique. The 2 of them hid in a nearby lake and watched everything that happened on the floating mountain. Seeing the fierce battle between young Kangzi and the 4 desolate beasts, they were finally relieved. They had achieved their goal. I'm afraid it's impossible for them to die together. But if young Kangzi is severely injured, it'll be beneficial for us to kill him later. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly as he said slowly. Hee hee, I think young Kangzi is doomed this time. Ling Xiao, you killed the candle dragon. If you kill young Kangzi, I'm afraid you'll be famous on the Eternal Emperor's road. By then, there won't be a place for you in any of the imperial cities. Fatty Xiao He said confidently. He rolled his eyes and his gaze landed on Ling Xiao. Then, he grinned gloatingly at Ling Xiao's misfortune. Ling Xiao's forehead was instantly filled with black lines. Fatty He, you jinx. Maybe you're right. The imperial city was already on high alert after he killed the candle dragon. If he killed young Kangzi as well, none of the imperial city's guardian envoys would tolerate him. Let's take it one step at a time. Ling Xiao said helplessly as he touched his nose. Chapter 3203. Rumble. On the floating mountain, the black crocodile, the golden swordfish, the dragon turtle and the 9-headed snake had completely surrounded young Kangzi. The surrounding space was disrupted. Chaotic mist filled the air, divine light rose, and the origin energy intertwined, forming a terrifying domain of destruction. If the ordinary emperors dared to get close, they would die instantly. The million spirits blood demon tree on young Kangzi was an irresistible temptation for the 4 great primitive beasts. How could they let young Kangzi go so easily? Hand over the tree, or die. The black crocodile roared. Its eyes were cold and emitted a dim light. The black scales on its body shone with a metallic light and were extremely sharp. They covered the surrounding space and surrounded young Kangzi. Those black scales formed a mysterious formation boundary. It not only had strong defensive power, but it could also release destructive saber light that constantly attacked young Kangzi's vital parts. The golden swordfish was shining with golden light and sword chi rose. It gathered the most powerful sword origin. Together with the powerful sword principal talent super skill, it could unleash terrifying power. The dragon turtle was hibernating above the lake. It could control the surrounding lake and build a water boundary. Water pillars rose into the sky like white dragons, forming a huge prison. The 9-headed snake was even more ferocious. Its 9 heads respectively contained the power of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, thunder, and destruction. They constantly spat out beams of light that also contained deadly poison. The 4 prehistoric giant beasts had gone completely mad. They unleashed their most terrifying attacks. Although the primitive mutants were limited by the heavenly way and didn't have high intelligence, once they reached the level of primitive beasts, their intelligence was no less than that of ordinary people. The reason why they didn't speak usually was that they regarded everything as ants and prey. They didn't care to communicate. Young Kangzi was an old acquaintance of theirs. They usually got along well with each other, but today, a fierce battle broke out because of the million spirits blood demon tree. Damn it! You want the million spirits blood demon tree? Don't even think about it. Young Kangzi's face was extremely ugly as he roared. The giant black bell above his head emitted powerful sound waves that spread out in all directions, capable of shattering everything. The black bell also contained an extremely powerful devouring power, which blocked most of the attacks for young Kangzi. His attacks were as fast as lightning. His palms were like immemorial divine mountains, constantly slapping the sky and colliding with the four primitive beasts. Destructive shockwaves erupted. The myriad spirit blood fiend tree was his foundation. It was a supreme treasure that he had painstakingly obtained from the tomb of a great emperor. It was the foundation of his Tao, so how could he possibly hand it over? Even though he was surrounded by the four great desolate giant beasts, he was still fighting with his life on the line. Furthermore, he was looking for an opportunity to escape. The shockwaves from the great battle made Fatty Blackie's scalp go numb, and he secretly thanked his lucky stars. If he hadn't been smart enough, he wouldn't have been able to escape from young Kangzi's clutches. Who is scheming against this old man? This old man will definitely grind your bones to dust and roast your soul with the 9 underworld's flames for billions of years. Only then will the hatred in my heart be appeased. Young Kangzi roared madly, his eyes filled with monstrous killing intent. He was now almost certain that someone was scheming against him. Otherwise, how could an outsider know that the myriad spirit blood fiend tree was hidden in the belly of the mountain and protected by the array? Even the guards of the floating mountain didn't know about it. However, he couldn't figure out who was scheming against him no matter how hard he racked his brains. Rumble. The four great desolate giant beasts seemed to have gone mad as they kept attacking young Kangzi. All kinds of killing moves were thrown at young Kangzi. Young Kangzi almost instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. He could only passively defend, unable to launch an attack. With the black crocodile and dragon turtle's powerful confinement superpowers, it was extremely difficult for him to escape. Puff! The 9-headed snake seized the opportunity and shot a destructive light beam through the void, directly piercing young Kangzi's chest. Young Kangzi coughed out blood as he retreated, his face turning pale. The golden swordfish's sword chi swept across the area. The golden light was dazzling, as if it could destroy everything. It also left many wounds on young Kangzi's body. The black crocodile and dragon turtle were the most terrifying. These two great desolate giant beasts possessed unparalleled divine power. Their physical bodies were extremely tough and young Kangzi was no match for them. Young Kangzi had a huge black bell that looked like a powerful emperor weapon. It constantly released powerful emperor's aura to fend off the attacks of the two great desolate giant beasts. However, the powerful rebounding force still caused young Kangzi's body to tremble violently. Dense cracks even appeared on his body as if his physical body would shatter at any time. Beat this old man to death. That huge black bell is really a good thing. It must be the most precious treasure of my Kuan-Pen clan. It is like a pearl covered in dust in the hands of this old guy. Only when it is in my hands will it shine brightly. Fatty Xiaohei, who was a distance away, cursed as he stared at the huge black bell and drooled. The huge black bell looked simple and mysterious. It could release a powerful devouring force and its sound waves could destroy everything. Its power was unparalleled. This supreme treasure was simply a divine weapon that Fatty Xiaohei had been dreaming of. Now, other than wanting to kill young Kangzi, he also wanted to snatch young Kangzi's weapon. Young Kangzi can't hold on any longer. Ling Zhao's eyes shone brightly as he said slowly. Rumble. As soon as his voice fell, the four great desolate giant beasts launched their attacks at the same time. Blazing light beams swept across the void and shot towards young Kangzi. The destructive power destroyed the surrounding lakes and mountains and flattened the land within a radius of 10,000 miles. Young Kangzi coughed out blood continuously. He was severely injured and his eyes revealed a trace of madness. Bastards, you're courting death. You want to snatch my million spirits blood demon tree? Go to hell. Young Kangzi roared furiously. Boom. His chi and blood surged and the terrifying power shattered the surrounding void. His aura began to soar wildly and he exuded an extremely dangerous aura fluctuation. Young Kangzi opened his mouth and spat out a light ball that was filled with blood and thunderbolts instantly. As soon as the light ball appeared, the surrounding void began to tremble violently. The chaotic light surged madly and the light ball began to expand and emit extremely dangerous fluctuations. The eyes of the four great prehistoric beasts were filled with astonishment. It was as if they had sensed danger and wanted to scatter into the distance. However, it was too late. Whoosh! There was a pained look in young Kangzi's eyes. The ball of light in his hand flew out in an instant. In an instant, a domain of bloody light and lightning emerged, enveloping the four great primeval beasts in an instant. The top. Chapter 3204. That's a great emperor's heart. Fatty Xiao He exclaimed in shock. His eyes were filled with horror. There was a heart within the ball of light that was intertwined with blood and lightning. Thump! 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 The heart was still beating violently, spewing out a terrifying emperor's aura. Vaguely, there seemed to be a mysterious figure emerging. The figure exuded an invincible aura that swept across the heavens. It was terrifying to the extreme. Even though they were far away, Ling Xiao and Fatty Xiao He felt their hearts palpitate. A great emperor's heart. Young Kangzi is so lucky. Where did he get the great emperor's heart? The four primitive giant beasts might not die, but young Kangzi is probably going to escape. Ling Xiao said slowly, a sharp glint in his eyes. He had not expected young Kangzi to have a great emperor's heart in his hands. A great emperor represented invincibility, fearlessness, and the power to suppress everything. As long as it was related to a great emperor, even the most ordinary things would become extraordinary. A great emperor's heart was enough to suppress the four primitive giant beasts. It might not be able to kill them, but it was enough to create an opportunity for young Kangzi to escape. Young Kangzi wants to escape. Ling Xiao, don't let him escape. You must kill this old man and take my giant bell back. Fatty Xiao He said viciously. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes and said, fortunately, young Kangzi was forced to sacrifice the great emperor's heart. Otherwise, if he sacrificed it while we were chasing after him, it would be a big joke. Not to mention the giant bell, I'm afraid you would be hung on the myriad spirits' bloodsucker tree. Fatty Xiao He was stunned after hearing Ling Xiao's words. He also showed some lingering fear and said, you're right. Young Kangzi is too treacherous. But a great emperor's heart is a good thing. How could he sacrifice it? If he wasn't forced into a desperate situation, do you think he would sacrifice the great emperor's heart? He must be severely injured now. However, what makes me curious is why a mere guardian like him wants the myriad spirits' blood fiend tree to nurture so many perfect Dao fruits. Ling Xiao's eyes showed a trace of curiosity. Why? Of course, it was because he was a robber. I've long guessed his identity. Killing him can be considered as upholding justice for the heavens. Fatty Xiao He said proudly. On behalf of the heavens? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and looked at the sky with deep meaning. Rumble. At this moment, the heart of the emperor had exploded completely. Young Kangzi burned his own origin energy and poured it into the great emperor's heart. He detonated the great emperor's heart and enveloped the four great primeval beasts. For the 10,000 spirits blood demon tree, he was willing to give up the heart of a great emperor. This showed how important the 10,000 spirits blood demon tree was to him. Blazing divine light wreaked havoc, enveloping an area of 10,000 kilometers in an instant. A terrifying destructive force swept out like a storm, illuminating the region as if it was daytime. The furious roars and miserable howls of the four great prehistoric beasts came from the center. The auras of the four great prehistoric beasts weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Young Kangzi was very decisive. He didn't wait to see whether the four primitive beasts were dead or seriously injured. He instantly activated the black bell to protect himself and flew away. Let's go. Follow me. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly. Fatty Xiao He nodded immediately. His eyes were filled with excitement. He used his void travel superpower and chased after Yang Kangzi silently. Yang Kangzi was escaping in the direction of Kunpeng Imperial City. He was the guardian of Kunpeng Imperial City. As long as he returned to Kunpeng Imperial City, he would be able to heal himself with the help of the Heaven's Fate Chi. No one would be a match for him. Yang Kangzi had already sensed a conspiracy. The conspiracy was getting closer and closer, causing him to feel increasingly uneasy. Damn it! No matter who it is, I won't let you off. Yang Kangzi thought to himself as he gritted his teeth. Boom! However, at this moment, the sky cracked open. An unparalleled fist print, wrapped in vast chaotic light, pressed down from the sky like an immemorial sacred mountain. That punch was peerlessly ferocious, and it contained a force that could destroy everything. It pressed down on the surrounding space to the point it exploded into pieces, and it contained an invincible aura. Coward who hides his head and shows his tail. Come out! Yun Kongzi's pupils shrank. Then, he roared furiously. You're right! Yun Kongzi shouted furiously. He knew that the person who had plotted against him had finally made his move. Boom! He activated his black bell and charged forward. The black bell expanded in the void and emitted a powerful devouring force. It was like a black sea that could devour everything. Clang! When the fist landed on the black bell, the bell let out a thunderous buzz. Powerful sound waves swept out in all directions, turning a few lakes and a few mountains into dust. The black bell was knocked back by the fist. It buzzed and trembled. The powerful recoil caused Yang Kangzi's body to shake violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes were filled with shock and anger. Two figures appeared in front of him. A black and white bird with yin and yang qi flowing around it flew across the sky. It looked like a big black fish, but it also had a pair of wings that reached the sky. It gave off an ancient and desolate aura. His eyes looked wretched and proud, especially when he stared at the black bell. His eyes were filled with passion. The other figure was dressed in white and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He was surrounded by chaotic aura and his eyes were bright and clear. It was as if 3,000 worlds were born in his eyes. They were Fatty He and Ling Xiao. It's you. Yang Kangzi's body shook violently and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He immediately recognized Ling Xiao and Fatty He. Moreover, the two of them left a deep impression on him. Ling Xiao, the chosen one of this era, attracted the attention of all the guardians as soon as he entered Emperor Road of Eternity. He even killed the Candle Dragon in the Candle Dragon Imperial City and shocked Emperor Road of Eternity. Even Yang Kangzi was afraid of him and did not want him to enter Kunpeng Imperial City. Fatty He was a pure-blooded divine beast Kunpeng. After Yang Kangzi discovered him, he coveted Yang Kangzi's bloodline and origin Dao fruit. However, before Yang Kangzi could do anything, Fatty He had escaped from Kunpeng Imperial City. Why were the two of them together? Did that mean that the two bastards were the ones who discovered the million spirits blood-sucking demon tree and caused him to fight with the four ancient beasts? Yang Kangzi was furious when he thought of this. He hated Ling Xiao and Fatty He so much that he wanted to tear them into pieces. Chapter 3205. Yang Kangzi, I didn't expect this to happen to you. If you know what's good for you, you'd better kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Then, give me your black bell with both hands. Maybe I'll be merciful and leave you a complete corpse. What do you think? Fatty Xiao He grinned, his eyes filled with pride. Black bell? Do you want me to send you off? Yang Kangzi's eyes were cold as he sneered. Most of his attention was on Ling Xiao, who had a calm expression on his face. Fatty Xiao He was naturally not worth mentioning. Even if he was severely injured, it would be easy for him to kill Fatty Xiao He. However, Ling Xiao was different. Although Ling Xiao looked like a 5th heaven imperial lord, he had killed the Candle Dragon. Moreover, the overbearing and terrifying chaotic fist print made Yang Kangzi feel as if he was facing an untainted behemoth, which made him extremely fearful. This was a great enemy. Send you off. Send you my ass. Young Kangzi, you're about to die, and you still dare to be arrogant? Do you know my brother? My brother specializes in killing the guardian. You're dead today. Fatty Xiao Hei's face darkened as he glared at young Kangzi. Ling Zhao's forehead was filled with black lines. Who did Fatty Xiao Hei learn from? He was becoming more and more shameless. Specialized in killing the guardian. If this name was spread, he would probably become the enemy of the entire world on the Eternal Emperor Road. Specialized in killing the guardian. Ling Xiao, are you sure you want to be my enemy? Young Kangzi was so angry that he laughed and stared coldly at Ling Xiao. You're a guardian, but you used your position for personal gain and killed the innocent. You used the flesh and blood of many trial takers to nourish the myriad spirit blood fiend tree and refine the origin Dao fruit. Therefore, you deserve to die. Ling Xiao said calmly. You know about the myriad spirit blood fiend tree too. Looks like I can't let you live today. Young Kangzi's eyes were filled with killing intent as he exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Although young Kangzi was severely injured, his aura was still extremely terrifying. Fatty Xiao Hei couldn't help but tremble. Rumble. The huge black bell in young Kangzi's hand instantly shone brightly and wrapped him up. Then, he shot into the distance like a black lightning bolt. He actually fled. Is this old thing so shameless? Fatty Blackie was also stunned. Just a moment ago, he had been prepared to face Yun Kongzi's attack. Unexpectedly, Yun Kongzi had fled. He's smart. He knows that the most important thing right now is to heal himself, not to fight with us. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as if he was not worried at all. Quick, chase after him. If we don't chase after him, this old thing will really run back to Kunpeng Imperial City. Fatty Xiao Hei urged. His eyes were filled with anxiety. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, young Kangzi, who had already fled 10,000 kilometers away, let out an earth-shattering roar. Scorching divine light rose up around him, and the black bell buzzed as if it was going to shatter at any moment. Whoosh! 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 Strands of sword chi shot into the sky. They were extremely sharp as they lined up around young Kangzi. They formed an extremely powerful sword formation, trapping young Kangzi in the center. A ray of light flickered under Ling Zhao's feet. He immediately teleported and caught up with young Kangzi. Buzz! The heaven-devouring sword pierced through the rift. It was ancient and mysterious, emitting a brilliant glow. Below the heaven-devouring sword, there were 4 illusionary swords in 4 different directions. They were like 4 heavenly pillars, emitting a sharp sword intent that felt like it could shatter everything. Young Kangzi was trapped in the sword formation. He was unable to escape. After the heaven-devouring sword merged with the 4 great immortal swords, not only did it possess the sharpness of the 4 great immortal swords, but it was also able to set up a heaven-devouring sword formation to unleash a peerless killing force. Ling Xiao had already set up a sword formation on young Kangzi's way to Kunpeng Imperial City. He was just waiting for young Kangzi to take the bait. As he had expected, young Kangzi still managed to enter the sword formation. Ling Xiao, do you really think that I am the same as the Candle Dragon? If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Young Kangzi was so angry that he laughed. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Rumble. Blazing blood light rose around him. The black bell suddenly emitted a terrifying sound wave. Then, it began to expand. It protected young Kangzi in the middle and slammed into the sword formation. Sword chi swept out in all directions. Rays of sword chi were annihilated one after another, but they quickly reappeared, stacking on top of each other in an endless manner. Don't waste your energy. If you were not injured, you might have a chance to escape. But now, you should die. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His eyes were filled with sharpness. Boom! He threw a punch across the sky and landed on the black bell. The black bell buzzed and the void around it shook violently. An unparalleled force was transmitted into Young Kangxi's body. His body shook violently and he coughed out blood. Rumble. Ling Xiao's aura rose. His fist intent was vast. He threw out one punch after another. It was vast and boundless like a huge wave. The unparalleled fist intent completely enveloped Young Kangxi. At the same time, the sky-devouring sword shone with unparalleled sharpness. Sword chi rose and constantly attacked Young Kangxi's vital points. The black bell was a powerful apex monarch weapon. It had strong defensive power and could block most of the damage for Young Kangxi. This was also the reason why he could withstand the attacks of the four great desolation beasts for so long. However, Ling Xiao had the primordial immortal body. His fist intent was powerful and his chaotic fist prints were unparalleled. He could go against an emperor weapon. Thousands of heavy fist waves came and Young Kangxi felt that he was no match for Ling Xiao. Damn it! How can he be so strong? Young Kangxi's face was ghastly pale and his eyes were filled with shock. He could not imagine how Ling Xiao, who was a fifth heaven imperial emperor, could unleash such terrifying combat strength. The powerful force made Young Kangxi tremble violently. His injuries worsened rapidly and he could not hold on for long. The sky-devouring sword's sharpness contained a powerful destructive force. Ling Xiao used the sword origin to activate it and Young Kangxi felt threatened. He had no doubt that he would be in a worse situation if he left the protection of the black bell. Damn it! Why aren't they here yet? Young Kangxi was extremely anxious. In fact, when he was fighting with the four ancient beasts and realized that there was a conspiracy, he had decisively asked for help. However, for some reason, the reinforcements had yet to arrive. If this continued, he was afraid that he would be in danger. Chapter 3206. Rumble. Ling Xiao punched out again. The black bell rang, and the space around it was distorted. Young Kangxi coughed out blood and was sent flying. Clang clang clang. The sky-devouring sword swept across the void and the sword chi was extremely sharp. It kept slashing at the black bell, causing it to vibrate violently. Ling Xiao, break this old man's tortoise shell. I suspect that this old man is putting up a desperate struggle. He might have reinforcements. Hurry up and kill him. Fatty Xiao He shouted from the side. Reinforcements? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with light. It was not impossible. Young Kangxi was the guardian of Kunpeng Imperial City. It would be troublesome if the guards of Kunpeng Imperial City or some powerful trial takers came to Young Kangxi's aid. Rumble. Chaotic light rose from Ling Xiao's body and purple chi spread out for 30,000 miles. He had activated the primordial immortal body to the extreme. He punched out with both fists and it was as if the sun, moon, and stars were revolving around them. 3,000 worlds appeared in the chaos as if they were going to pierce through the river of time and create an epoch. At the same time, they contained boundless vitality and were nurturing the creation of the heavens. Epoch Fist. Creation Fist. Ling Xiao's primordial immortal body had merged with the great Tao origin energy. He had comprehended these two supreme fist techniques and they were unleashed at the same time. What? Young Kangxi's pupils suddenly shrank, and his eyes were filled with horror. These two supreme fist techniques made him feel extremely oppressed. It was as if he was facing a peerless great emperor. He felt that he could not fight back. He frantically activated the origin energy in his body and poured it into the black bell. The black bell shone with boundless light in the void. At the same time, it evolved into a vast vortex that engulfed the heavens and the earth. It was as vast as the starry sky. Block it! Young Kangxi spat out blood and roared in his heart. He could feel that the reinforcements were about to arrive. He had to hold on. Once the reinforcements arrived, Ling Xiao would definitely die. A monstrous killing intent surged in his heart. A person like Ling Xiao shouldn't exist on the Eternal Emperor Road. He was the greatest enemy of all guardian envoys, and he must die. Rumble. A world-shaking boom rang out. It was as if the entire world had sunk into the ultimate. The devouring territory created by the Black Bell was instantly destroyed as Ling Xiao's fists landed on the Black Bell. The Black Bell blossomed with a dazzling light, and the runes were annihilated one after another. With a loud rumble, it was directly sent flying. Not good. Both of Yang Kangzi's arms exploded, and his body was covered in blood. His body was on the verge of collapsing. His expression was extremely ugly. The moment the Black Bell was blasted away, his expression changed drastically. He saw the sky-devouring sword falling from the sky, and the unparalleled sword chi instantly engulfed him. Slash! Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and an extremely dark and ancient aura erupted from his body. It was as if hell was about to descend upon the world, emitting ancient, primordial, vast, and eternal waves. Amidst the ancient aura, a blade light cut across the world, breaking through the limits of time and space, breaking through the boundary between reality and illusion. It seemed a little distorted, but it was incomparably real. Even Yang Kangzi's eyes that were filled with fear were reflected in the saber light. Not good. It's the forbidden blade. Yang Kangzi roared in his heart, but he could no longer shout. His entire body was engulfed by the blade light. Crack! Yang Kangzi felt as if something in his body had been broken, and a strong sense of fear arose from the depths of his heart. To him, Ling Xiao was like the heavens and earth, and he himself was like an ant. That feeling of insignificance and fear caused him to be unable to summon any battle intent in the depths of his heart, leaving only endless fear. His Taoist heart was broken. The infinite hell blade had broken his Taoist heart. Although it did not directly kill him, he no longer dared to be Ling Xiao's enemy. How dare you, demon! How dare you harm the guardian? Why don't you surrender now? At this moment, a cold voice resounded in the void. Whoosh! 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 Many figures with powerful auras flew across the sky and instantly arrived in front of Ling Xiao and Yang Kangzi. At the same time, they locked onto Ling Xiao. There were a total of 10 figures, and all of them were high-level imperial emperors. 9 of them were wearing black armor. Their faces were cold, and they were surrounded by a murderous aura. They were extremely powerful, and all of them were the guards of Kunpeng Imperial City. The one in the lead was a young man in white. He was handsome, elegant, and extraordinarily heroic. He held a folding fan in his hand, and he had a natural and unrestrained temperament. The voice just now came from his mouth. Although his cultivation was only at the 8th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm, he emitted an extremely terrifying aura that was not weaker than Yang Kangzi's. A trial taker with the combat strength of a peerless Imperial Emperor? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. When his gaze met the white-clothed young man's, sparks instantly burst out in the void. He felt a trace of time aura that did not exist in this world from the white-clothed young man. He was actually an ancient prodigy. An 8th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm with the combat strength of a peerless Imperial Emperor. An ancient prodigy. Was this Yang Kangzi's reinforcements and reliance? Although Ling Xiao's thoughts were changing, he did not show any mercy. He only glanced at the white-clothed young man before he continued to attack Yang Kangzi. Whoosh! The sky-devouring sword was unparalleled. It contained a sharpness that could pierce through everything. It flew across the sky and pierced towards Yang Kangzi's forehead. Flower-pinching young master, save me! After seeing the white-clothed young man, Yang Kangzi's eyes were filled with incomparable surprise. He did not dare to continue fighting with Ling Xiao. He immediately wanted to fly towards the young man. How dare you! The young man's face darkened. A powerful aura gushed out from his body. He pointed his finger at Ling Xiao. His finger was dazzling, eternal, and immortal. He looked very carefree. That finger was sparkling and translucent like a piece of glass. It looked simple, but it arrived first and collided with the heaven-swallowing sword in an instant. Clang! The sword chi swept out like a storm. It wanted to shatter the young man's finger, but it was suppressed by a powerful burst of light. In the end, the sky-devouring sword trembled slightly. The sword chi was annihilated. When the finger landed on the sky-devouring sword, it was directly sent flying. Young Kangzi took the opportunity to fly towards the young man. His face was filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. "Lord Guardian, be careful." The young man's face suddenly changed. He saw a golden light flash past young Kangzi's body. However, it was too late for him to save him. It was a small golden snake. It silently appeared on young Kangzi's body and then viciously bit young Kangzi's injured arm. Two rays of light, one black and one gold, seemed to be very intelligent and entered young Kangzi's body. Boom! Young Kangzi's body trembled violently. His entire body was instantly enveloped by a black poisonous fog. His eyes were filled with incomparable horror. This is the origin of poison." Young Kangzi's voice trembled, containing a trace of unconcealable fear. Chapter 3207. Not only did young Kangzi have Little Gold's poison origin, but he also had Heaven's burial poison. This was the true killing move that Ling Xiao had prepared for young Kangzi. The moment Flower-Pinching Prince and the others appeared, he knew that if he continued to attack, he would be stopped by them. Therefore, the sky-devouring sword was only a feint. Little Gold was the true killing move. In order to kill young Kangzi, Little Gold not only released the poison origin, but also fused the Heaven's burial poison into young Kangzi's body. Originally, with young Kangzi's cultivation, it wouldn't be so easy for Little Gold to bite him. He would even sense it before Little Gold appeared. However, young Kangzi's current state was very similar to the Candle Dragon's state. In fact, he was even more miserable. His Tao heart had been shattered by Ling Xiao, and he had lost all will to fight. He only wanted to escape. In addition, young Kangzi's body was bloody and covered in wounds. It wasn't surprising that Little Gold's sneak attack succeeded. "Well done." Ling Xiao patted Little Gold's head and smiled. Little Gold's eyes were filled with pride. He was becoming more and more human. After Ling Xiao gave the Heaven's burial poison and the origin energy in the Heaven's burial Ant Queen's body for Little Gold to devour and refine, Little Gold's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. He was now a mid-level Imperial Emperor. Even a high-level Imperial Emperor would be killed by Little Gold if he was caught off guard. "Take me back to the Imperial City. I want to go back to the Imperial City." Young Kangzi roared angrily. His eyes were filled with extreme fear. The poison origin and Heaven's burial poison intertwined, forming an extremely terrifying force. It corroded young Kangzi's flesh and origin spirit at an extremely fast speed. He had no way to resist at all. Even young Kangzi's origin spirit was covered in a layer of death qi. His entire body was shrouded in a black poisonous fog. Black poisonous flames surged out of him. The guard commanders of Kunpeng Imperial City didn't dare to get close to young Kangzi at all. They all retreated with fear in their eyes. If they were infected by such a powerful poison origin, it would be extremely troublesome. They wouldn't be able to remove it at all. Young Kangzi was dead meat. "Flower-Pinching Prince, save me," Empyrean Master's eyes were filled with despair. In the end, he looked at Flower-Pinching Prince with pleading eyes. "Lord Guardian, I can't save you either. But don't worry, I'll help you kill Ling Xiao and avenge you." Flower-Pinching Prince sighed. "Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. I curse you to die a horrible death and never be reincarnated. I can't accept this, I can't accept this." Young Kangzi abruptly turned his head to look at Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with killing intent and hatred, and his voice was incomparably shrill. However, before he could even finish speaking, his entire body was enveloped by poisonous flames. Soon after, his body collapsed, his life force scattering, his entire body exploding with a loud bang. A mysterious power rose from young Kangzi's body and then dissipated between heaven and earth. "What a pity!" A look of pity appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes. Young Kangzi was dead, but his heavenly providence and origin Tao fruit had completely dissipated. They returned to heaven and earth and returned to the heavenly Tao. If it weren't for flower-pinching prince, perhaps Ling Xiao could still attempt to refine the heavenly providence and obtain Young Kangzi's Tao fruit. However, with flower-pinching prince around, Ling Xiao knew that he wouldn't be allowed to refine the heavenly providence. Flower-pinching prince had the same idea, so he didn't do anything. He allowed the heavenly providence in Young Kangzi's body to return to heaven and earth, and his entire body disappeared without a trace. As for Young Kangzi's curse, no one cared at all. To the strong, it was nothing more than an illusion for the weak. Whoosh! Fatty Xiao He flew back stealthily from afar, holding a small black bell with both hands. He was beaming with joy and looked very pleased with himself. Hee, Ling Xiao, this heaven-devouring bell is mine. Young Kangzi is really lucky to have obtained the inheritance of an emperor. Now, the heaven-devouring bell and the emperor's inheritance are mine. I'll leave these people to you. Kill them all and we'll forcefully take over Kunpeng Imperial City. Fatty Xiao He chuckled at Ling Xiao. This guy was very cunning. When Ling Xiao sent the heaven-devouring bell flying, he had already followed him. Now that Young Kangzi was killed, the heaven-devouring bell naturally became an ownerless object and fell into his hands. Like Young Kangzi, he cultivated the devouring great Tao, so it was very easy for him to refine the heaven-devouring bell. After obtaining the heaven-devouring bell, Fatty Xiao He was so excited that he was about to go crazy. As a pure-blooded Kunpeng, he had led such a miserable life. Now, he finally had an extreme Tao Emperor weapon that belonged to him. However, his excitement didn't last long before someone poured a bucket of cold water on him. The heaven-devouring bell is the guardian's weapon. It can't fall into the hands of a rascal. Go and retrieve the heaven-devouring bell. Ling Xiao, leave it to me. Flower-pinching prince said indifferently. Yes. The 9 guard commanders seemed to be extremely respectful towards the flower-pinching prince. They all bowed respectfully. Then, their gazes were incomparably cold and filled with overflowing killing intent as they landed on the little black fatty. Fatty Xiao He's body stiffened and the smile on his face froze. Ling Xiao, let's leave this place first. Fatty Xiao He immediately hid behind Ling Xiao and said to Ling Xiao with a lack of confidence. Flower-pinching prince, Young Kangzi killed many trial takers and deserves to die. Do you really want to stand up for him? Ling Xiao ignored Fatty Xiao He and looked at flower-pinching prince and said calmly. Killed many trial takers? What evidence do you have? What I saw was that you killed the guardian. Flower-pinching prince said indifferently. Ling Xiao glanced at Fatty Xiao He. Although Fatty Xiao He was unwilling, he still took out the heaven-devouring bell and flicked it gently. Immediately, brilliant light rippled out like water and the scene within the heaven-devouring bell appeared. Within the heaven-devouring bell, the 10,000 spirits blood demon tree appeared and the corpses of trial takers hung on its branches. This scene caused the expressions of the 9 great guard commanders to change drastically. It was obvious that they didn't know about the 10,000 spirits blood demon tree. This is the 10,000 spirits blood demon tree, a primordial variant of the primordial times. It's incomparably evil and can devour the flesh, blood, and primordial spirits of living beings to nurture a perfect origin Tao fruit. This is the crime committed by Young Kangzi. Does flower-pinching prince not think he deserves to die? Ling Xiao looked at flower-pinching prince and said indifferently. Flower-pinching prince frowned slightly, his eyes incomparably deep. Ling Xiao, the guardian is already dead. This is all your side of the story. Who knows if you were the one who put the 10,000 spirits blood demon tree into the heaven-devouring bell. Flower-pinching prince, don't slander me. Don't tell me you don't know anything about what Young Kangzi did. Maybe you're his accomplice. Fatty Xiao He poked his head out from behind Ling Xiao and sneered. Chapter 3208. Kunpeng Imperial City's guardian, Yun Kongzi, had died. The moment Yun Kongzi died, Kunpeng Imperial City reacted. The entire Kunpeng Imperial City shook violently. The enchantment shattered, chaotic fog surged, and blood rained down from the sky. Kunpeng Imperial City began to fall into chaos. What's going on? This is... Lord Guardian has fallen. Someone's body shook violently. His eyes were filled with fear. The enchantment shattered and blood rained down from the sky. This was a phenomenon that would only happen when a guardian died. Guardian Yun Kongzi was a veteran guardian. He was extremely powerful. How could he have died? Who killed him? Everyone's hearts were filled with doubt. When the enchantment of Kunpeng Imperial City shattered, those who had yet to participate in the trial were overjoyed. They all left Kunpeng Imperial City and headed to the next Imperial City. There were also some with evil intentions. They burned, killed, and looted Kunpeng Imperial City. Some even had their eyes on the Heaven Dao seal. However, they were quickly suppressed mercilessly. Over 100 guards rushed out from the Guardian Envoy's residence and killed those who tried to charge into the residence. Moreover, a guard commander spread a piece of news that shocked and caused everyone to boil with excitement. Guardian Yun Kongzi was murdered by Ling Xiao in the Great Swamp of the Mountain Sea. Before he died, the Guardian sent back a message. Ling Xiao is a robber. Anyone who can kill Ling Xiao will obtain the Guardian's Heaven Dao seal and all of his treasures. This is Ling Xiao's location. Everyone, please head to the Great Swamp of the Mountain Sea to kill the robber. The guard commander's voice was extremely cold. However, it was clearly heard by everyone in Kunpeng Imperial City. He waved his hand. Immediately, a bright light bloomed. A map of the Great Swamp of the Mountain Sea appeared and showed Ling Xiao's location. What? Lord Guardian was actually killed by Ling Xiao. This news instantly caused an uproar in Kunpeng Imperial City. Everyone was shocked. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Not long ago, Yun Kongzi had appeared outside Kunpeng Imperial City and stopped Ling Xiao from entering the city. How long had it been? Yun Kongzi had died at Ling Xiao's hands. Ling Xiao is actually a robber. No wonder he's so cruel and brutal. That's right. The guardian of Candle Dragon Imperial City had already died in Ling Xiao's hands. Was it Kunpeng Imperial City's turn now? This bastard deserves to die 1,000 times over. Everyone, let's go together and kill Ling Xiao to avenge Lord Guardian. Are you not afraid of death? That Ling Xiao's ferocious might surged to the heavens, and he killed 2 guardians in succession. With just the likes of you, are you a match for him? What are you afraid of? No matter how strong Ling Xiao is, can he be stronger than so many of us combined? Everyone, attack together. Even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he will still die. That's right. If we kill Ling Xiao, we'll be able to obtain the Heavenly Dao Seal and Lord Guardian's treasures. Let's go together. Let's go together. After seeing Ling Xiao's position, everyone instantly became excited. Their eyes were filled with eagerness. The Guardian's residence opened the teleportation formation to the Great Swamp of Mountains and Seas for them. They entered the teleportation formation and headed towards Ling Xiao's position. Of course, there were some who were extremely clear-headed and did not lose their minds to greed. They chose to leave Kunpeng Imperial City. However, the majority of those who headed towards the Great Swamp of Mountains and Seas chose to pursue Ling Xiao. Brother Ling Xiao killed Yun Kongzi. This is too powerful. In a courtyard, Tong Tong, Ba Dao, Ji Feishuan, and the others gathered together. After hearing the news, they were extremely shocked. Initially, they were still thinking of ways to sneak Ling Xiao into Kunpeng Imperial City. However, they did not expect to receive such news. Tong Tong's eyes widened in disbelief. Although I don't know why Big Brother killed Yun Kongzi must have a reason for his death. Ba Dao said coldly. No matter what the reason is, I'm afraid Ling Xiao will become the enemy of the entire world on Eternal Emperor Road. Ji Feishuan sighed softly as a worried look appeared in her eyes. Then what should we do? So many people are heading towards the great swamp of mountains and seas to pursue Ling Xiao. Your Majesty, we should also help Ling Xiao, right? Fairy Jinghong said worriedly. We definitely have to help, but there are so many of us. We're too big of a target. Jinghong, protect Tong Tong and stay in Kunpeng Imperial City. Ba Dao and I will head to the great swamp of mountains and seas and think of a way to help Ling Xiao. Ji Feishuan pondered for a moment and made a decision. All right. Ba Dao nodded and said. Among the group, Ji Feishuan and he had the highest cultivation. Ji Feishuan was a peerless imperial emperor while Ba Dao was a high-level imperial emperor. He cultivated the forbidden saber and had the combat strength of a peerless imperial emperor. With the two peerless imperial emperors helping, they would definitely be able to rescue Ling Xiao. In the great swamp of mountains and seas, Ling Xiao was facing off against the flower-pinching prince. However, what puzzled Ling Xiao was that the flower-pinching prince did not choose to attack immediately. Instead, he was extremely calm and casual. Ling Xiao, why don't you return to Kunpeng Imperial City with me? I'll definitely find out the truth and clear your name. However, before that, I can't let you go. You're also very suspicious. The flower-pinching prince looked at Ling Xiao calmly and said. Forgive me for not being able to comply. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Although the flower-pinching prince in front of him looked magnanimous and had an extraordinary temperament, Ling Xiao could feel a deep hostility from him. Although the hostility was very faint and ordinary people would not be able to detect it, it was extremely clear to Ling Xiao, who was extremely skilled in the path of the Tao of the heart. If he returned to Kunpeng Imperial City, Ling Xiao would probably be surrounded and attacked by everyone. Pretty boy, don't pretend to be a big shot here. Who do you think you are to say that you'll clear our name? Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, if my big brother gets angry, all of you will die. Fatty Xiao He stuck his head out and sneered. Impudent. The flower-pinching prince is the successor of the Lord Guardian. He's the next Lord Guardian. How dare you be disrespectful to him? If you know what's good for you, hurry up and surrender. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. A guard commander snorted coldly. His eyes were incomparably cold, and a murderous aura emanated from them. Ling Xiao, if you're not willing to return to Kunpeng Imperial City with me, then I have no choice but to suspect you. Perhaps you're the robber. The flower-pinching prince's eyes flashed sharply as he looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. The fox's tail is finally showing. Looks like you've been wanting to slander me for a long time, right? However, it doesn't matter. If I want to leave, who can stop me? Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. His eyes were filled with disdain. Chapter 3209. He had overestimated the flower-pinching prince. The so-called ancient prodigy still did not have the aura to suppress everything. He was still scheming and scheming. He would never have any hope of attaining the Tao in his lifetime. To a true expert, no matter what schemes you had, I would break them with a single punch. You want to leave? You haven't confessed your crimes. If you leave just like that, how can I face the Guardian? The flower-pinching prince smiled faintly when he saw that Ling Xiao wanted to leave. Buzz! With a wave of his sleeve, the void trembled slightly. Resplendent rays of light bloomed in the surroundings. Flowers bloomed one after another in the void. The flowers covered the void for thousands of miles. They emitted an alluring fragrance, turning the place into a sea of flowers. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He leaped into the air and punched out at the same time. His fist radiance was unparalleled. The petals in the void were shattered by him. However, they quickly reappeared and sealed the surrounding void. Ling Xiao's fist seemed to have landed in the air. It could not cause any damage to the formation. Ling Xiao, this is the 10,000 flowers returned to origin formation. The stronger you are, the stronger the formation will be. You can't escape. The flower-pinching prince smiled faintly. He was a scheming person. When he arrived, he had quietly set up a formation to seal the surrounding void. Each petal was formed from origin energy. It reflected a powerful force like a mirror that could absorb and reflect the power of an attack. Ling Xiao's power blasted on the formation. After being converted by the petals, the 10,000 flowers returned to origin formed an endless supply of energy for the formation. This was why the flower-pinching prince said that the stronger Ling Xiao was, the stronger the formation would be. This formation was indeed very troublesome. It would not be easy for Ling Xiao to break out of it. The 10,000 flowers returned to origin formation. If I'm not wrong, you've trapped me in this formation to wait for the trial takers from Kunpeng Imperial City to arrive, right? Ling Xiao stood in the midst of the flowers and said indifferently. Smart. But smart people usually don't live long. The flower-pinching prince smiled faintly. He opened the fan in his hand and gently waved it. Primal chaos seemed to rise, and a mysterious scene of mountains and rivers appeared. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he activated the eye of the ruler. Mysterious scenes seemed to appear in his eyes. Brilliant beams of light shot out, capable of piercing through all illusions. Ling Xiao activated his sovereign's eye, hoping to break through the myriad flowers' convergence array as quickly as possible. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the void vibrated as numerous figures with powerful auras soared through the air, appearing in the mountain sea swamp in the blink of an eye. The participants of the Kunpeng Imperial City had arrived. When the cultivators saw Ling Xiao trapped in the 10,000 flower origin convergence array, a cold glint flashed in their eyes as killing intent filled the air. Flower-pinching prince sure is scheming. Ling Xiao looked deeply at the flower-pinching prince. As he had expected, the flower-plucking prince was not in a hurry to attack because he had other plans. He had actually mobilized the trial takers of Kunpeng Imperial City to attack Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, what do you have to say now that things have come to this? You killed the guardian and refined the origin spirit of the trial takers into your origin Dao fruit. Your crimes are unforgivable. Why don't you surrender? The flower-pinching prince's eyes flashed sharply as he spoke loudly to Ling Xiao. His face was full of righteousness, and his aura was extraordinary. It was easy to trust him at first glance. Everyone's expression changed when they heard the flower-pinching prince's words. Refine the origin spirit of the trial takers into his origin Dao fruit. Flower-pinching prince, what's going on? Someone asked in bewilderment. You don't know yet, do you? Weren't you curious as to why so many trial takers died or went missing in the previous trials? The mastermind behind all of this is Ling Xiao. He has an incomparably evil myriad spirit's blood fiend tree that can devour the origin spirit of any living being to refine a perfect origin Dao fruit. The myriad spirit's blood fiend tree is in his hands right now. It was precisely because Lord Guardian Yang Kongzi had discovered his scheme that he had been silenced by him. He's the robber, and by killing him today, we'll be enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. The flower-pinching prince's clear voice traveled into everyone's ears. What? Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected to hear such a huge secret. Soon, they were enraged. Using a trial taker's flesh, blood, and primordial spirit to refine an origin source Dao fruit was simply touching their reverse scale, causing them to instantly develop monstrous killing intent. Damn it! I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be the main culprit. We must kill him today. He must be the one behind my brother's disappearance. Ling Xiao, you'll pay for my brother's life. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, their bodies surging with murderous intent. More and more trial takers gathered from all directions, quickly reaching several thousand. These thousands of trial challengers were all extremely powerful. At this moment, their killing intent was as vast as the sea, and they were all pressing down on Ling Tian. It was extremely horrifying. Fatty Blackie was completely flabbergasted. He'd never imagined that there would be someone more shameless than him in this world, someone who could twist the truth. The flower-pinching prince was simply ruthless, turning his head and pinning the blame on him and Ling Xiao. Fatty Blackie trembled with anger, his eyes filled with fury. He pointed at the flower-pinching prince and roared, "Pretty boy, can you be any more shameless?" Young Kangzi used the myriad spirits blood fiend tree to capture so many trial takers to refine his origin Dao fruit. What does that have to do with us? I think you're in cahoots with young Kangzi. You're the robber. Ling Zhao's expression was calm. He looked deeply at the flower-pinching prince and said, "Flower-pinching prince, your ability to twist the truth is admirable. However, how do you explain this? I've only just arrived at Kunpeng Imperial City today. How could I have captured so many trial takers to refine my origin Dao fruit during the previous trials?" The trial takers were slightly taken aback, then looked at the flower-pinching prince, waiting for him to explain. After all, Ling Zhao had only just arrived at Kunpeng Imperial City today. Many people had seen it with their own eyes. Outside Kunpeng Imperial City, he'd even had a conflict with young Kangzi. The flower-pinching prince smiled faintly and said, "Ling Zhao, isn't it easy to explain? You didn't just arrive at Kunpeng Imperial City today. You have ulterior motives. After killing the guardian of Candle Dragon Imperial City, you came here and hid in the mountain sea swamp, waiting for an opportunity to harm the trial takers. Everyone, you should know that the trial takers in Candle Dragon Imperial City have already spread the news that Ling Zhao is the robber." The flower-pinching prince's words seemed to strengthen the trial takers' confidence, causing them to look at Ling Zhao with even more hostility. Chapter 32:10. Robbers were a taboo on the Eternal Emperor Road. Robbers were known as the puppets of the Heavenly Dao. They were also disasters left behind by the Heavenly Dao to hunt trial challengers and steal their origin Dao fruit. They were feared by countless trial challengers. Therefore, on the Eternal Emperor's Road, as long as a robber appeared, everyone would want to beat him up and make him the enemy of the entire world. At this moment, everyone was more willing to believe in the guardian and flower-pinching prince. Therefore, they were certain that Ling Zhao was a robber. "Everyone, Ling Zhao is strong, but we have so many people. Why should we be afraid of him? He has been trapped by my million-flower origin formation and can't escape. Everyone, let's kill Ling Zhao and avenge the guardian." The flower-pinching prince smiled faintly, then retreated into the crowd without leaving a trace. He pointed at Ling Zhao, who was in front of him. "That's right. Everyone, let's go. Kill Ling Zhao, kill the robber. Avenge the guardian and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." The trial challenger's eyes were incomparably cold and murderous. Whether it was the identity of a robber or the temptation of inheriting the guardian's treasures after killing him, they were all tempted. Boom! It was unknown who made the first move. A sharp saber light cut across the void and slashed at Ling Zhao. The trial challenger's eyes were bloodshot. The greed and murderous intent in their hearts overpowered their fear of Ling Zhao. They all attacked. Streaks of blazing light streaked across the sky. The resplendent light beams contained a murderous intent that could pierce through everything. They surged over violently. Flower-pinching prince's words gave everyone great confidence. The current Ling Zhao was like a live target to them. There was no way for him to escape or dodge. He could only passively block their attacks. Within the million-flower origin formation, dazzling flower petals rose. They were enshrouded in a mysterious light and trapped Ling Zhao within. However, the crowd's attack seemed to have no effect on the million-flower origin formation. They passed through the formation unscathed and enveloped Ling Zhao. The 10,000 flower origin formation only trapped Ling Zhao within the formation and prevented him from escaping. It did not affect the attacks from the outside. This was a formation that allowed entry but not exit. Ha ha ha. What a joke. I don't care if you want to avenge young Kangzi or not, but you shouldn't have offended me. I'm a very vengeful person. Ling Zhao laughed, his eyes filled with a blazing sharpness. He gazed deeply at the distant flower-pinching prince, his body erupting with battle intent. Rumble. Chaotic light gushed out from his body. Purple chi rose, vast and mighty. It was as if the scene of 3,000 worlds appeared behind him. Endless chaotic chi rose and formed a chaotic giant bell above his head. It was intertwined with Tao and logos and emitted an immortal light. Everyone's attacks instantly landed on the bell of chaos. Wang! The bell of primal chaos hummed as if it was material. Runes interweaved and were suffused with the aura of the source of the great Tao, and it dissolved all the attacks. This was a supreme defensive ability that Ling Xiao had comprehended after his physical body had become extremely strong. He called it the Bell of Chaos. In the past, no one could force him to use the Bell of Chaos. After all, his physical body was immortal. Even an extreme Tao Emperor weapon could not destroy it. However, there were hundreds and thousands of trial takers in front of him. Every one of them was a powerful genius. Their attacks were ferocious and overbearing, like a destructive torrent. It was extremely terrifying. With so many trial takers attacking at the same time, not to mention ordinary imperial emperors, even a peerless imperial emperor would find it difficult to resist. Wang! 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 The bell of chaos hummed and intertwined with the light of order, annihilating all the attacks that were surging toward him. Ling Xiao's eyes were incomparably sharp. An invincible aura surrounded his body as he strode forward with majestic steps. Crack! Blazing lightning intertwined on his fist. It was as vast as the heavenly might. At the same time, the heaven-devouring fire appeared. The flames burned everything and were incomparably fierce. He threw out a punch. It was as if the heavenly punishment was destroying the world. Mighty lightning and flames poured down, surging toward the petals in the surroundings. In Ling Xiao's eyes, the eye of the ruler shone with a strange light. It could see through the formation before him. The thousand-flower origin formation was actually formed from the great Tao's origin. The flowers intertwined with each other and grew endlessly. They constantly absorbed the energy in the chaos to reach an immortal state. The thousand-flower origin formation was indeed incomparably mysterious. If Ling Xiao did not have the eye of the ruler, it would not be so easy to break the formation. However, the eye of the ruler could see through the formation. It also allowed Ling Xiao to see the intertwining nodes of the formation. Those were the most crucial points. Rumble. His fist was unparalleled. Lightning and flames were the most violent forces. In an instant, it blasted on the thousand-flower origin formation. The petals collapsed and the intertwining nodes were instantly reduced to nothingness. Before the thousand-flower origin formation could produce new petals, Ling Xiao took a step forward and used a secret teleportation technique. In an instant, he left the thousand-flower origin formation. What? Everyone's expression changed. They did not expect Ling Xiao to leave the thousand-flower origin formation so quickly. Most importantly, the bell of chaos around Ling Xiao was immortal and indestructible. Like an ultimate emperor weapon, it blocked everyone's attacks and prevented them from causing any harm to Ling Xiao. He actually condensed so many great Tao origins. Lightning origin, flame origin, teleportation origin, and even devour origin. Is he also a robber? In the distance, flower-pinching prince did not make a move. He looked at Ling Xiao with a trace of uncertainty in his eyes. Ling Xiao in front of him seemed to have exceeded his expectations. So many great Tao origins, and all of them seemed to have reached the level of perfection. If I obtain this boy's secret, what use would I have for the 10,000 spirits blood fiend tree? Flower-pinching prince thought to himself. A blazing light appeared in his eyes. Fellow Taoists, Ling Xiao has been exposed. He has lightning origin, flame origin, and teleportation origin on him. With so many origins, what else can he be if not a robber? Flower-pinching prince pointed at Ling Xiao and said loudly. Everyone shuddered, and the murderous intent in their eyes burned even brighter. Ling Xiao's punch had not been concealed at all, allowing them to clearly see the origin of thunder and origin of flame erupting from Ling Xiao's body. In addition to the origin of teleportation that Ling Xiao had displayed, there were 3 origin of great ways. How could an ordinary trial taker condense so many great Tao origins? This Ling Xiao was definitely a robber without a doubt. Chapter 32:11. Flower-pinching child is right. Ling Xiao is a robber. Ling Xiao, you've already been exposed. What else is there to say? We must kill him today and avenge the guardian. Kill! 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 Everyone's eyes were bloodshot as killing intent surged around them. Hearing the words robber, they felt a chill run down their spines. They were extremely fearful and had to kill Ling Xiao. Robber? So what if I become a robber today? Ling Xiao sneered and punched out. Boom! Chaotic light swept across the surroundings. His fist was extremely ferocious. It was like a chaotic divine mountain that came crashing down from the heavens. A few trial takers with lower cultivations could not dodge in time and were instantly blasted apart by Ling Xiao's punch. They exploded into a bloody mist in the void. Ling Xiao's expression was extremely cold. His finger was like a sword, and the light from his finger was dazzling. It was like a long river of time that pierced over instantly. Is that the time origin? That's the fourth origin. Robber Ling Xiao, you. A high-level imperial emperor roared furiously. His eyes were filled with incomparable fear. Ling Xiao's finger was aimed at the space between his eyebrows. He wanted to dodge, but he felt as if his entire body was frozen, bound by the power of time. He could only watch as the finger pierced through the void and buried time, piercing into his glabella. Puff! Blood filled the air as his glabella exploded and his consciousness shattered. His indestructible primordial spirit did not have a chance to escape at all. It was destroyed by Ling Xiao's finger. Whoosh! A blood-stained origin Dao fruit was directly gouged out by Ling Xiao's finger. It flashed with dazzling light and flew to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao licked his blood-stained fingers. His eyes were cold as he merged the origin Dao fruit into his sea of consciousness in front of everyone. He's a robber indeed. He's a robber. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and anger. They surrounded Ling Xiao, but they were also filled with fear. The Ling Xiao before his eyes was simply overflowing with ferocious flames, his devilish might unparalleled. As a Dao robber, he was the enemy of the entire world. Yet, he still dared to act so viciously, killing trial takers one after another and even trying to refine the essence Dao fruit in front of everyone. This was a blatant provocation and disregard. Everyone was infuriated by Ling Xiao's actions. Rumble. Those powerful challengers' eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. They could tell that Ling Xiao was strong, so they didn't fight him alone. Instead, they formed a battle formation and attacked Ling Xiao together. Under Petalpluck Prince's command, the weaker challengers set up a powerful formation around the perimeter, trapping Ling Xiao and preventing him from escaping. Everyone, don't be afraid. He's alone. How long can he last? With so many of us, we'll exhaust him to death even if we have to. That's right. We must kill this bastard today and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Everyone, listen to Flower-Pinching Prince's orders. Concentrate on your advantage and kill him. A few of the more powerful challengers shouted angrily. They were powerful and were all leaders of small factions. Their cultivations had also reached the high-level Imperial Emperor realm. Their eyes were filled with killing intent and greed as they looked at Ling Xiao. Even though Ling Xiao looked powerful and undefeatable, Lin Feng was confident that he would be able to defeat him. However, if they could kill Ling Xiao, they would reap a great harvest. Not only would they be able to inherit Young Kangxi's treasures and obtain the Heavenly Dao seal, but they would also be blessed by the Heavenly Dao providence. It would be very beneficial for them on their eternal Emperor's road. Dao robbers all had Heavenly Dao providence on them. If they killed a robber, they would be able to inherit the Heavenly Dao providence on them. Therefore, in everyone's eyes, Ling Xiao was a moving treasure trove. Everyone was determined to kill him. Swoosh! 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 Under Flower-Pinching Prince's command, everyone's attacks gradually became more targeted. They constantly attacked Ling Xiao's vital points. A few of the more powerful challengers wielded Apex Emperor weapons. As the main force, they took out their Apex Emperor weapons and attacked the Bell of Chaos above Ling Xiao's head, trying to break through his defense. The challengers on the periphery formed a large formation to prevent Ling Xiao from escaping. They had made up their minds to exhaust Ling Xiao to death. After all, even a peerless Imperial Emperor would find it difficult to withstand such a high-intensity battle, let alone Ling Xiao, who was only a fifth heaven Imperial Emperor. Ling Xiao, I think we should escape first. These guys are crazy. They must kill you. Let's leave this place first and find a chance to take revenge. Fatty Little Black wretchedly turned into a black bracelet and attached itself to Ling Xiao's wrist. At this moment, he was trembling with fear as he transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. The attacks of the challengers made his scalp tingle. This level of attack contained destructive power. He did not doubt that if he was alone, he would not be able to withstand a single round of attacks. He would be killed by the challengers. They are just a bunch of mobs. If there were a peerless Imperial Emperor, I might be afraid. But with just them. Ling Xiao sneered. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. The Eternal Emperor Road was cruel and merciless. Even if you did not kill, others would still kill you. Just like the trial takers who had been bewitched by the flower-plucking child, they did not know that Ling Xiao was their savior to some extent. If Ling Xiao had not killed young Kangzi, many of them would have become the puppets of the 10,000 spirits blood demon tree in this trial. They did not know that and wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not regret killing young Kangzi, but he would not show mercy. This group of trial challengers who had been blinded by greed and anger had their own ways of seeking their own deaths. Rumble. Ling Xiao weaved through the void, his fist imprints unparalleled. Every punch was mighty, as if the Milky Way was pouring down. It was extremely ferocious and overbearing, and no one could withstand his punch. He seemed to have given up on defense and was purely focused on killing. The chaotic fist seals destroyed everything and reaped lives. But the attacks of the challengers were too fierce. Like a windstorm, it swept across the entire area. The Extreme Dao Emperor weapon destroyed everything and slammed into the Bell of Primordial Chaos. The Bell of Primordial Chaos trembled unceasingly. The runes were destroyed and the radiance dimmed. Crack. In the end, the Bell of Chaos could not withstand such a fierce attack. It let out a crisp sound and shattered. His tortoise shell has been shattered. Kill him. The challengers were invigorated. They roared and charged at Ling Xiao. Rumble. Blazing light surged over as all kinds of powerful weapons, divine abilities, and secret techniques rained down on Ling Xiao as if they were free of charge. A strange light flashed in the eyes of flower-pinching Prince. He flicked his finger, and a black needle as thin as an ox's hair appeared. In an instant, it blended into the light that filled the sky and silently flew toward Ling Xiao. Chapter 32:12. Rumble. Ling Xiao was bathed in blood as he charged forward. Bloody light shone from his body and a murderous aura filled the sky. Bloody wounds appeared on his body and some of them were so deep that his bones could be seen. However, his eyes were still bright and filled with a strong fighting spirit. With a casual punch, the chaotic fist print was like a mountain as it swept away a group of trial challengers. After all, these challengers were all geniuses of their respective worlds. Each one of them possessed extraordinary battle prowess. Although they didn't seem to pose much of a threat to Ling Xiao individually, under Petalpluck Prince's command, they formed a formidable fighting force that doubled the pressure on Ling Xiao. After his Bell of Chaos was broken, he was inevitably caught in the sea of attacks from the trial challengers. In particular, there were a few powerful Extreme Emperor weapons that posed a significant threat to Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's physical body was strong, it could not withstand such a level of attack. 2 fists could not fight against 4 hands and he was inevitably injured. Those scars looked hideous and terrifying, but they were all superficial wounds and did not cause much harm to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's fists were like dragons, unstoppable and unstoppable. Even when facing an extreme Tao Emperor weapon, he dared to take it head-on with his fists. Swoosh! However, at that moment, a black radiance silently approached Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao immediately became alert and a sense of danger rose in his heart. He threw out a palm and lightning and flames circled around his palm. He wanted to completely destroy the black radiance. However, the black radiance was extremely strange. It instantly pierced through the lightning and flames and pierced into Ling Xiao's palm. Boom! The moment the black radiance entered Ling Xiao's palm, it instantly exploded. It was like a black sea that instantly surged toward Ling Xiao. It was vast and contained a power that could imprison everything. Ling Xiao felt that his physical body had become extremely stiff and his movements were sluggish. It was as if even his thoughts were affected. In an instant, the black sea covered Ling Xiao's entire body and surged toward Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. Oh no! Master, this is the Black Death God Needle, a supreme weapon refined from the resentment of a great emperor. Although it can only be used once, its power is comparable to the power of a great emperor. Once it enters your sea of consciousness, you will be doomed eternally. At this moment, the evil spirit's voice rang out in Ling Xiao's consciousness, containing endless waves of fear. Black Death God Needle. Ling Xiao's entire body trembled, and his eyes were filled with incomparable shock. He had also heard of the Black Death God Needle. It was a legendary killing weapon that was extremely vicious. The Black Death Divine Needle was refined with the resentment of the great monarch, and it had been nurtured for countless years. It was a needle-shaped treasure that could pierce through everything, destroy all life, and destroy the indestructible Yuan spirit of living beings. It could be said that even if a peerless monarch was hit by the Black Death God Needle, if it invaded his sea of consciousness, he would instantly die. Just who was this petal-pluck prince? How did he have the Black Death God Needle? Ling Xiao did not have time to think. The Black Death God Needle had already spread throughout his entire body, causing him to become extremely stiff and slow. It was as if he had been sealed in ice. That strange black light surged towards his sea of consciousness between his eyebrows like a tide. Devour origin, devour. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he activated the Devour Origin, wanting to devour the strange black light. However, to his shock, the Devour Origin could not do anything to the Black Death God Needle. Moreover, after coming into contact with the Black Death God Needle, Ling Xiao's Devour Origin Dao fruit instantly dimmed, showing signs of collapsing. To be able to cause the Origin Dao fruit to collapse, the Black Death God Needle was indeed incomparably vicious. Ling Xiao hurriedly activated the wordless heavenly book and the fortune jade disc. These two chaos treasures simultaneously released a mysterious light that enveloped Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. The Black Death God Needle entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, but before it could surge toward his indestructible Yuan spirit, the wordless heavenly book emitted a vast and holy light. Under the illumination of this light, the Black Death God Needle actually began to melt like ice. Ling Xiao, let's see how you can survive my Black Death God Needle. The petal-pluck prince sneered. Rumble. As the black light enveloped Ling Xiao, his body stiffened as if he'd been sealed. He instantly became a live target for all the trial takers. Beams of blazing light enveloped Ling Xiao, and powerful attacks were aimed at the vital points of Ling Xiao's body. His entire body was engulfed. Blood filled the air as Ling Xiao was severely injured. He flew into the air like a small boat in the terrifying storm of destruction, about to capsize at any moment. The trial takers were also invigorated. They all exploded with their greatest strength and charged at Ling Xiao. Rumble. Ling Xiao's entire body was a bloody mess. He looked extremely wretched. Suddenly, a sacred and vast light bloomed from Ling Xiao's body and swept out in a mighty wave. Like the warm sun in winter, the Black Death God Needles that enveloped Ling Xiao melted like snow and completely disappeared. Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. Blazing light pierced the void like two peerless divine swords. Sword light filled the sky and instantly pierced the forehead of a trial taker, completely destroying his indestructible Yuan spirit. The petal-pluck prince? Do you only know how to sneak up on people from behind? Come out and fight me if you're capable. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at the Petal Pluck Prince, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. Rumble. He walked with majestic majesty as chaotic light rose around him. It was as if he could push the sun, the moon, and the stars as he moved. His fists were unparalleled and sent the trial takers charging at him flying. None of the people in front of him could withstand a single blow from him. He walked towards the Petal Pluck Prince, his eyes incomparably cold and filled with killing intent. He can actually block the Black Death God Needle. He must have a chaos treasure on him. A chaos treasure. The Petal Pluck Prince's body shook and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and his eyes revealed an incomparably greedy look. An Apex Emperor weapon would definitely not be able to block the Black Death God Needle. The only thing that could block the Black Death God Needle was the legendary Chaos Treasure. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to have a Chaos Treasure on him. The current Ling Xiao was like a treasure to the Petal Pluck Prince. This made the Petal Pluck Prince's killing intent towards Ling Xiao even more intense. Ling Xiao, you think you can fight the Petal Pluck Prince? Don't overestimate yourselves. Come out first and talk later. A guard commander in black armor next to the Petal Pluck Prince said with an indifferent expression. Ling Xiao, you're really stubborn. As a robber, you must die today. The Petal Pluck Prince sighed softly. Chapter 32:13. Kill. Murderous intent surged in the surroundings like a tsunami as the crowd charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was bathed in blood as his battle intent soared to the extreme. He did not show any mercy as he killed all the challengers who stood in his way. Rumble. However, at that moment, the void trembled as a dazzling sword light that contained a majestic aura of life slashed down towards the crowd like a heavenly river. The heavenly river rolled back as chaos rose. The sword broke the chaos apart and was extremely sharp as it split the heavens and the earth into two. How dare you attack my big brother? Die, all of you. At the same time, a cold and domineering voice sounded as a huge blade slashed down. The slash was ferocious and overbearing. At the same time, it contained an aura of endless darkness. When the slash came down, it was as if an infernal hell was coming down on everyone. Everyone could not help but feel their hearts tremble. Their eyes were filled with incomparable horror. Avicii Hell's Demon Burial Blade. Ji Feishuan and Ba Dao had arrived. Ji Feishuan's white robe fluttered in the wind as she exuded an otherworldly aura. Her beautiful face was incomparably cold as her eyes were enshrouded in a mysterious brilliance. She was like a peerless empress who had descended to the mortal world. Ba Dao was dressed in black as he held a battle blade in his hand. Blade intent surged around him as his eyes were filled with monstrous murderous intent. Moreover, he had used the forbidden blade as soon as he attacked. Rumble. Ji Feishuan's swordlight was resplendent and bright like a long river of life that grew and multiplied endlessly, but it instantly took away the lives of dozens of trial takers and beheaded them. The power of Ba Dao's forbidden blade was extremely terrifying as it caught the challengers off guard. Similarly, dozens of challengers were directly slashed into pieces by Ba Dao as they exploded in the void. In the void, blood mist filled the air as a murderous aura rose. It was like a Jura hell. Everyone was shocked. What? The flower-plucking prince's expression changed completely. He did not expect that someone would come to Ling Xiao's aid at this moment. Ji Feishuan was a true peerless imperial emperor with unfathomable strength. Even the flower-plucking prince felt a strong threat from her. Although Ba Dao looked like a 7th-level imperial lord, his taboo blade actually possessed a combat strength comparable to a peerless imperial lord. Although the taboo blade wasn't aimed at Petal Pluck Prince, it still struck fear into his heart. Kill. Killing intent surged in Ling Xiao's eyes as he clashed with Ji Feishuan's and Ba Dao's gazes. In the blink of an eye, he charged towards flower-pinching prince. Rumble. Ling Xiao, Ji Feishuan, and Ba Dao were like three peerless divine weapons that stabbed into the torrent before them. The powerful offensive organized by flower-pinching prince was instantly disintegrated. Under the attacks of the three supreme experts who had the battle prowess of a peerless imperial emperor, the trial-takers wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. Their eyes were filled with incomparable fear. Many of the trial-takers had suffered heavy casualties, and their fighting spirit was gradually fading. Seeing that Ling Xiao was becoming more and more courageous as the battle went on, without any signs of exhaustion, they were about to lose all hope. Some of the trial-takers chose to flee the battlefield. Soon, the encirclement against Ling Xiao was completely destroyed. As for flower-pinching prince, he was incomparably decisive. When Ji Feishuan and Ba Dao charged towards him, he instantly teleported away. He knew that he wouldn't be able to kill Ling Xiao today. If he continued to stay here, he might be in great trouble. You want to leave? Don't get caught up in the battle. Go after flower-pinching prince. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he coldly shouted. Rumble. He punched out, and the primal chaos fist mark was like a mountain, smashing a group of trial-takers into meat paste. He leaped into the sky and chased after flower-pinching prince. Go after him. Ji Feishuan and Ba Dao chased after him at the same time, their eyes filled with killing intent. Flower-pinching prince was the main culprit. As for the group of foolish trial-takers, they had been used and suffered heavy casualties. Who would dare to chase after Ling Xiao now? Everyone fled in all directions, wanting to leave the mountain sea great marsh. It was too terrifying. Not only was Ling Xiao powerful, but he also had two companions who possessed battle prowess comparable to a supreme imperial emperor. Without flower-pinching prince, they were no match for him at all. This intense battle even caused the powerful beasts to flee in all directions, not daring to get close. The entire mountain sea great marsh was in chaos. Ling Xiao, Ji Feishuan, and Ba Dao chased after flower-pinching prince into the depths of the mountain sea great marsh. He doesn't want to leave the mountain sea great marsh and return to Kunpeng Imperial City. Ling Xiao was puzzled. Although Ling Xiao was flying at full speed, his speed was only comparable to flower-pinching prince's. He wouldn't be able to catch up to flower-pinching prince in a short time. Flower-pinching prince was extremely fast. He stepped on the void, traversing thousands of miles in an instant. He looked extraordinary. Although he was fleeing, he didn't seem to be in a sorry state at all. His target was very clear. It was somewhere in the mountain sea great marsh. Could it be that he's plotting something? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Flower-pinching prince was very scheming. He wouldn't be caught so easily. Ling Xiao, you've already escaped. Why are you still chasing after me? Why don't we settle our grudges and go our separate ways? What do you think? Flower-pinching prince smiled faintly at Ling Xiao as he flew. Settle our grudges? Once I kill you, we'll naturally settle our grudges. Ling Xiao sneered. Kill me? Ling Xiao, you're overestimating yourself. Don't blame me for not warning you when you're in a desperate situation. Flower-pinching prince smiled faintly. Is that so? What tricks do you have? Feel free to use them. I'll take them on. Ling Xiao said coldly. Soon, an undulating mountain range appeared in front of them. It was shrouded in black clouds and was extremely quiet. It emitted an extremely eerie aura that made one's hair stand on end. Ling Xiao, if you're not afraid of death, then come in. Flower-pinching prince smiled faintly at Ling Xiao. Then, he took a step forward and instantly entered the mountain range, disappearing into the black clouds. What is this place? Why is it so eerie? Ba Dao's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. The three of them stopped in front of the black clouds. This place isn't simple. I can feel an extremely strong great emperor's resentment. A great emperor once fell here. Ji Feishuan's eyes flickered with a strange light as she spoke with a grave expression. Great emperor's resentment? Could it be that flower-pinching prince obtained the Black Death God Needle from here? Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat as he thought of the Black Death God Needle. Ji Feishuan's state was extremely strange. She was inextricably linked to the Life Empress. If she said that there was a great emperor's resentment here, then a great emperor must have fallen here. However, it was fine if a great emperor had fallen here. But to produce such a strong resentment, how did that great emperor fall? Thinking of this, the eerie and silent mountain range in front of him made Ling Xiao's hair stand on end. Chapter 32:14. Big brother, should we chase after them? Ba Dao asked Ling Xiao. Chase. The flower-plucking prince might be a robber and the black death needle that he used to attack me might be related to this place. There might be a great emperor buried in this place. Ling Xiao said after pondering for a moment. A trace of curiosity rose in his heart. Great emperors were invincible existences that swept across the heavens. Every single one of them was a peerless talent that had once dominated an era. Anything that could be related to a great emperor was not simple. Ling Xiao wanted to see what kind of existence was in this area. Moreover, what kind of existence could make a great emperor feel such strong resentment? A robber. That pretty boy, I've always found him an eyesore. I didn't expect him to call me a thief. Damn it. Ba Dao said coldly. Don't be careless. Ling Xiao, even if we chase after them, we have to be careful. This area is not simple. Ji Feishuan said solemnly. That's right. You guys have to be careful. Let's go. Ling Xiao nodded. Then, he took a step forward and entered the black clouds. Boom. A desolate, ancient, decaying and cold aura rushed towards them. It was as though they had entered a foreign world. Ling Xiao's hair stood on end and he was on high alert. In front of him was a mountain range that stretched for millions of miles. The mountain range was majestic and majestic. There were countless black plants on the mountain range but they did not emit any vitality. Instead, they were filled with a deathly aura. It was extremely strange. The surroundings were extremely quiet. There was no sound at all. Ling Xiao could even hear his own heartbeat. Strange. Ling Xiao, Ji Feishuan, and Ba Dao felt an extremely strange atmosphere, causing them to become even more vigilant. I seem to feel a familiar aura in front. Ba Dao's eyes revealed a trace of confusion as he spoke slowly. A familiar aura? Ling Xiao and Ji Feishuan were surprised. Could it be that Ba Dao's clansmen are in this area? They retracted their auras and flew forward carefully. The surroundings were extremely quiet and there were no living beings. When they flew past the mountain, they saw that the black plants were extremely quiet. There was not even the sound of wind and they did not feel any danger. However, the strange atmosphere was getting stronger and stronger. They flew into the depths of the clouds and carefully observed their surroundings. Although their speed was not fast, they still flew for hundreds of thousands of miles. It was as if nothing had ever happened. However, the black mist in front of him became thicker and thicker. In the end, it was like ink, so thick that it could not be dispersed. That familiar feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Big brother, I can feel that there's something behind the black clouds that's related to me. Ba Dao said slowly. Everyone, be careful. Ling Xiao's gaze was sharp, and there was a strong sense of danger in his heart. But since he had already come here, it was impossible to turn back. After exchanging glances with Ji Feishuan, he instantly charged into the pitch-black clouds. Crack! It was as if there was a flash of lightning, but also as if the void was being destroyed. Ling Xiao felt that his entire body was enveloped by a thick black fog. Within the black fog, there were traces of anger and resentment that wanted to surge into his body. Boom! Ling Xiao's body was surrounded by lightning and flames. The evil spirit and resentment were instantly refined and dispersed by him. In front of Ling Xiao, the void distorted and the black fog gradually dispersed, revealing a mysterious world. Clang! However, before Ling Xiao could take a closer look at the mysterious world, a dazzling light bloomed in front of him. In an instant, it was as bright as day. a heaven-piercing saber radiance slashed towards him. The mighty saber radiance was wrapped in an unparalleled saber intent. It was ancient, eternal, immortal, indestructible. It was an extremely strong and invincible aura. Within the saber radiance, Ling Xiao could vaguely see a mysterious figure surrounded by endless saber radiance. As the saber radiance flickered, it opened up a boundless world. Great Emperor's saber intent. Ling Xiao's body trembled. Without hesitation, the blood in his body surged and chaotic light bloomed as he threw out a punch. Boom! The unparalleled fist print collided with the saber radiance. In an instant, there was a roar that sounded like a tsunami. The surrounding void shook and the heavens and earth seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Although Ling Xiao had blocked the saber radiance, the surging saber intent in the surroundings was like a saber radiance. It wanted to break his physical body apart and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Crack! In the end, the saber radiance shattered and Ling Xiao rushed out of the black fog. However, there was a deep wound on the back of his hand. One could even see the purple bone in it. If Ling Xiao did not have the imperishable bones, the saber radiance would have severed his arm and split him into two. Great Emperor's saber intent. Is this the power of a great emperor? Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He suppressed the boiling blood in his body and a dazzling radiance flashed in his eyes. In front of him was a gray world. Vast. Vast. However, in front of Ling Xiao, there was a black saber radiance that pierced through the heavens and earth. It was as though it had split the world into two. The saber radiance had been condensed in the void for an unknown number of years. However, it still did not dissipate. Ancient, mysterious, domineering, majestic, violent, tragic, the terrifying aura that was hidden in the black saber radiance caused one's heart to palpitate. The saber radiance that Ling Xiao had shattered just now was emitted from the black saber radiance. It was as though it was protecting this world. Ji Feishuan was also blocked by the saber radiance. She released a stream of life sword qi. It was like a surging river that intertwined with the saber radiance. In the end, both of them were annihilated. Following behind Ling Xiao, she also saw the black saber radiance in front of her. However, to Ling Xiao and Ji Feishuan's surprise, the black saber radiance did not attack Ba Dao. At this moment, Ba Dao's eyes were filled with a strange radiance. His body trembled slightly as he walked towards the black saber radiance. His current state was very strange. His face was neither happy nor sad, and his body was somewhat stiff. He looked like a marionette that was being pulled forward by a mysterious force. Ba Dao, Ji Feishuan wanted to say something. Sure. He shouldn't be in any danger. Let's wait and see. Ling Xiao stopped Ji Feishuan and said softly. Ba Dao walked towards the black saber radiance. Buzz. The black saber radiance began to hum as a pure saber intent spread out. At the same time, saber intent rose from Ba Dao's body and resonated with it. Chapter 32:15. Rumble. The void trembled and distorted as the saber radiance surged and emitted a thunderous sound. That boundless saber will spread out in all directions like a vast ocean, as if it could destroy everything. What is that? Ji Feishuan's eyes flickered as she asked softly. The saber intent was distorted and the light was blazing. A strange scene could be vaguely seen. A figure that was surrounded by chaos held a blood-stained saber in his hand. The Emperor's aura was vast and mighty, giving him an invincible aura. He held his saber and roared as blood dripped from his eyes. He was filled with unwillingness, anger, fear and even pain. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky as the origin of the great Tao intertwined with each other and emitted a vast heavenly might. Destructive light beams shot towards him continuously. He held his saber and the saber intent around him rose. The saber radiance swept across the void and every slash seemed to be able to open up a great thousand world. Every slash could annihilate billions of living beings. That extremely strong saber will was vast and mighty. Its might was unparalleled as it continued to battle with the existence in the sky. Although they knew that it was some kind of seal, the vast and terrifying saber intent still made Ling Xiao and Ji Feishuan's hearts palpitate. This person should be a great emperor who has comprehended the saber great Tao. He can be called the Saber Emperor. Ji Feishuan said softly. Is that the tyrannical emperor / It has the same origin as the tyrannical saber. Could he be a great emperor from the same clan as the tyrannical saber? He is holding his saber and fighting the heavens. Who is the existence in the sky? Ling Xiao said slowly as his eyes were filled with shock and doubt. The scene in front of him was too shocking. A supreme great emperor holding his saber and fighting the heavens, bathed in blood, let out a roar of despair and unwillingness. However, the existence in the sky did not even show his figure. Ling Xiao could not imagine what the existence in the sky was. Is that the heavenly Tao? Ji Feishuan said softly. Her voice was like a clap of thunder, causing Ling Xiao's body to involuntarily tremble. Heavenly Tao. Or should I say it's a fake heavenly Tao? Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely sharp. His dominator's eye shone with dazzling light. It was as if he wanted to illuminate the space before him and see through everything. The scene formed by the surging saber intent was extremely messy and incomplete. It was like a fleeting glimpse. Ling Xiao and Ji Feishuan could not clearly see the powerful ultimacy and great Tao origin displayed by the great emperor wielding his saber and fighting against the heavens. In the end, Ling Xiao and Ji Feishuan saw 4 dazzling beams of light shooting out from the sky like divine chains of order, instantly enveloping the great emperor. Then, Ling Xiao saw the great emperor's physical body slowly shatter. His primordial spirit began to fade into nothingness. The source of the great Tao in his body began to disappear. Even his great Tao heart emitted a crisp sound. Hate, 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 hate. The great emperor let out an earth-shattering roar as though he was scolding something, but Ling Xiao and Ji Feishuan did not hear it clearly. All they could hear was the word hate. In the end, the great emperor's body shone with 9-colored divine light. His entire body suddenly exploded and completely disappeared from the world. The scene in the void also began to shatter slowly. In the end, it transformed into a surging saber intent once again. Within it, there was a surge of resentment that would never dissipate. It was the resentment of a great emperor. What is he hating? Who is the existence that shot out the 4 beams of light? How can he kill a great emperor directly? Ji Feishuan's face was a little pale. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, Ling Xiao's heart was in turmoil. Chaos, destiny, karma, reincarnation. Who is that existence? How can he possess these 4 great Tao origins? Ling Xiao's heart trembled as he thought to himself. The 4 beams of light descended like divine chains of order and directly killed a great emperor. Although it was only a glimpse, Ling Xiao instantly felt the great Tao true intent within the beams of light. Chaos, destiny, karma, reincarnation. These were the 4 supreme great Tao energy. However, the great Tao origin within the 4 beams of light was more than 1,000 times more powerful than the origin Tao fruit in Ling Xiao's body. An invincible great emperor had fallen in front of him just like that. The impact on him was unimaginable. Great emperors were said to be invincible across the universe. They had suppressed an era and represented an invincible existence. However, the great emperor in front of him had been killed as if he was no different from an ordinary living being. Ba Dao, who was enveloped by the saber intent, had tears flowing from his eyes. Rumble. The black saber light seemed to have sensed the familiar aura on Ba Dao's body. It instantly turned into a stream of light and merged into Ba Dao's body. Ba Dao's aura surged as his saber intent swept across. The saber intent seemed to have been tempered 1,000 times and became purer. His aura also began to skyrocket. If I'm not wrong, this great emperor should be the Sky Hegemon Saber Emperor, right? I didn't expect the peerless great emperor of the Sky Saber tribe to fall here. Ling Xiao sighed softly in his heart. Ba Dao was the successor of the Sky Hegemon Saber Emperor. The Sky Saber tribe was famous because of the Sky Hegemon Saber Emperor. Therefore, it was not difficult to guess the true identity of the figure. The Sky Hegemon Saber Emperor. However, I don't know who killed him, Ji Feishuan said slowly. At this moment, Ba Dao's face was covered in tears. Rumble. In the end, the black saber light completely merged into Ba Dao's body. Ba Dao suddenly opened his eyes. Two blazing beams of light shot out like a peerless saber light and instantly tore open the void. Although his cultivation did not increase, his aura became even more unfathomable. Ba Dao, are you alright? Ling Xiao asked Ba Dao. Big brother, I'm fine. I didn't expect the ancestor to fall here. My Sky Saber tribe has been searching for the ancestor for countless years, but we couldn't find any trace of him. Ba Dao's eyes were red as he said slowly. He was the only successor of the Sky Hegemon Saber Emperor. Although the Sky Hegemon Saber Emperor had fallen, the legacy that he had left in the Sky Saber tribe had fallen into Ba Dao's hands. To Ba Dao, the Sky Hegemon Saber Emperor had a special meaning. Looking at the boundless saber intent, the Sky Hegemon Saber Emperor seemed to have died in front of him. Ba Dao's heart was filled with anger and sorrow. My condolences. The person who killed the Sky Hegemon Saber Emperor is not simple. Ling Xiao patted Ba Dao's shoulder and said. I understand. Big brother, don't worry. I won't act rashly. When I become an emperor, I will seek justice for the ancestor. Ba Dao's eyes were sharp as he looked deep into the sky. Chapter 32:16. That's strange. Did Petalpluck Prince lure us here to kill us with the help of this saber radiance? Where is he hiding? Ji Feishuan asked curiously. I know where he is. Ba Dao said slowly. There was a strong killing intent in his eyes. He was sure that Petalpluck Prince had used Hegemon Blade Emperor's resentment to refine the Black Death Needle. This made Ba Dao want to kill Petalpluck Prince even more. I also want to see what he's relying on to deal with us. Ling Xiao's eyes also revealed a trace of curiosity. Ba Dao soared into the sky and flew forward while Ling Xiao and Ji Feishuan followed closely behind. Fatty Blackie had been kept in Ling Xiao's small world. In this strange place, Fatty Blackie's cultivation was still too weak. Although he was unwilling, he had no choice but to listen to Ling Xiao. Ba Dao seemed to be certain of Petalpluck Prince's location as he moved forward with a clear goal in mind. Rumble. Ling Xiao heard a rumbling sound in front of him. It sounded like thunder, but also like the surging sea. It was majestic and vast. In the beginning, the sound was not loud. However, as they got closer, the powerful sound waves swept over and caused their bodies to tremble. That's a heavenly river. Ji Feishuan's eyes flashed as she said in surprise. After flying over a huge mountain, the scene before them suddenly opened up. A vast heavenly river appeared in the void in front of Ling Xiao and the other two. The heavenly river surged with huge waves and was filled with chaotic energy. It came from the depths of the endless chaos and led to an unknown region. Just like that, the heavenly river suddenly appeared in front of them. The heavenly river was vast and boundless. It was tens of millions of miles wide and long. Standing before the heavenly river, Ling Xiao and the other two felt extremely small. This is the underworld sacred river. Ling Xiao's body shook as his eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. The heavenly river in front of them was filled with chaotic energy. It looked a little yellow and contained a dense deathly energy. It was as though it came from hell and had no vitality. In the heavenly river, huge waves surged into the sky, sweeping through the sky. The void was distorted, and some incomparably strange scenes appeared. There was the blood of gods and devils, the heavenly monarchs, the sorrowful wails of all living beings, the destruction of the heavens. Those strange scenes were like space-time imprints left in the Milky Way, recording a glimpse of a certain era, but it was enough to make Ling Xiao and the others feel extremely shocked. This was especially so for Ling Xiao. He could vaguely see many corpses floating in the heavenly river, following the waves to an unknown place. This was the underworld sacred river in Ling Xiao's memories. Legend had it that it ran through the heavens and 10,000 worlds, even penetrating through the ancient times and burying all life force. It was the final destination of all powerful beings, the Yellow Springs Holy River. It was exactly the same as the Yellow Springs Holy River that Ling Xiao had seen in the War God Plain. However, Ling Xiao's current cultivation was thousands of times stronger than when he was in the God of War realm. Thus, he could vaguely see the entire Yellow Springs Sacred River. The Netherworld Sacred River in front of him was more majestic than any other river Ling Xiao had ever seen. Ling Xiao even saw the corpses of prehistoric beasts in the river. Incomparably huge prehistoric beasts floated in the Yellow Springs Sacred River, as small as ants. Yellow Springs Sacred River. Why would it appear here? Ji Feishuan also asked in confusion. Perhaps we should ask him. A sharp light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and his gaze fell on a figure by the river. Flower-plucking Prince. Flower-plucking Prince stood by the Yellow Springs Sacred River. His robes were whiter than snow, and he looked extraordinarily elegant. Chaotic qi lingered around his body, and his back was facing Ling Xiao and the others. He seemed to have fused with the Yellow Springs Sacred River. You're here. I didn't expect that even the saber intent left behind by the hegemonic Sky Blade Emperor couldn't kill you. Looks like you're really strong. Flower-plucking Prince slowly turned around, his gaze calm and indifferent. Flower-plucking Prince, is the Yellow Springs Sacred River your trump card? Ling Xiao glanced at Flower-plucking Prince and said indifferently. You know about the Yellow Springs Sacred River too. However, why would I need the Yellow Springs Sacred River to deal with you? After coming here, your life and death are already in my hands. Flower-plucking Prince was a little surprised, but he still smiled faintly. Stop acting all mysterious. Ji Feishuan said coldly. Flower-plucking Prince, how dare you use the resentment of the hegemonic Sky Blade Emperor to refine the Black Death God Needle? You deserve to die. Domineering Blade's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said furiously. I forgot that you're from the Heavenly Blade clan. The hegemonic Sky Blade Emperor should be considered your ancestor, right? However, I'm very curious if the hegemonic Sky Saber Emperor will kill a genius like you. Flower-plucking Prince chuckled. What? Domineering Blade's eyes flashed coldly. Buzz. Flower-plucking Prince waved his sleeve, and suddenly, huge waves surged in the Yellow Springs Sacred River. Deathly qi surged, and a powerful and terrifying aura gradually formed. Soul return. The flower-pinching prince spat out an incomparably strange and cryptic syllable. His entire aura became incomparably strange. Rumble. Above the Yellow Springs Sacred River, endless deathly qi gathered, and waves rose. A blazing light bloomed, and a vague figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man in a black robe. His face was blurry, but his eyes were sharp and domineering, and his body exuded an invincible saber intent. His figure looked extremely illusory, but the terrifying aura made Ling Xiao and the other two feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Ancestor. Domineering Blade trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Although the figure in front of him was blurry and his face could not be seen clearly, Domineering Blade recognized him instantly. It was the hegemonic Sky Blade Emperor. That's right. This is the hegemonic Sky Blade Emperor, and it's his Emperor spirit. Are you happy to see your ancestor with your own eyes? You don't have to thank me. Flower-plucking Prince said with a faint smile. Then, his face became extremely cold, filled with icy killing intent, and a syllable came out of his mouth. Kill. Following Flower-plucking Prince's order, the hegemonic Sky Blade Emperor exuded a monstrous killing intent, and he instantly charged towards Ling Xiao, Ji Feishuan, and Domineering Blade. The hegemonic Sky Blade Emperor's Emperor Spirit? You can command the hegemonic Sky Blade Emperor's Emperor Spirit? Flower-plucking Prince, I've underestimated you. Ling Xiao looked deeply at Flower-plucking Prince, and his hair stood on end. The origin energy in his body surged, and he threw out a punch. Although a great emperor expert had fallen, his heroic spirit was not destroyed. It was a kind of imprint of the great Tao that existed between heaven and earth. It could return in a special form, and it could erupt with shocking combat strength. The hegemonic Sky Blade Emperor in front of them was an emperor spirit. Although it was just an emperor spirit, it was still extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao, Ji Feishuan, and Domineering Blade felt a strong threat from it. Chapter 32:17. Flower Prince, I want you dead. Ba Dao roared furiously. His voice was incomparably mournful and filled with hatred. He did not expect Flower Prince to be able to control Domineering Blade Monarch's spirit and make it attack them. No matter who won or lost, Domineering Blade could not accept the result. And the culprit was none other than Flower Prince. Say that after you've killed the spirit. However, I'm very curious. Can you steal your heart and make a move against your ancestor? Flower Prince said with a smile. Boom! Ling Xiao and Ji Feishuan had already clashed with the spirit. The king's spirit's attack was so powerful that it seemed as if it could split the sky and the earth in half. Domineering Slash. In the hands of the spirit, the power of the Domineering Slash was far greater than Domineering Blades. Ling Xiao and Ji Feishuan felt as if they were facing a great enemy. They felt goosebumps all over their bodies as they unleashed their full strength. Ling Xiao's fist was shattered in an instant, and Ji Feishuan's sword Qi was also destroyed. The two of them were sent flying as if they had been struck by lightning. There was a deep cut on Ling Xiao's arm, and his blade intent was spreading, preventing his injury from healing. Is this the power of an emperor spirit? Ling Xiao's face was slightly pale, but his eyes were shining brighter and brighter. An emperor spirit was a mark and obsession left behind by a great emperor. To a certain extent, it could be seen as a spiritual body of a great emperor. Although it did not have the full power of a great emperor, it still had part of the power of a great emperor. Just like the Domineering Slash, even Ling Xiao and Ji Feishuan, who were peerless imperial emperors, were sent flying in an instant. This was the power of a supreme great emperor. Ling Xiao's fighting spirit surged as he stared at the emperor spirit in front of him. His blood boiled, and a terrifying power began to brew. Since the king's spirit was Petalpluck's trump card, Petalpluck decided to destroy it first. As for Domineering Blade, he seemed to have lost his soul. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent, and he wanted to rush towards Flower Prince. But he was stopped by the king's spirit, and all he could do was defend himself. He kept dodging the knife mind, and it was difficult for him to do so. Ling Xiao, this king's spirit is very strong. He has part of the hegemonic Blade Emperor's power, but king's spirits are spiritual bodies. Yang Qi and Blood Qi are the bane of king's spirits. I will block his blade will while you fight him. Ji Feishuan said slowly to Ling Xiao. She exuded a majestic aura of life, and her sword intent soared. Her aura became extremely sharp, like a peerless divine sword that had been unsheathed. An infinite amount of sword air gathered around her. It was like a tidal wave, and it locked onto the king's spirit. Be careful. Ling Xiao nodded and said. He knew that Ji Feishuan was right, but it was still dangerous for her to face the blade will of the monarch spirit even if she had the cultivation of a peerless imperial emperor. The knife mind of the king's spirit was immortal and overbearing. It was as if it could cut through anything, and it contained the power to destroy the sky and earth. On the other hand, Ji Feishuan's sword intent was like a river of life. If the knife mind of the king's spirit was the strongest, Ji Feishuan's sword intent was the softest. Softest and softest were the two extremes, and they were fully displayed by the king's spirit and Ji Feishuan. Swoosh! Ji Feishuan took the initiative to attack. An ancient silver sword appeared in her hand, and it was filled with a powerful emperor's aura. It was like a long rainbow, and it was pointed at the king's spirit's forehead. The ancient silver sword was the ancient sword of life, and it was also a powerful emperor weapon. Facing the king's spirit's powerful pressure, Ji Feishuan took out the ancient sword of life. Boom! The king's spirit's face was blurry, but his eyes were cold and overbearing. It was as if an infinite amount of knife mind was gathering in his eyes. Facing Ji Feishuan's sword, he did not dodge. Instead, he slashed down with his palm. Boundless saber light gathered and turned into a huge saber aura. It seemed to have cut through the towering waves in the surroundings and slashed at the ancient sword of life. Shing! Sparks flew in all directions, and the ancient sword of life vibrated. Ji Feishuan was in an endless sea of knife mind. The sword of life was like a candle in the wind, and it was about to be extinguished at any time. Her face was pale as the knife mind rushed into her body. Her organs were damaged, and her arms were about to lose feeling. However, she was still stubbornly resisting. Boom! At the same time, Ling Zhao's blood was boiling. He was like a burning golden flame, and he flew across the void and threw a punch at the king's spirit. The chaotic fist print destroyed everything. It was fierce and overbearing, and it was not inferior to the king's spirit's knife mind. It also contained Ling Zhao's peerless fist intent, and it wanted to suppress the king's spirit. The king's spirit's face was expressionless. He slapped down with his palm, and it seemed as if there was a vast world in his palm, and it covered the void in an instant. Endless knife mines surged from all directions, and it was aimed at Ling Zhao's vital parts. Ling Zhao's fist was destroyed. He was so close to the king's spirit, but suddenly, it felt like he was in a different world. He was so close, yet he was so far away. Ling Zhao was trapped by the endless knife mind, and he fought with all his might to break free. Elder, I'm sorry. Seeing Ling Zhao and Ji Feishuan's predicament, Domineering Blade's eyes flashed with a hint of determination. He could not break free from the king's spirit's knife mind, and he could not kill Petalpluck Prince. He had to kill the king's spirit in front of him first before he could face Petalpluck Prince. Even though Domineering Blade's heart was in great pain and struggle, he still held his knife and attacked. Roar! A dragon's roar reverberated in the sky, and the dragon knife appeared in Ba Dao's hand. Suddenly, it looked like an ancient dragon had flown into the sky and was about to strike the king's spirit. Celestial Tyrant Slash. Domineering Blade used the Celestial Tyrant Slash against the king's spirit. He even hoped that he could use the Celestial Tyrant Slash to awaken the Celestial Tyrant Blade Monarch. Facing Domineering Blade's attack, the king's spirit's eyes flashed, but he did not seem to have any reaction. Endless knife mind gathered around him and turned into a black knife mind that slashed at Domineering Blade. The black knife mind contained an endless amount of destructive power, and when it collided with the torch dragon knife, there was a loud explosion. Boom! Domineering Blade's body shook violently, and he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He coughed up blood, and the torch dragon knife trembled, as if it would fly out of his hand at any moment. Elder, again. Ba Dao's eyes were filled with an unyielding look. His fighting spirit soared to the heavens as he once again charged forward with his saber. Celestial Tyrant Slash. Mixed Elements Slash. Destructive Knife. 7 Paths of Slaughter. Domineering Blade had obtained the inheritance of the Celestial Tyrant Blade Monarch. He used all kinds of peerless knife mind skills and Supreme Monarch skills to fight against the king's spirit. Chapter 32:18. This was the most difficult battle Ling Zhao had ever fought since he became an imperial emperor. Although the emperor's spirit was not a great emperor, it still possessed part of the combat power of a great emperor. When Ling Zhao faced the emperor's spirit, he felt as if he was punching cotton, no matter if he used his powerful emperor skills or his self-created Fist of Epic or Fist of Fortune. The emperor's spirit in front of him was impenetrable. Any attack would be nullified by it. No matter how powerful the attack was, it would lose its power in front of the emperor's spirit. On the other hand, the emperor's spirit's casual attack had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Ling Zhao, Ji Feishuan, and Domineering Blade had to give it their all. The only thing that could affect the emperor's spirit was Ling Zhao's extremely powerful blood qi. After all, the emperor's spirit was a spiritual body. Ling Zhao's blood qi was vast and majestic. He was like a blazing sun. His powerful blood qi could destroy spiritual bodies, but it was difficult for him to get close to the emperor's spirit. Therefore, the damage he caused was minimal. Ling Zhao, Ji Feishuan, and domineering blade fought hard, but they were soon at a disadvantage. They were suppressed by the Emperor's spirit. In the distance, Petalpluck Prince stood beside the Yellow Spring sacred river. His body was surrounded by a deathly aura. His hands quickly formed a seal, and the Yellow Spring sacred river's waves surged towards him. As he formed the seal, the water condensed and formed an extremely powerful Yellow Spring domain. It was like the underworld, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Although Ling Xiao didn't know what Petalpluck Prince was looking at, based on his actions, Ling Xiao understood that he was preparing a killing move. This Emperor's spirit is so strong. Ji Feishuan's eyes were filled with a dignified expression. She was a peerless imperial emperor. She was only a step away from becoming a great emperor. Facing an emperor's spirit that only had part of the combat power of a great emperor, she was still at a disadvantage. This Emperor Hegemon Blade is not an ordinary great emperor. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly as he whispered to himself. The strength of the Emperor's spirit in front of him was beyond Ling Xiao's imagination. The Emperor's spirit's aura was vaguely similar to that of the Sky Prison Great Emperor. You're right. When Monarch Hegemon Saber was alive, he was a top expert even among the great emperors. How can his king's spirit be compared to ordinary great emperors? The evil spirit's voice rang in Ling Xiao's mind. However, when Ling Xiao heard the evil spirit's tone, he did not seem worried at all. Instead, he seemed very relaxed. What do you mean? Do you have a way to deal with a king's spirit? Ling Xiao hurriedly asked. What can I do? The only one who can deal with a king's spirit is yourself. The evil spirit chuckled. Cut the crap and speak. Ling Xiao said with a frown. Master, what kind of person was the Sky Hegemon Blade Emperor? How could she be controlled by a mere playboy? This was a great humiliation. If you can awaken the king's spirit's consciousness, we'll be in for a good show. The evil spirit chuckled. You want to wake up the king's spirit? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. That's right. But whether or not we can awaken the king's spirit will depend on you and Overbearing Sword. The evil spirit said to Ling Xiao. After hearing the evil spirit's words, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with understanding. So that's how it is. Overbearing Sword, after I attack, use all your strength to activate the Sky Hegemon Slash. Ling Xiao's words were transmitted to Overbearing Sword's mind. Okay. Overbearing Sword did not know what was going on, but he did not doubt Ling Xiao's words and immediately agreed. Rumble. Ling Xiao's blood boiled. After he took the king's spirit's attack, endless blood gathered and exuded an incomparably evil and dark power. Behind him, chaos surged while darkness rose, and it faintly seemed as if it led to an endless hell. An extremely bright blade light soared across the sky, illuminating this side of the world as it slashed toward the king's spirit. Avicii Hell's heaven-burying blade. This blade was aimed at the king's Taoist heart. He wanted to use a forbidden blade to break the king's spirit's Taoist heart. But who was the Sky Hegemon Blade Emperor? Although he was only left with a king's spirit, his Taoist heart was strong and could not be broken by Ling Xiao, even if the Avicii Hell's heaven-burying blade was extremely powerful. Rumble. The king's spirit seemed to have been greatly provoked, and his body was covered in a blazing light. Endless blade essence rose, and his blurry face suddenly became clearer. A pair of eyes shot out a dazzling beam of light that seemed to be able to pierce through the heavens and destroy billions of stars. It contained a peerless killing intent. The king's spirit slashed toward Ling Xiao, and the Sky Hegemon slash was like a river of stars, locking onto Ling Xiao in front of him. Now! Ling Xiao shouted at Overbearing Sword. His expression did not change, but his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Under the control of the evil spirit, the textless heavenly book shot up into the sky and suppressed the king's spirit. Overbearing Sword did not hesitate to attack. A blazing blade river swept across the void for billions of miles. It came from the same source as the king's spirit's blade, and it contained the power of great destruction. The textless heavenly book floated above the king's spirit's head, and suddenly, a chain of order fell down. It contained a mysterious and ethereal Taoist rhyme, and it enveloped the king's spirit. Seeing overbearing sword use the sky he gem and slash, the king's spirit's eyes became confused, as if he was trying to remember something. Oh, no. Petalpluck Prince, who was far away, was shocked. He saw that something was wrong with the king's spirit's state, and he quickly pointed his finger at the king's spirit. You don't know what's good for you. The evil spirit laughed coldly. As he used the textless heavenly book, it bloomed with a dazzling light. It was like a giant seal, and it blocked the river. The king's spirit was not affected in the slightest, and the confusion in his eyes gradually disappeared. How is this possible? Petalpluck Prince's heart jumped, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Without a second thought, he leaped into the air and was about to enter the holy river of Yellow Springs. However, in the next moment, his entire being seemed to have been frozen, and he was fixed in the void. Emperors are not to be humiliated. The king's spirit stepped forward and appeared in front of Petalpluck Prince. The king's spirit's face was calm and composed, as if he had been freed. But Petalpluck Prince felt a monstrous murderous intent lock him in place. Impossible. Impossible. You have been enslaved by the holy river. You will never be reincarnated. So what if you are an emperor? How can you awaken your consciousness? Petalpluck Prince shouted crazily. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair. But the king's spirit ignored him. Boom! A dazzling blade light slashed down and locked onto the flower-pinching prince. It contained a boundless and peerless emperor's might. Chapter 32:19. Get out of my way. The flower-pinching prince roared. His face was contorted, and his body exuded an aura of madness. Rumble. Dazzling light bloomed from between his brows. One after another, origin Tao fruits flew out like dazzling stars. They intertwined with each other, mysterious and unfathomable. A total of 108 origin Tao fruits formed a powerful defense that blocked the saber light. A mysterious aura appeared on the flower-pinching prince's body. It was like the power of the heavens, mysterious and unfathomable. The king's spirit's saber did not kill him. Instead, it allowed him to break free from the king's spirit's restraints and flee. A robber. Ling Xiao, Ji Feishuan, and Domineering Blade exclaimed in unison. Their eyes were filled with shock. The flower-pinching prince was indeed a robber. 108 perfect origin Tao fruits, and the mysterious aura of the heavens. Who else could it be but a robber? The king's spirit's expression was indifferent. He reached out a hand and grabbed the flower-pinching prince. Boom! His hand seemed to encompass heaven and earth, and it seemed to pierce through endless time and space. It stretched for hundreds of millions of miles and grabbed the flower-pinching prince in the palm of his hand. Ah! Petalpluck Prince let out an incomparably despairing roar. The next moment, his voice came to an abrupt end. Boom! The king's spirit clenched his hand, and endless blood-red light filled the air. The flower-pinching prince's body and primordial spirit exploded with a loud bang. Only the 108 origin Tao fruits and a mysterious ball of light remained intact. They flew toward Ling Xiao. For me. Ling Xiao stared at the king's spirit, a trace of surprise in his eyes. He did not expect the king's spirit to give these things to him. You're already on the right path. The king's spirit looked at Ling Xiao carefully for a moment. His eyes were mysterious and bright, as if they could see through everything about Ling Xiao. In the end, he sighed softly, full of regret. Ling Xiao even felt a trace of envy. You might have a chance to break your destiny. Please take care of the Heavenly Blade clan, the king's spirit said softly. Without waiting for Ling Xiao's reply, he turned around and looked at Ba Dao. His eyes were filled with hope and relief. In the end, he exploded. He turned into a resplendent rain of light and fused into Ba Dao's body. Patriarch. Ba Dao's body shook violently, and his eyes turned red. Hegemonic Sky Blade Emperor is dead. The evil spirit sighed softly. The emperor's spirit was a mark left behind by a great emperor. It was almost indestructible. However, Emperor Hegemon Blade had chosen to destroy himself to help Hegemon Blade. An extremely powerful saber intent emanated from Ba Dao's body. However, Ba Dao's face was filled with sorrow. Boom! He knelt down and kowtowed deeply in the direction of the king's spirit's destruction. The evil spirit's expression was somewhat complicated. In a way, he was a king's spirit, but he was a combination of the evil thoughts of two great emperors. Seeing the king's spirit die on its own, Han Sen's heart was filled with emotions. This flower-pinching young master is a scheming person. He's quite a character. If the king's spirit hadn't killed him, he would have escaped. Ji Feishuan said slowly. So this is the robber. It seems like he's in cahoots with young Kangzi. Ling Xiao said softly as he looked at the 108 origin Dao fruits floating in front of him and the resplendent ball of light. That ball of light was the heavenly path providence. Ling Xiao hadn't expected the flower-pinching young master to have so much heavenly path providence in him. It was comparable to the guardian's heavenly path providence. Ling Xiao had obtained a lot of heavenly path providence from killing the candle dragon and young Kangzi. Now that it had merged with his sea of consciousness, Ling Xiao's perception of the eternal emperor's path became clearer. Each of the flower-pinching young master's 108 origin Dao fruits was of perfect quality and contained a powerful great Dao origin. Although the flower-pinching young master was only an 8th heaven imperial lord, he had the battle strength of a peerless imperial lord. If the emperor's spirit hadn't killed the flower-pinching young master, it wouldn't have been easy for Ling Xiao to kill him. Ba Dao, the hegemonic Sky Blade Emperor, chose to commit suicide because he had high hopes for you. You should inherit his will and move forward courageously so that you won't disappoint the hegemonic Sky Blade Emperor. Ling Xiao said with a sigh as he helped Ba Dao up. Big brother, I understand. Ba Dao said with reddened eyes. Ba Dao's cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th heaven imperial lord realm and could break through at any time. Although there were many killings on the Eternal Emperor's path, there were also many opportunities. Many geniuses who entered the Eternal Emperor's path were able to improve their cultivation by leaps and bounds. Ling Xiao, what do you plan to do next? Ji Feishuan asked Ling Xiao. What else can I do? Of course, I'll cross the chaotic wilderness and go around the dozens of imperial cities ahead. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly as he understood what Ji Feishuan meant. His reputation on the Eternal Emperor's path had probably spread far and wide. After killing 2 imperial cities' guardian envoys, the remaining imperial cities' guardian envoys would definitely try to kill him the moment they saw him, let alone not allowing him to enter their imperial cities. Therefore, going through the imperial cities' test to reach the end of the Eternal Emperor's path was no longer feasible. Ling Xiao could only go around the imperial cities and cross the chaotic wilderness. At the end of the Eternal Emperor's path were the 12 Eternal Emperor cities. That was the final destination for all the geniuses. The chaotic wilderness is extremely dangerous. There are all kinds of powerful desolate beasts and even dangerous places. Do you really want to do this? Ji Feishuan's eyes were filled with worry. What else can I do? Do I have to go back the way I came? There's no turning back on the Eternal Emperor's path. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, but there was no fear in his eyes. On the contrary, he was looking forward to the unknown chaotic wilderness. Big brother, I'll go with you. Ba Dao said seriously. No. You don't have to take the risk. Go through the imperial cities. It's much safer for me to cross the chaotic wilderness alone. Let's meet at the end. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and shook his head in rejection. Ji Feishuan and Ba Dao were helpless. However, they understood Ling Xiao's character and did not try to persuade him. Ahem, Ling Xiao, I'll go with Ba Dao and the others. You be careful. Fatty Blackie turned into a streak of black light and flew out of Ling Xiao's small world. He coughed softly and said. He sneakily retreated, wanting to hide behind Ba Dao, but he was caught by Ling Xiao in an instant. Ling Xiao pinched Fatty Xiao Hei's nose and rubbed his round face until it was deformed. Then, he smiled and hugged Fatty Xiao Hei's shoulder. Fatty Xiao Hei, you should go with me. Your cultivation is too weak. I'll find some treasures in the chaotic wilderness for you to raise your cultivation as soon as possible. There's no challenge in going through the imperial cities. Ling Xiao, you bastard. Let me go, or I'll never let you off. I'm willing to go through the imperial cities. I don't want to go with you. Don't stop me if you want to die. Help. Fatty Xiao Hei screamed like a pig being slaughtered.